Here's a most different song. In each man's troubled heart, an incision would reveal a unique, shameful wrong. Stranger fiends hide here in human guise than reside in the valleys of hell. But goodness, kindness, and love arise in the heart of the poor beast as well. The Book of Counted Sorrows. The night was becalmed and curiously silent, as if the alley were an abandoned and windless beach in the eye of a hurricane, between the tempest past and the tempest coming. A faint scent of smoke hung on the motionless air, although no smoke was visible. Sprawled face down on the cold pavement, Frank Pollard did not move when he regained consciousness. He waited in the hope that his confusion would dissipate. He blinked, trying to focus. Veils seemed to flutter within his eyes. He sucked deep breaths of the cool air, tasting the invisible smoke, grimacing at the acrid tang of it. Shadows loomed like a convocation of robed figures crowding around him. Gradually his vision cleared, but in the weak yellowish light that came from far behind him, little was revealed. A large trash dumpster 6 or 8 feet from him was so dimly outlined that for a moment it seemed ineffably strange, as though it were an artifact of an alien civilization. Frank stared at it for a while before he realized what it was. He did not know where he was, or how he had gotten there. He could not have been unconscious longer than a few seconds, for his heart was pounding as if he had been running for his life only moments ago. Fireflies in a windstorm. That phrase took flight through his mind, but he had no idea what it meant. When he tried to concentrate on it and make sense of it, a dull headache developed above his right eye. Fireflies in a windstorm. He groaned softly. Between him and the dumpster, a shadow among shadows moved, quick and sinuous. Small but radiant green eyes regarded him with icy interest. Frightened, Frank pushed up onto his knees. A thin, involuntary cry issued from him, almost less like a human sound than like the muted wail of a reed instrument. The green-eyed observer scampered away. A cat. Just an ordinary black cat. Frank got to his feet, swayed dizzily, and nearly fell over an object that had been on the blacktop beside him. Gingerly, he bent down and picked it up. A flight bag, made of supple leather, packed full, surprisingly heavy. He supposed it was his. He could not remember. Carrying the bag, he tottered to the dumpster and leaned against its rusted flank. Looking back, he saw that he was between rows of what seemed to be 2-story stucco apartment buildings. All of the windows were black. On both sides, the tenants' cars were pulled nose first into covered parking stalls. The queer yellow glow, sour and sulphurous, almost more like the product of a gas flame than the luminescence of an incandescent electric bulb, came from a street lamp at the end of the block, too far away to reveal the details of the alleyway in which he stood. As his rapid breathing slowed and his heartbeat decelerated, he abruptly realized that he did not know who he was. He knew his name, Frank Pollard, but that was all. He did not know how old he was, what he did for a living, where he had come from, where he was going, or why. He was so startled by his predicament that for a moment his breath caught in his throat. Then his heartbeat soared again, and he let his breath out in a rush. Fireflies in a windstorm. What the hell did that mean? The headache above his right eye corkscrewed across his forehead. He looked frantically left and right, searching for an object or an aspect of the scene that he might recognize, anything, an anchor in a world that was suddenly too strange. When the night offered nothing to reassure him, he turned his quest inward, desperately seeking something familiar in himself, but his own memory was even darker than the passageway around him. Gradually, he became aware that the scent of smoke had faded, replaced by a vague but nauseating smell of rotting garbage in the dumpster. The stench of decomposition filled him with thoughts of death, which seemed to trigger a vague recollection that he was on the run from someone or something that wanted to kill him. When he tried to recall why he was fleeing and from whom, he could not further illuminate that scrap of memory. In fact, it seemed more an awareness based on instinct than a genuine recollection. A puff of wind swirled around him, then calm returned, as if the dead night was trying to come back to life but had managed just one shuddering breath. A single piece of wadded paper, swept up by that insufflation, clicked along the pavement and scraped to a stop against his right shoe. Then another puff. The paper whirled away. Again, the night was dead calm. Something was happening. Frank sensed that these short-lived whiffs of wind had some malevolent source, ominous meaning. Irrationally, he was sure that he was about to be crushed by a great weight. He looked up into the clear sky, at the bleak and empty blackness of space and at the malignant brilliance of the distant stars. If something was descending toward him, Frank could not see it. The night exhaled once more, harder this time. Its breath was sharp and dank. He was wearing running shoes, white athletic socks, jeans, and a long-sleeved blue plaid shirt. He had no jacket, and he could have used one. The air was not frigid, just mildly bracing. But a coldness was in him, too, a gelid fear, and he shivered uncontrollably between the cool caress of the night air and that inner chill. The gust of wind died. Stillness reclaimed the night. Convinced that he had to get out of there, and fast, he pushed away from the dumpster. He staggered along the alley, retreating from the end of the block where the street lamp glowed, into darker realms with no destination in mind, driven only by the sense that this place was dangerous, and that safety, if indeed safety could be found, lay elsewhere. The wind rose again, and with it this time came an eerie whistling, barely audible, like the distant music of a flute made of some strange bone. Within a few steps, as Frank became sure-footed, and as his eyes adapted to the murky night, he arrived at a confluence of passageways. Wrought iron gates in pale stucco arches lay to his left and right. He tried the gate on the left. It was unlocked, secured only by a simple gravity latch. The hinges squeaked, eliciting a wince from Frank, who hoped the sound had not been heard by his pursuer. But now, although no adversary was in sight, Frank had no doubt that he was the object of a chase. He knew it as surely as a hare knew when a fox was in the field. The wind huffed again at his back, and the flute-like music, although barely audible and lacking a discernible melody, was haunting. It pierced him. It sharpened his fear. Beyond the black iron gate, flanked by feathery ferns and bushes, a walkway led between a pair of two-story apartment buildings. Frank followed it into a rectangular courtyard, somewhat revealed by low-wattage security lamps at each end. First-floor apartments opened onto a covered promenade. The doors of the second-floor units were under the tile roof of an iron-railed balcony. Lightless windows faced a swath of grass, beds of azaleas and succulents, and a few palms. A frieze of spiky palm-frond shadows lay across one palely illuminated wall, as motionless as if they were carved on a stone entablature. Then the mysterious flute warbled softly again. The reborn wind huffed harder than before, and the shadows danced. Frank's own distorted, dark reflection whirled briefly over the stucco, among the terpsichorean silhouettes as he hurried across the courtyard. He found another walkway, another gate, and ultimately the street on which the apartment complex faced. It was a side street without lamp-posts. There, the reign of the night was undisputed. The blustery wind lasted longer than before, churned harder. When the gust ended abruptly, with an equally abrupt cessation of the unmelodic flute, the night seemed to have been left in a vacuum, as though the departing turbulence had taken with it every wisp of breathable air. Then Frank's ears popped, as if from a sudden altitude change. As he rushed across the deserted street toward the cars parked along the far curb, air poured in around him again. He tried 4 cars before finding one unlocked, a Ford. Slipping behind the wheel, he left the door open to provide some light. He looked back the way he had come. The apartment complex was dead of the night still, wrapped in darkness, an ordinary building, yet inexplicably sinister. No one was in sight. Nevertheless, Frank knew someone was closing in on him. He reached under the dashboard, pulled out a tangle of wires, and hastily jump-started the engine before realizing that such a larcenous skill suggested a life outside of the law. Yet he didn't feel like a thief. He had no sense of guilt and no antipathy for or fear of the police. In fact, at the moment, he would have welcomed a cop to help him deal with whoever or whatever was on his tail. He felt not like a criminal, but like a man who had been on the run for an exhaustingly long time from an implacable and relentless enemy. As he reached for the handle of the open door, a brief pulse of pale blue light washed over him, and the driver's side windows of the Ford exploded. Tempered glass showered into the rear seat, gummy and minutely fragmented. Since the front door was not closed, that window didn't spray over him. Instead, most of it fell out of the frame onto the pavement. Yanking the door shut, he glanced through the gap where the glass had been, toward the gloom-enfolded apartments. Saw no one. Frank threw the Ford in gear, popped the brake, and tramped hard on the accelerator. Swinging away from the curb, he clipped the rear bumper of the car parked in front of him. A brief peal of tortured metal rang sharply across the night. But he was still under attack. A scintillant blue light, at most 1 second in duration, lit up the car. Over its entire breadth, the windshield crazed with thousands of jagged lines, though it had been struck by nothing he could see. Frank averted his face and squeezed his eyes shut, just in time to avoid being blinded by flying fragments. For a moment he could not see where he was going, but he didn't let up on the accelerator, preferring the danger of collision to the greater risk of braking and giving his unseen enemy time to reach him. Glass rained over him, spattered across the top of his bent head. Luckily it was safety glass, and none of the fragments cut him. He opened his eyes, squinting into the gale that rushed through the now empty windshield frame. He saw that he'd gone half a block and had reached the intersection. He whipped the wheel to the right, tapping the brake pedal only lightly, and turned onto a more brightly lighted thoroughfare. Like St. Elmo's fire, sapphire blue light glimmered on the chrome, and when the Ford was halfway around the corner, one of the rear tires blew. He had heard no gunfire. A fraction of a second later, the other rear tire blew. The car rocked, slewed to the left, began to fishtail. Frank fought the steering wheel. Both front tires ruptured simultaneously. The car rocked again, even as it glided sideways, and the sudden collapse of the front tires compensated for the leftward slide of the rear end, giving Frank a chance to grapple the spinning steering wheel into submission. Again, he had heard no gunfire. He didn't know why all of this was happening. Yet he did. That was the truly frightening part. On some deep subconscious level, he did know what was happening, what strange force was swiftly destroying the car around him, and he also knew that his chances of escaping were poor. A flicker of twilight blue. The rear window imploded. Gummy yet prickly wads of safety glass flew past him. Some smacked the back of his head, stuck in his hair. Frank made the corner and kept going on 4 flats. The sound of flapping rubber already shredded and the grinding of metal wheel rims could be heard even above the roar of the wind that buffeted his face. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The night was a great black ocean behind him, relieved only by widely spaced street lamps that dwindled into the gloom, like the lights of a double convoy of ships. According to the speedometer, he was doing 30 miles an hour just after coming out of the turn. He tried to push it up to 40, in spite of the ruined tires, but something clanged and clinked under the hood, rattled and whined, and the engine coughed, and he could not coax any more speed out of it. When he was halfway to the next intersection, the headlights either burst or winked out. Frank couldn't tell which. Even though the street lamps were widely spaced, he could see well enough to drive. The engine coughed, then again, and the Ford began to lose speed. He didn't brake for the stop sign at the next intersection. Instead, he pumped the accelerator, but to no avail. Finally, the steering failed too. The wheel spun uselessly in his sweaty hands. Evidently, the tires had been completely torn apart. The contact of the steel wheel rims with the pavement flung up gold and turquoise sparks. Fireflies in a windstorm. He still didn't know what that meant. Now, moving about 20 miles an hour, the car headed straight toward the right-hand curb. Frank tramped the brakes, but they no longer functioned. The car hit the curb, jumped it, grazed a lamppost with a sound of sheet metal kissing steel, and thudded against the bole of an immense date palm in front of a white bungalow. Lights came on in the house even as the final crash was echoing on the cool night air. Frank threw the door open, grabbed the leather flight bag from the seat beside him, and got out, shedding fragments of gummy yet splintery safety glass. Though only mildly cool, the air chilled his face because sweat trickled down from his forehead. He could taste salt when he licked his lips. A man had opened the front door of the bungalow and stepped onto the porch. Lights flicked on at the house next door. Frank looked back the way he had come. A thin cloud of luminous sapphire dust seemed to blow through the street. As if shattered by a tremendous surge of current, the bulbs in the street lamps exploded along the 2 blocks behind him, and shards of glass glinting like ice rained on the blacktop. In the resultant gloom, he thought he saw a tall, shadowy figure more than a block away, coming after him, but he could not be sure. To Frank's left, the guy from the bungalow was hurrying down the walk toward the palm tree where the Ford had come to rest. He was talking, but Frank wasn't listening to him. Clutching the leather satchel, Frank turned and ran. He was not sure what he was running from, or why he was so afraid, or where he might hope to find a haven. But he ran, nonetheless, because he knew that if he stood there only a few seconds longer, he would be killed.
The windowless rear compartment of the Dodge van was illuminated by tiny red, blue, green, white, and amber indicator bulbs on banks of electronic surveillance equipment, but primarily by the soft green glow from the 2 computer screens, which made that claustrophobic space seem like a chamber in a deep-sea submersible. Dressed in a pair of Rockport walking shoes, beige cords, and a maroon sweater, Robert Dakota sat on a swivel chair in front of the twin video display terminals. He tapped his feet against the floorboards, keeping time, and with his right hand he happily conducted an unseen orchestra. Bobby was wearing a headset with stereo earphones, and with a small microphone suspended an inch or so in front of his lips. At the moment, he was listening to Benny Goodman's 1 o'clock Jump, the primo version of Count Basie's classic swing composition, 6.5 minutes of heaven. As Jess Stacy took up another piano chorus, and as Harry James launched into the brilliant trumpet stint that led to the most famous ride-out in swing history, Bobby was deep into the music. But he was also acutely aware of the activity on the display terminals. The one on the right was linked via microwave with a computer system at the Decadyne Corporation, in front of which his van was parked. It revealed what Tom Rasmussen was up to in those offices at 1:10 Thursday morning. No good. One by one, Rasmussen was accessing and copying the files of the software design team that had recently completed Decadyne's new and revolutionary word processing program, Wizard. The Wizard files carried well-constructed lockout instructions, electronic drawbridges, moats, and ramparts. Tom Rasmussen was an expert in computer security, however, and there was no fortress that he could not penetrate given enough time. Indeed, if Wizard had not been developed on a secure in-house computer system with no links to the outside world, Rasmussen would have slipped into the files from beyond the walls of Decadyne via a modem and telephone line. Ironically, he'd been working as the night security guard at Decadyne for 5 weeks, having been hired on the basis of elaborate and nearly convincing false papers. Tonight he had breached Wizard's final defenses. In a while, he would walk out of Decadyne with a packet of floppy diskettes worth a fortune to the company's competitors. 1 o'clock jump ended. Into the microphone, Bobby said, "Music, stop." That vocal command cued his computerized compact disc system to switch off, opening the headset for communication with Julie, his wife and business partner. "You there, babe?" From her surveillance position in a car at the farthest end of the parking lot behind Decadyne, she'd been listening to the same music through her own headset. She sighed. Did Vernon Brown ever play better trombone than the night of the Carnegie concert? Well, what about Krupa on drums? Auditory ambrosia. And an aphrodisiac. Music makes me want to go to bed with you. Can't. Not sleepy. Besides, we're being private detectives, remember? I like being lovers better. We don't earn our daily bread by making love. I'll pay you, she said. Yeah? How much? In daily bread terms, half a loaf. I'm worth a whole loaf. Julie said, actually, you're worth a whole loaf, 2 croissants, and a bran muffin. She had a pleasing, throaty, and altogether sexy voice that he loved to listen to, especially through headphones, when she sounded like an angel whispering in his ears. She would have been a marvelous big band singer if she'd been around in the 1930s and 40s, and if she'd been able to carry a tune. She was a great swing dancer, but she couldn't croon worth a damn. When she was in the mood to sing along with old recordings by Margaret Whiting or the Andrews Sisters or Rosemary Clooney or Marion Hutton, Bobby had to leave the room out of respect for the music. She said, "What's Rasmussen doing?" Bobby checked the second video display to his left, which was linked to Decadyne's interior security cameras. Rasmussen thought he had overridden the cameras and was unobserved, but they had been watching him for the last few weeks, night after night, and recording his every treachery on videotape. Old Tom's in George Ackroyd's office at the VDT there. Ackroyd was project director for Wizard. Bobby glanced at the other display, which duplicated what Rasmussen was seeing on Ackroyd's computer screen. He just copied the last Wizard file onto diskette. Rasmussen switched off the computer in Ackroyd's office. Simultaneously, the linked VDT in front of Bobby went blank. Bobby said, "He's finished. He's got it all now." Julie said, "The worm. He must be feeling smug." Bobby turned to the display on his left, leaned forward, and watched the black and white image of Rasmussen at Ackroyd's terminal. "I think he's grinning." "Well, we'll wipe that grin off his face. Let's see what he does next. Want to make a bet? Will he stay in there, finish his shift, and waltz out in the morning, or leave right now?" "Now," Julie said, "or soon. He won't risk getting caught with the floppies. He'll leave while no one else is there." "No bet. I think you're right." The transmitted image on the monitor flickered, rolled, but Rasmussen did not get out of Ackroyd's chair. In fact, he slumped back as if exhausted. He yawned and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. "He seems to be resting, gathering his energy," Bobby said. "Well, let's have another tune while we wait for him to move. Good idea." He gave the CD player the startup cue, begin music, and was rewarded with Glenn Miller's In the Mood. On the monitor, Tom Rasmussen rose from the chair in Ackroyd's dimly lighted office. He yawned again, stretched, and crossed the room to the big windows that looked down on Michelson Drive, the street on which Bobby was parked. If Bobby had slipped forward, out of the rear of the van and into the driver's compartment, he probably would have been able to see Rasmussen standing up there at the second-floor window, silhouetted by the glow of Ackroyd's desk lamp, staring out at the night. He stayed where he was, however, satisfied with the view on the screen. Miller's band was playing the famous In the Mood riff again and again, gradually fading away, almost disappearing entirely, but now blasting back at full power to repeat the entire cycle. In Ackroyd's office, Rasmussen finally turned from the window and looked up at the security camera that was mounted on the wall near the ceiling. He seemed to be staring straight at Bobby, as if aware of being watched. He moved a few steps closer to the camera, smiling. Bobby said, "Music, stop," and the Miller band instantly fell silent. To Julie he said, "Something strange here. Trouble? Rasmussen stopped just under the security camera, still grinning up at it. From the pocket of his uniform shirt, he withdrew a folded sheet of typing paper, which he opened and held toward the lens. A message had been printed in bold, black letters. "Goodbye, asshole." "Trouble for sure," Bobby said. "How bad? I don't know." An instant later he did know. Automatic weapons fire shattered the night. He could hear the clatter, even with his earphones on, and armor-piercing slugs tore through the walls of the van. Julie evidently picked up the gunfire through her headset. "Bobby, no! Get the hell out of here, babe! Run!" Even as he spoke, Bobby tore free of the headset and dived off his chair, lying as flat against the floorboards as he could.
Frank Pollard sprinted from street to street, from alley to alley, sometimes cutting across the lawns of the dark houses. In one backyard, a large black dog with yellow eyes barked and snapped at him all the way to the board fence, briefly snaring one leg of his pants as he clambered over that barrier. His heart was pounding painfully, and his throat was hot and raw because he was sucking in great draughts of the cool, dry air through his open mouth. His legs ached, as if made of iron. The flight bag pulled on his right arm, and with each lunging step that he took, pain throbbed in his wrist and shoulder socket. But he did not pause and did not glance back, because he felt as if something monstrous was at his heels, a creature that never required rest, and that would turn him to stone with its gaze if he dared set eyes upon it. In time, he crossed an avenue devoid of traffic at that late hour, and hurried along the entrance walk to another apartment complex. He went through a gate into another courtyard, this one centered by an empty swimming pool with a cracked and canted apron. The place was lightless, but Frank's vision had adapted to the night, and he could see well enough to avoid falling into the drained pool. He was searching for shelter. Perhaps there was a communal laundry room where he could force the lock and hide. He had discovered something else about himself as he fled his unknown pursuer. He was 30 or 40 pounds overweight and out of shape. He desperately needed to catch his breath and think. As he was hurrying past the doors of the ground-floor units, he realized that a couple of them were standing open, sagging on ruined hinges. Then he saw that cracks webbed some windows, holes pocked a few, and other panes were missing altogether. The grass was dead, too, as crisp as ancient paper, and the shrubbery was withered. A seared palm tree leaned at a precarious angle. The apartment complex was abandoned, awaiting a wrecking crew. He came to a set of crumbling concrete stairs at the north end of the courtyard, glanced back. Whoever, whatever was following him was still not in sight. Gasping, he climbed to the second-floor balcony and moved from one apartment to another until he found the door ajar. It was warped, the hinges were stiff, but they worked without much noise. He slipped inside, pushing the door shut behind him. The apartment was a well of shadows, oil-black and pooled deep. Faint ash-gray light outlined the windows, but provided no illumination to the room. He listened intently. The silence and darkness were equal in depth. Cautiously, Frank inched toward the nearest window, which faced the balcony and courtyard. Only a few shards of glass remained in the frame, but lots of fragments crunched and clinked under his feet. He trod carefully, both to avoid cutting a foot and to make as little noise as possible. At the window, he halted, listened again. Stillness. As if it was the gelid ectoplasm of a slothful ghost, a sluggish current of cold air slid inward across the few jagged points of the glass that had not already fallen from the frame. Frank's breath steamed in front of his face, pale ribbons of vapor in the gloom. The silence remained unbroken for 10 seconds. 20. 30. A full minute. Perhaps he had escaped. He was just about to turn away from the window when he heard footsteps outside, at the far end of the courtyard, on the walkway that led in from the street. Hard-soled shoes rang against the concrete, and each footfall echoed hollowly off the stucco walls of the surrounding buildings. Frank stood motionless and breathed through his mouth, as if the stalker could be counted on to have the hearing of a jungle cat. When he entered the courtyard from the entrance walkway, the stranger halted. After a long pause, he began to move again. Though the overlapping echoes made sounds deceptive, he seemed to be heading slowly north along the apron of the pool, toward the same stairs by which Frank himself had climbed to the second floor of the apartment complex. Each deliberate metronomic footfall was like the heavy tick of a headman's clock mounted on a guillotine railing, counting off the seconds until the appointed hour of the blade's descent.
As if alive, the Dodge van shrieked with every bullet that tore through its sheet metal walls, and the wounds were inflicted not one at a time, but by the score, with such relentless fury the assault had to involve at least 2 machine guns. While Bobby Dakota lay flat on the floor trying to catch God's attention with fervent, heaven-directed prayers, fragments of metal rained down on him. One of the computer screens imploded, then the other terminal too, and all the indicator lights went out. But the interior of the van was not entirely dark. Showers of amber and green and crimson and silver sparks erupted from the damaged electronic units as one steel-jacketed round after another pierced equipment housings and shattered circuit boards. Glass fell on him, too, and splinters of plastic, bits of wood, scraps of paper. The air was filled with a virtual blizzard of debris. But the noise was the worst of it. In his mind, he saw himself sealed inside a great iron drum, while 6 big bikers, stoned on PCP, pounded on the outside of his prison with tire irons. Really huge bikers, with massive muscles and thick necks and coarse pelt-like beards, and wildly colorful death's head tattoos on their arms. Hell, tattoos on their faces! Guys as big as Thor, the Viking god, but with blazing, psychotic eyes. Bobby had a vivid imagination. He had always thought that was one of his best qualities, one of his strengths. But he could not simply imagine his way out of this mess. With every passing second, as slugs continued to crash into the van, he grew more astonished that he had not been hit. He was pressed to the floor as tight as the carpet, and he tried to imagine that his body was only 1/4 of an inch thick, a target with an incredibly low profile. But he still expected to get his ass shot off. He had not anticipated the need for a gun. It wasn't that kind of case. At least it hadn't seemed to be that kind of case. A .38 revolver was in the van glove box, well beyond his reach, which did not cause him a lot of frustration, actually, because a single handgun against a pair of automatic weapons was not much use. The gunfire stopped. After that cacophony of destruction, the silence was so profound, Bobby felt as if he'd gone deaf. The air reeked of hot metal, overheated electronic components, scorched insulation, and gasoline. Evidently the van's tank had been punctured. The engine was still chugging, and a few sparks spat out of the shattered equipment surrounding Bobby, and his chances of escaping a flash fire were a whole lot worse than his chances of winning $50 million in the state lottery. He wanted to get the hell out of there, but if he burst out of the van, they might be waiting with machine guns to cut him down. On the other hand, if he continued to hug the floor in the darkness, counting on them to give him up for dead without checking on him, the Dodge might flare like a campfire primed with starter fluid, toasting him as crisp as a marshmallow. He had no difficulty imagining himself stepping out of the van and being hit immediately by a score of bullets, jerking and twitching in a spasmodic death dance across the blacktop street, like a broken marionette jerked around on tangled strings. But he found it even easier to imagine his skin peeling off in the fire, flesh bubbling and smoking, hair whooshing up like a torch, eyes melting, teeth turning coal-black as flames seared his tongue and followed his breath down his throat to his lungs. Sometimes a vivid imagination was definitely a curse. Suddenly, the gasoline fumes became so heavy he had trouble drawing breath, so he started to get up. Outside, a car horn began to blare. He heard a racing engine drawing rapidly nearer. Someone shouted, and a machine gun opened fire again. Bobby hit the floor, wondering what the hell was going on, but as the car with the blaring horn drew nearer, he realized what must be happening. Julie. Julie was happening. Sometimes she was like a natural force. She happened the way a storm happened, the way lightning happened, abruptly cracking down a dark sky. He had told her to get out of there, to save herself, but she had not listened to him. He wanted to kick her butt for being so bullheaded. but he loved her for it, too.
Sidling away from the broken window, Frank tried to time his steps to those of the man in the courtyard below, with the hope that any noise he made trotting on glass would be covered by his unseen enemy's advance. He figured that he was in the living room of the apartment, that it was pretty much empty except for whatever detritus had been left behind by the last tenants, or had blown through the missing windows, and indeed he made it across that chamber and into a hallway in relative silence without colliding with anything. He hurriedly felt his way along the hall, which was as black as a predator's lair. It smelled of mold and mildew and urine. He passed the entrance to a room, kept going, turned right through the next doorway, and shuffled to another broken window. This one had no splinters of glass left in the frame, and it did not face the courtyard, but looked into a lamp-lit and deserted street. Something rustled behind him. He turned, blinking blindly at the gloom, and almost cried out. But the sound must have been made by a rat scurrying along the floor close to the wall across dry leaves or bits of paper. Just a rat. Frank listened for footsteps, but if the stalker was still homing on him, the hollow heel clicks of his approach were completely muffled by the walls that now intervened. He looked out the window again. The dead lawn lay below, as dry as sand and twice as brown, offering little cushion. He dropped the leather flight bag, which landed with a thud. Wincing at the prospect of the leap, he climbed onto the sill, crouching in the broken-out window, hands braced against the frame, where for a moment he hesitated. A gust of wind ruffled his hair and coolly caressed his face, but it was a normal draft, nothing like the preternatural whiffs of wind that earlier had been accompanied by the unearthly and unmelodic music of a distant flute. Suddenly, behind Frank, a blue flash pulsed out of the living room, down the hall, and through the doorway. The strange tide of light was trailed closely by an explosion and a concussion wave that shook the walls and seemed to churn the air into a more solid substance. The front door had been blasted to pieces. He heard chunks of it raining down on the floor of the apartment a couple of rooms away. He jumped out of the window, landed on his feet, but his knees gave way and he fell flat on the dead lawn. At that same moment, a large truck turned the corner. Its cargo bed had slat sides and a wooden tailgate. The driver smoothly shifted gears and drove past the apartment house, apparently unaware of Frank. He scrambled to his feet, plucked the satchel off the barren lawn, and ran into the street. Having just rounded the corner, the truck was not moving fast, and Frank managed to grab the tailgate and pull himself up one-handed until he was standing on the rear bumper. As the truck accelerated, Frank looked back at the decaying apartment complex. No mysterious blue light glimmered in any of the windows. They were all as black and empty as the sockets of a skull. The truck turned right at the next corner, moving away into the sleepy night. Exhausted, Frank clung to the tailgate. He would have been able to hold on better if he had dropped the leather flight bag, but he held fast to it because he suspected that its contents might help him learn who he was and from where he had come, and from what he was running.
Cut and run. Bobby actually thought she would cut and run when trouble struck. Get the hell out of there, babe, run. Would cut and run just because he told her to, as if she was an obedient little wifey, not a full-fledged partner in the agency, not a damned good investigator in her own right, just a token backup who couldn't take the heat when the furnace kicked on. Well, to hell with that. In her mind, she could see his lovable face, merry blue eyes, pug nose, smattering of freckles, generous mouth, framed by thick honey-gold hair that was mussed, as was most often the case, like that of a small boy who had just gotten up from a nap. She wanted to bop his pug nose just hard enough to make his blue eyes water, so he'd have no doubt how the cut-and-run suggestion annoyed her. She had been on surveillance behind Decadine at the far end of the corporate parking lot, in the deep shadows under a massive Indian laurel. The moment Bobby signaled trouble, she started the Toyota's engine. By the time she heard gunfire over the earphones, she had shifted gears, popped the emergency brake, switched on the headlights, and jammed the accelerator toward the floor. At first, she kept the headset on, calling Bobby's name, trying to get an answer from him, hearing only the most god-awful ruckus from his end. Then the set went dead. She couldn't hear anything at all, so she pulled it off and threw it in the back seat. Cut and run, damn him. When she reached the end of the last row in the parking lot, she let up on the accelerator with her right foot, simultaneously tapping the brake pedal with her left foot, finessing the small car into a slide which carried it onto the access road that led around the big building. She turned the steering wheel into the slide, then gave the heap some gas again even before the back end had stopped skidding and shuddering. The tires barked, the engine shrieked, and with a rattle-squeak-twang of tortured metal, the car leaped forward. They were shooting at Bobby, and Bobby probably wasn't even able to shoot back, because he was lax about carrying a gun on every job. He went armed only when it seemed that the current business was likely to involve violence. The Dakota assignment had looked peaceable enough. Sometimes industrial espionage could turn nasty, but the bad guy in this case was Tom Rasmussen, a computer nerd and a greedy son of a bitch, clever as a dog reading Shakespeare on a high wire, with a record of theft via computer but with no blood on his hands. He was a high-tech equivalent of a meek, embezzling bank clerk, or so he had seemed. But Julie was armed for every job. Bobby was the optimist. She was the pessimist. Bobby expected people to act in their own best interests and be reasonable. But Julie half expected every apparently normal person to be, in secret, a crazed psychotic. A Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum was held by a clip to the back of the glove box lid, and an Uzi with 2 spare 30-round magazines lay on the other front seat. From what she'd heard on the earphones, before they'd gone dead, she was going to need that Uzi. The Toyota virtually flew past the side of Dakota, and she wheeled hard left onto Michelson Drive, almost rising onto 2 wheels, almost losing control, but not quite. Ahead, Bobby's Dodge was parked at the curb in front of the building, and another van, a dark blue Ford, was stopped in the street, doors wide open. 2 men, who had evidently been in the Ford, were standing 4 or 5 yards from the Dodge, chopping the hell out of it with automatic weapons, blasting away with such ferocity that they seemed not to be after the man inside, but to have some bizarre personal grudge against the Dodge itself. They stopped firing, turned toward her as she came out of the driveway onto Michelson, and hurriedly jammed fresh magazines into their weapons. Ideally, she would close the 100-yard gap between herself and the men, pull the Toyota sideways in the street, slip out, and use the car as cover to blow the tires on their Ford and pin them down until police arrived. But she didn't have time for all that. They were already raising the muzzles of their weapons. She was unnerved at how lonely the night streets looked at this hour in the heart of metropolitan Orange County, barren of traffic, washed by the urine-yellow light of the sodium-vapor street lamps. They were in an area of banks and office buildings, no residences, no restaurants or bars within a couple of blocks. It might as well have been a city on the moon, or a vision of the world after it had been swept by an apocalyptic disease that had left only a handful of survivors. She didn't have time to handle the 2 gunmen by the book, and she could not count on help from any quarter. So she would have to do what they least expected, play kamikaze, use her car as a weapon. The instant she had the Toyota fully under control, she pressed the accelerator tight to the floorboards and rocketed straight at the 2 bastards. They opened fire, but she was already slipping down in the seat and leaning sideways a little, trying to keep her head below the dashboard and still holding the wheel relatively steady. Bullets snapped and whined off the car. The windshield burst. A second later, Julie hit one of the gunmen so hard that the impact snapped her head forward against the wheel, cutting her forehead, snapping her teeth together forcefully enough to make her jaw ache. Even as pain needled through her face, she heard the body bounce off the front bumper and slam onto the hood. With blood trickling down her forehead and dripping from her right eyebrow, Julie jabbed at the brakes and sat up at the same time. She was confronted by a man's wide-eyed corpse, jammed in the frame of the empty windshield. His face was in front of the steering wheel, teeth chipped, lips torn, chin slashed, cheek battered, left eye missing, and one of his broken legs was inside the car, hooked down over the dashboard. Julie found the brake pedal and pumped it. With a sudden drop in speed, the dead man was dislodged. His limp body rolled across the hood, and when the car slid to a shaky halt, he vanished over the front end. Heart racing, blinking to keep the stinging blood from blurring the vision in her right eye, Julie snatched the Uzi from the seat beside her, shoved open the door, and rolled out, moving fast and staying low. The other gunman was already in the blue Ford van. He gave it gas before remembering to shift out of park so the tires screamed and smoked. Julie squeezed off 2 short bursts from the Uzi, blowing out both tires on her side of the van. But the gunman didn't stop. He shifted gears at last and tried to drive past her on 2 ruined tires. The guy might have killed Bobby. Now he was getting away. He would probably never be found if Julie didn't stop him. Reluctantly, she swung the Uzi higher and emptied the magazine into the side window of the van. The Ford accelerated, then suddenly slowed and swung to the right at steadily diminishing speed in a long arc that carried it to the far curb, where it came to a halt with a jolt. No one got out. Keeping an eye on the Ford, Julie leaned into her car, plucked a spare magazine from the seat, and reloaded the Uzi. She approached the idling van cautiously and pulled open the door. But caution was not required, because the man behind the wheel was dead. Feeling a little sick, she reached in and switched off the engine. Briefly, as she turned from the Ford and hurried toward the bullet-ridden Dodge, the only sounds she could hear were the soughing of a faint breeze in the lush corporate landscaping that flanked the street, punctuated by a gentle hiss and rattle of palm fronds. Then she heard the idling engine of the Dodge, simultaneously smelled gasoline, and shouted, "Bobby." Before she reached the white van, the back doors creaked open, and Bobby came out, shedding twists of metal, chunks of plastic, bits of glass, wood chips, and scraps of paper. He was gasping, no doubt because the gasoline fumes had driven most of the breathable air out of the Dodge's rear quarters. Sirens rose in the distance. Together, they quickly walked away from the van. They'd gone only a few steps when orange light flared and flames rose in a whoosh from the gasoline pooled on the pavement, enveloping the vehicle in bright shrouds. They hurried beyond the corona of intense heat that surrounded the Dodge and stood for a moment, blinking at the wreckage, then at each other. The sirens were drawing nearer. He said, "Hey, you're bleeding. Just skin my forehead a little, you sure? It's nothing. What about you?" He sucked in a deep breath. "Whew, I'm okay." "Really?" "Yeah." "You weren't hit?" "Unmarked." "It's a miracle." "Bobby?" "What?" "I couldn't handle it if you turned up dead in there." "I'm not dead. I'm fine." "Thank God," she said. Then she kicked his right shin. "Ow! What the hell?" She kicked his left shin. "Julie, damn it! Don't you ever tell me to cut and run." "What?" "I'm a full half of this partnership in every way, but I'm as smart as you, as fast as you." He glanced at the dead man on the street and the other one in the Ford van, half visible through the open door, and he said, "That's for sure, babe." "As tough as you." I know, no. Don't kick me again." She said, "What about Rasmussen?" Bobby looked up at the Decadine building. "You think he's still in there?" "Well, the only exits from the parking lot are onto Michelson, and he hasn't come out this way, so unless he fled on foot, he's in there all right. We've got to nail him before he slides out of the trap with those diskettes." Nothing worthwhile on the diskettes anyway," Bobby said. Decadine had been on to Rasmussen from the time he applied for the job because Dakota and Dakota Investigations, which was contracted to handle the company's security checks, had penetrated the hacker's highly sophisticated false ID. Decadine's management wanted to play along with Rasmussen long enough to discover to whom he would pass the wizard files when he got them. They intended to prosecute the money man who had hired Rasmussen, for no doubt the hacker's employer was one of Decadine's primary competitors. They had allowed Tom Rasmussen to think he had compromised the security cameras, when in fact he had been under constant observation. They also had allowed him to break down the file codes and access the information he wanted, but, unknown to him, they had inserted secret instructions in the files, which ensured that any diskettes he acquired would be full of trash data of no use to anyone. Flames roared and crackled, consuming the van. Julie watched chimeras of reflected flame slither and caper up the glass walls and across the blank, black windows of Decadine, as if they were striving to reach the roof and coalesce there in the form of gargoyles. Raising her voice slightly to compete with the fire, and with a shriek of approaching sirens, she said, "Well, we thought he believed he'd circumvented the videotape records of the security cameras, but apparently he knew we were onto him." "Sure did." "So he also might have been smart enough to search for an anti-copying directive in the files and find a way around it." Bobby frowned. "You're right. So he's probably got Wizard unscrambled on those diskettes. Damn! I don't want to go in there. I've been shot at enough tonight." A police cruiser turned the corner 2 blocks away and sped toward them, siren screaming, emergency lights casting off alternating waves of blue and red light. "Well, here come the professionals," Julie said. "Why don't we let them take over now? We were hired to do a job. We have an obligation. P.I. honor is a sacred thing, you know. What would Sam Spade think of us?" She said, "Sam Spade can go spit up a rope." "Well, what would Philip Marlowe think?" "Philip Marlowe can go spit up a rope." "Well, what will our client think?" "Our client can go spit up a rope." "Dear, spit isn't the popular expression." "I know, but I'm a lady." "You certainly are." As the black and white braked in front of them, another police car turned the corner behind it, siren wailing, and a third entered Michelson Drive from the other direction. Julie put her Uzi on the pavement and raised her hands to avoid unfortunate misunderstandings. "I'm really glad you're alive, Bobby. You going to kick me again?" "Not for a while."
Frank Pollard hung onto the tailgate and rode the truck 9 or 10 blocks without drawing the attention of the driver. Along the way, he saw a sign welcoming him to the city of Anaheim, so he figured he was in Southern California, although he still didn't know if this was where he lived or whether he was from out of town. Judging by the chill in the air, it was winter, not truly cold, but as frigid as it got in these climes. He was unnerved to realize that he did not know the date or even the month. Shivering, he dropped off the truck when it slowed and turned onto a serviceway that led through a warehouse district. Huge corrugated metal buildings, some newly painted and some streaked with rust, some dimly lit by security lamps and some not, loomed against the star-spattered sky. Carrying the flight bag, he walked away from the warehouses. The streets in that area were lined with shabby bungalows. The shrubs and trees were overgrown, in many places untrimmed palms with full skirts of dead fronds, bushy hibiscuses with half-closed pale blooms glimmering softly in the gloom, jade hedges and plum-thorn hedges so old they were more woody than leafy, bougainvillea draped over roofs and fences bristling with thousands of untamed questing trailers. His soft-soled shoes made no sound on the sidewalk, and his shadow alternately stretched ahead of him and then behind as he approached and then passed one lamppost after another. Cars, mostly older models, some rusted and battered, were parked at curbs and in driveways. Keys might have dangled from the ignitions of some of them, and he could have jump-started any he chose. However, he noted that the cinder-block walls between the properties, as well as the walls of a decrepit and abandoned house, shimmered with the spray-painted, ghostly, semi-phosphorescent graffiti of Latino gangs, and he didn't want to tinker with a set of wheels that might belong to one of their members. Those guys didn't bother rushing to a phone to call the police if they caught you trying to steal one of their cars. They just blew your head off or put a knife in your neck. Frank had enough trouble already, even with his head intact and his throat unpunctured, so he kept walking. 12 blocks later, in a neighborhood of well-kept houses and better cars, he began searching for a set of wheels that would be easy to boost. The 10th vehicle he tried was a 1-year-old green Chevy, parked near a street lamp, the doors unlocked and the keys tucked under the driver's seat. Intent on putting a lot of distance between himself and the deserted apartment complex where he had last encountered his unknown pursuer, Frank switched on the Chevy's heater, drove from Anaheim to Santa Ana, and then south on Bristol Avenue toward Costa Mesa, surprised by his familiarity with the streets. He seemed to know the area well. He recognized buildings, shopping centers, parks, and neighborhoods past which he drove, though the sight of them did nothing to rekindle his burnt-out memory. He still could not recall who he was, where he lived, what he did for a living, what he was running from, or how he had come to wake up in an alleyway in the middle of the night. Even at that dead hour, the car clock indicated it was 2:48, he figured his chances of encountering a traffic cop were greater on a freeway. So he stayed on the surface streets through Costa Mesa and the eastern and southern fringes of Newport Beach. At Corona del Mar, he picked up the Pacific Coast Highway and followed it all the way to Laguna Beach, encountering a thin fog that gradually thickened as he progressed southward. Laguna, a picturesque resort town and artist's colony, shelved down a series of steep hillsides and canyon walls to the sea, most of it cloaked now in the thick fog. Only an occasional car passed him, and the mist rolling in from the Pacific became sufficiently dense to force him to reduce his speed to 15 miles an hour. Yawning and gritty-eyed, he turned onto a side street east of the highway and parked at the curb in front of a dark, two-story, gabled Cape Cod house that looked out of place on these western slopes. He wanted to get a motel room, but before he tried to check in somewhere, he needed to know if he had any money or credit cards. For the first time all night, he had a chance to look for ID as well. He searched the pockets of his jeans, but to no avail. He switched on the overhead light, pulled the leather flight bag onto his lap, and opened it. The satchel was filled with tightly banded stacks of $20 and $100 bills.
The thin soup of gray mist was gradually stirring itself into a thicker stew. A couple of miles closer to the ocean, the night probably was clotted with fog so dense that it would almost have lumps. Coatless, protected from the night only by a sweater but warmed by the fact that he had narrowly avoided almost certain death, Bobby leaned against one of the patrol cars in front of Decadine and watched Julie as she paced back and forth with her hands in her pockets of her brown leather jacket. He never got tired of looking at her. They had been married 7 years, and during that time they had lived and worked and played together virtually 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Bobby had never been the kind who liked to hang out with a bunch of the guys at the bar or ball game, partly because it was difficult to find other guys in their middle 30s who were interested in the things that he cared about: big band music, the arts and pop culture of the 30s and 40s, and classic Disney comic books. Julie wasn't a lunch with the girls type either, because not many 30-year-old women were into the big band era, Warner Brothers cartoons, martial arts, or advanced weapons training. In spite of spending so much time together, they remained fresh to each other, and she was still the most interesting and appealing woman he had ever known. "What's taking them so long?" she asked, glancing up at the now-lighted windows of Decadine, bright but fuzzy rectangles in the mist. "Be patient with them, dear," Bobby said. "They don't have the dynamism of Dakota and Dakota. They're just a humble SWAT team." Michelson Drive was blocked off. 8 police vehicles, cars and vans were scattered along the street. The chilly night crackled with the static and metallic voices sputtering out of police band radios. An officer was behind the wheel of one of the cars, and other uniformed men were positioned at both ends of the block, and 2 more were visible at the front door of Decadine. The rest were inside looking for Rasmussen. Meanwhile, men from the police lab and coroner's office were photographing, measuring, and removing the bodies of the 2 gunmen. "What if he gets away with the diskettes?" Julie asked. "He won't." She nodded. "Sure, I know what you're thinking. Wizard was developed on a closed-system computer with no links beyond Decadine. But there's another system in the company, with modems and everything, isn't there? What if he takes the diskettes on one of those terminals and sends them out by phone?" Can't. A second system, the outlinked system, is totally different from the one on which Wizard was developed. Incompatible. Rasmussen's clever. Well, there's also a night lockout that keeps the outlinked system shut down. Rasmussen is clever, she repeated. She continued to pace in front of him. The skinned spot on her forehead, where she had met the steering wheel when she jammed on the brakes, was no longer bleeding, though it looked raw and wet. She had wiped her face with tissues, but smears of dried blood, which looked almost like bruises, had remained under her right eye and along her jawline. Each time Bobby focused on those stains, or on the shallow wound, a pang of anxiety quivered through him at the realization of what might have happened to her. To both of them. Not surprisingly, her injury and the blood in her face only accentuated her beauty, making her appear more fragile and therefore more precious. Julie was beautiful, although Bobby realized that she appeared more so in his eyes than to others, which was all right because, after all, his eyes were the only ones through which he could look at her. Though it was kinking up a bit now in the moist night, her chestnut-brown hair was usually thick and lustrous. She had wide-set eyes as dark as semi-sweet chocolate, skin as smooth and naturally tan as toffee ice cream, and a generous mouth that always tasted sweet to him. Whenever he watched her, without her being fully aware of the intensity of his attention, or when he was apart from her and tried to conjure an image of her in his mind, he always thought of her in terms of food: chestnuts, chocolate, toffee, cream, sugar, butter. He found this amusing, but he also understood the profundity of his choice of similes. She reminded him of food because she, more than food, sustained him. Activity at the entrance to Decadine, about 60 feet away, at the end of the palm-flanked walkway, drew Julie's attention, and then Bobby's. Someone from the SWAT team had come to the doors to report to the guards stationed there. A moment later, one of the officers motioned for Julie and Bobby to come forward. When they joined him, he said, "They found this Rasmussen. You want to see him? Make sure he has the right diskettes?" "Yeah," Bobby said. "Definitely," Julie said. And her throaty voice didn't sound at all sexy now, just tough.
Keeping a lookout for any Laguna Beach police who might be running graveyard shift patrols, Frank Pollard removed the bundles of cash from the flight bag and piled them on the seat beside him. He counted 15 packets of $20 bills and 11 bundles of hundreds. He judged the thickness of each wad to be approximately 100 bills, and when he did the mathematics in his head, he came up with $140,000. He had no idea where the money had come from, or whether it belonged to him. The first of 2 small zippered side compartments in the bag yielded another surprise: a wallet that contained no cash and no credit cards, but 2 important pieces of identification: a Social Security card and a California driver's license. With the wallet was a United States passport. The photographs on the passport and license were of the same man, 30-ish, brown hair, a round face, prominent ears, brown eyes, an easy smile, and dimples. Realizing he had also forgotten what he looked like, he tilted the rearview mirror and was able to see enough of his face to match it with the one on the ID. The problem was the license and passport bore the name James Roman, not Frank Pollard. He unzipped the second of the 2 smaller compartments and found another Social Security card, passport, and California driver's license. These were all in the name of George Ferris, but the photos were of Frank. James Roman meant nothing to him. George Ferris was also meaningless, and Frank Pollard, whom he believed himself to be, was only a cipher, a man without any past that he could recall. "What the hell am I tangled up in?" he said aloud. He needed to hear his own voice to convince himself that he was, in fact, not just a ghost, reluctant to leave this world for the one to which death had entitled him. As the fog closed around his parked car, blotting out most of the night beyond, a terrible loneliness overcame him. He could think of no one to whom he could turn, nowhere to which he could retreat and be assured of safety. A man without a past was also a man without a future.
When Bobby and Julie stepped out of the elevator onto the 3rd floor, in the company of a police officer named McGrath, Julie saw Tom Rasmussen sitting on the polished gray vinyl tiles, his back against the wall of the corridor, his hands cuffed in front of him and linked by a length of chain to shackles that bound his ankles together. He was pouting. He had tried to steal software worth tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions, and from the window of Aykroyd's office he had cold-bloodedly given the signal to have Bobby killed, yet here he was pouting like a child because he'd been caught. His weasel face was puckered, and his lower lip was thrust out, and his yellow-brown eyes looked watery, as though he might break into tears if anyone dared to say a cross word. The mere sight of him infuriated Julie. She wanted to kick his teeth down his throat, all the way into his stomach, so he could re-chew whatever he'd last eaten. The cops had found him in a supply closet behind boxes that he had arranged to make a pitifully obvious hiding place. Evidently, standing at Ackroyd's window to watch the fireworks, he'd been surprised when Julie had appeared in the Toyota. She had driven the Toyota into the Decadine parking lot early in the day and had stayed far back from the building, in the shadows beneath the boughs of the laurel, where no one had spotted her. Instead of fleeing the moment he saw the first gunman run down, Rasmussen had hesitated, no doubt wondering who else was out there. Then he heard the sirens, and his only option was to hide out, in the hope they would only search the building casually and conclude that he had escaped. With a computer, he was a genius. But when it came to making cool decisions under fire, Rasmussen was not half as bright as he thought he was. 2 heavily armed cops were watching over him, but because he was huddled and shivering and on the verge of tears, they were a bit ludicrous in their bulletproof vests, cradling automatic weapons, squinting in the fluorescent glare and looking grim. Julie knew one of the officers, Samson Garfus, from her own days with the Sheriff's Department, where Samson also served before joining the City of Irvine force. Either his parents had been prescient, or he had striven mightily to live up to his name, for he was both tall and broad and rock-like. He held a lidless box that contained 4 small floppy diskettes. He showed it to Julie and said, "Is this what he was after?" "Could be," she said, accepting the box. Taking the diskettes from her, Bobby said, "I'll have to go down 1 floor to Ackroyd's office, switch on the computer, pop these in, and see what's on 'em." "Go ahead," Samson said. "Well, you'll have to accompany me," Bobby said to McGrath, the officer who had brought them up in the elevator. "Keep a watch on me. Make sure I don't tamper with these things." He indicated Tom Rasmussen. "We don't want this piece of slime claiming they were blank discs, saying I framed him by copying the real stuff onto them myself." As Bobby and McGrath went into one of the elevators and descended to the 2nd floor, Julie hunkered down in front of Rasmussen. "You know who I am?" Rasmussen looked at her and said nothing. "I'm Bobby Dakota's wife. Bobby was in the van your goons shot up. It was my Bobby you tried to kill." He looked away from her, at his cuffed wrists. She said, "Know what I'd like to do to you?" She held one of her hands down in front of his face and wiggled her manicured nails. "For starters, I'd like to grab you by the throat, hold your head against the wall, and ram 2 of these nice sharp fingernails straight through your eyes, all the way in, deep, real deep in your fevered little brain, and twist 'em around, see if maybe I can unscramble whatever's messed up in there." "Jesus, lady," Samson's partner said. His name was Burdock. Beside anyone but Samson, he would have looked like a big man. "Well," she said, "he's too screwed up to get any help from a prison psychiatrist." Samson said, "Don't do anything foolish, Julie." Rasmussen glanced at her, meeting her eyes for only a second, but that was long enough for him to understand the depth of her anger and to be frightened by it. A flush of childish embarrassment and temper had accompanied his pout, but now his face went pale. To Samson, in a voice that was too shrill and quaverous to be as tough as he intended, Rasmussen said, "Keep this crazy bitch away from me!" "Well, she's not actually crazy," Samson said. "Not clinically speaking, at least. Pretty hard to have anyone declared crazy these days. Lots of concern about their civil rights, you know. No, I wouldn't say she was crazy." Without looking away from Rasmussen, Julie said, "Thank you so much, Sam." "Well, you'll notice I didn't say anything about the other half of his accusation," Samson said good-naturedly. "Yeah, I got your point." While she talked to Samson, she kept her attention on Rasmussen. Everyone harbored a special fear, a private boogeyman built to his own specifications and crouched in a dark corner of his mind. And Julie knew what Tom Rasmussen feared more than anything else in the world. Not heights, not confining spaces, not crowds, cats, flying, insects, dogs, or darkness. Dakota and Dakota had developed a thick file on him in recent weeks, and had turned up the fact that he suffered from a phobia of blindness. In prison, every month with the regularity of a true obsessive, he had demanded an eye exam, claiming his vision was deteriorating, and he'd petitioned to be tested periodically for syphilis, diabetes, and other diseases that, untreated, could result in blindness. When not in prison, and he'd been there twice, he had a standing monthly appointment with an ophthalmologist in Costa Mesa. Still squatting in front of Rasmussen, Julie took hold of his chin. He flinched. She twisted his head toward her. She thrust 2 fingers of her other hand at him, raked them down his cheek, making red welts on his wan skin, but not hard enough to draw blood. He squealed and tried to strike her with his cuffed hands, but he was inhibited by both his fear and the chain that tethered his wrists to his ankles. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" She spread the same 2 fingers with which she'd scratched him, and now she poked them at him, stopping just 2 inches short of his eyes. He winced, made a mewling sound, and tried to pull loose of her, but she held him fast by the chin, forcing a confrontation. "Me and Bobby have been together 8 years, married more than 7, and they've been the best years of my life, but you come along and think you can just squash him the way you'd squash a bug." She slowly brought her fingertips closer to his eyes, 1.5 inches, 1 inch. Rasmussen tried to pull back. His head was against the wall. He had nowhere to go. The sharp tips of her manicured fingernails were less than 1/2 inch from his eyes. "This police brutality," Rasmussen said. "I'm not a cop," Julie said. "They are," he said, rolling his eyes at Sampson and Burdock. "You better get this bitch away from me. I'll sue your asses off." With her fingernails, she flicked his eyelashes. His attention snapped back to her. He was breathing fast, and suddenly he was sweating, too. She flicked his lashes again and smiled. The dark pupils of his yellow-brown eyes were wide open. "You bastards better hear me. I swear. I'll sue. They'll kick you off the force." She flicked his lashes again. He closed his eyes tight. "They'll take away your goddamn uniforms and badges. They'll throw you in prison. And you know what happens to ex-cops in prison? They get the shit kicked out of them, broken, killed, raped." His voice spiraled up, cracked on that last word, like the voice of an adolescent boy. Glancing at Sampson, to be sure she had his tacit, if not active, approval to carry this just a little further. Glancing also at Burdock, and seeing that he was not as placid as Sampson, but would probably stay out of it for a while yet, Julie pressed her fingernails against Rasmussen's eyelids. He attempted to squeeze his eyes even more tightly shut. She pressed harder. "You tried to take Bobby away from me, so I'll take your eyes away from you." "You're nuts." She pressed still harder. "Make her stop," Rasmussen demanded of the 2 cops. "If you don't want me to have my Bobby to look at, why should I let you look at anything ever again?" "What do you want?" Perspiration poured down Rasmussen's face. He looked like a candle in a bonfire, melting fast. "Who gave you permission to kill Bobby?" "Permission? What do you mean? Nobody. I don't need—" "You wouldn't have tried to touch him if your employer hadn't told you to do it." "I knew he was on to me," Rasmussen said frantically. And because she had not let up the pressure with her nails, thin tears flowed from under his eyelids. "I knew he was out there. Tumbled to him 5-6 days ago, even though he used different vans and trucks, even that orange van from the county seal on it. I had to do something, didn't I? I couldn't walk away from the job, too much money at stake. I couldn't let him just nail me when I finally got wizard. So I had to do something. Listen, Jesus, it was as simple as that." "You're just a computer freak, a hired hacker, morally bent, sleazy, but you're no tough guy. You're soft, squishy soft. You wouldn't plan a hit on your own. Your boss told you to do it." "I don't have a boss. I'm freelance." "Somebody still pays you." She risked more pressure, not with the points of her nails, but with the flat surfaces, although Rasmussen was so swept away by a rapture of fear that he might still imagine he could feel those filed edges gradually carving through the delicate shields of his eyelids. He must be seeing interior starfields now, bursts and whorls of color. And maybe he was feeling some pain. He was shaking. His shackles clinked and rattled. More tears squeezed from beneath his lids. "Delafield!" The word erupted from him as if he had been trying simultaneously to hold it back and to expel it with all his might. "Kevin Delafield!" "Who's he?" Julie asked, still holding Rasmussen's chin with one hand, her fingernails against his eyes unrelenting. "Microcrest Corporation." "That's who hired you for this?" He was rigid, afraid to move a fraction of an inch, convinced that the slightest shift in his position would force her fingernails into his eyes. "Yeah, Delafield. A nutcase, a renegade. They don't understand about him at Microcrest. They just know he gets results for him. When this hits the fan, they'll be surprised by it, blown away. So let go of me. What more do you want?" She let go of him. Immediately, he opened his eyes, blinked, testing his vision, then broke down and sobbed with relief. As Julie stood, the nearby elevator door opened and Bobby returned with the officer who had accompanied him downstairs to Aykroyd's office. Bobby looked at Rasmussen, cocked his head at Julie, clucked his tongue, and said, "You've been naughty, haven't you, dear? Can't I take you anywhere?" "Oh, I just had a conversation with Mr. Rasmussen, that's all." "Well, he seems to have found it stimulating," Bobby said. Rasmussen sat slumped forward, with his hands over his eyes, weeping uncontrollably. "We disagreed about something," Julie said. "Movies? Books? Music? Ah." Samson Garfus spoke softly. "You're a wild woman, Julie." "He tried to have Bobby killed," was all she said. Samson nodded. "I'm not saying I don't admire wildness sometimes, a little, but you sure as hell owe me one." "I do," she agreed. "You owe me more than one," Burdock said. "This guy's going to file a complaint. You can bet your ass on it." "Complaint about what?" Julie asked. "He's not even marked." Already the faint welts on Rasmussen's cheeks were fading. Sweat, tears, and a case of the shakes were the only evidence of his ordeal. "Listen," Julie told Burdock. "He cracked because I just happened to know exactly the right weak point where I could give him a little tap, like cutting a diamond. It worked because scum like him thinks everyone else is scum too, thinks we're capable of doing what he'd do in the same situation. I'd never put his eyes out, but he might have put mine out if our roles were reversed. So he thought for sure I'd do him like he would have done me. All I did was use his own screwed-up attitudes against him. Psychology. Nobody can file a complaint about the application of a little psychology." She turned to Bobby and said, "What was on those diskettes?" "Wizard. Not trash data. The whole thing. These have to be the files he duplicated. He only made one set while I was watching, and after the shooting started, he didn't have time to make backup copies." The elevator bell rang, and their floor number lit on the board. When the doors opened, a plainclothes detective they knew, Gil Daner, stepped into the hallway. Julie took the package of diskettes from Bobby, handed them to Daner. She said, "This is evidence. The whole case might rest on it. You think you can keep track of it?" Daner grinned. "Gosh, ma'am, I'll try."
Frank Pollard, alias James Roman, alias George Ferris, looked in the trunk of the stolen Chevy and found a small bundle of tools wrapped in a felt pouch and tucked in the wheel well. He used a screwdriver to take the plates off the car. Half an hour later, after cruising some of the higher and even more quiet neighborhoods in fog-bound Laguna, he parked on a dark side street and exchanged the Chevy's plates for those on an Oldsmobile. With luck, the owner of the Olds would not notice the new plates for a couple of days, maybe even a week or longer. Until he reported the switch, the Chevy would not match anything on a police hot sheet and would therefore be relatively safe to drive. In any case, Frank intended to get rid of the car by tomorrow night and either boost a new one or use some of the cash in the flight bag to buy legal wheels. Though he was exhausted, he didn't think it wise to check into a motel. 4:30 in the morning was a damned odd hour for anyone to be wanting a room. Furthermore, he was unshaven, and his thick hair was matted and oily, and both his jeans and checkered blue flannel shirt were dirty and rumpled from his recent adventures. The last thing he wanted to do was call attention to himself, so he decided to catch a few hours of sleep in the car. He drove farther south into Laguna Niguel, where he parked on a quiet residential street under the immense boughs of a date palm. He stretched out on the back seat as comfortably as possible without benefit of sufficient leg room or pillows, and closed his eyes. For the moment he was not afraid of his unknown pursuer, because he felt that the man was no longer nearby. Temporarily, at least, he had given his enemy the shake, and had no need to lie awake in fear of a hostile face suddenly appearing at the window. He was also able to put out of his mind all questions about his identity and the money in the flight bag. He was so tired, and his thought processes were so fuzzy, that any attempt to puzzle out solutions to those mysteries would be fruitless. He was kept awake, however, by the memory of how strange the events in Anaheim had been a few hours ago. The foreboding gusts of wind, the eerie flute-like music, imploding windows, exploding tires, failed brakes, failed steering. Who had come into that apartment behind the blue light? Was who the right word? Or would it be more accurate to ask what had been searching for him? During his urgent flight from Anaheim to Laguna, he'd not had the leisure to reflect upon those bizarre incidents. But now he could not turn his mind from them. He sensed that he had survived an encounter with something unnatural. Worse, he sensed that he knew what it was, and that his amnesia was self-induced by a deep desire to forget. After a while, even the memory of those preternatural events wasn't enough to keep him awake. The last thing that crossed his waking mind as he slipped off on a tide of sleep was that four-word phrase that had come to him when he had first awakened in the deserted alleyway. Fireflies in a windstorm.
By the time they had cooperated with the police at the scene, made arrangements for their disabled vehicles, and talked with the 3 corporate officers who showed up at Decadine, Bobby and Julie did not get home until shortly before dawn. They were dropped at their door by a police cruiser, and Bobby was glad to see the place. They lived on the east side of Orange in a 3-bedroom sort of ersatz Spanish tract house, which they had bought new 2 years ago, largely for its investment potential. Even at night, the relative youth of the neighborhood was apparent in the landscaping. None of the shrubbery had reached full size. The trees were still too immature to loom higher than the rain gutters on the houses. Bobby unlocked the door, Julie went in, and he followed. The sound of their footsteps on the parquet floor of the foyer, echoing hollowly off the bare walls of the adjacent and utterly empty living room, was proof that they were not committed to the house for the long term. To save money toward the fulfillment of the dream, they had left the living room, dining room, and 2 bedrooms unfurnished. They installed cheap carpet and cheaper draperies. Not a penny had been spent on other improvements. This was merely a way station, en route to the dream, so they saw no point in lavishing funds on the decor. The dream. That was how they thought of it, with a capital T and a capital D. They kept their expenses as low as possible in order to fund the dream. They didn't spend much on clothes or vacations, and they didn't buy fancy cars. With hard work and iron determination, they were building Dakota and Dakota Investigations into a major firm that could be sold for a large capital gain, so they plowed a lot of earnings back into the business to make it grow for the dream. At the back of the house, the kitchen and family room and the small breakfast area that separated them were furnished. This and the master bedroom upstairs was where they lived when at home. The kitchen had a Spanish tile floor, beige counters, and dark oak cabinets. No money had been spent on decorative accessories, but the room had a cozy feeling because some necessities of a functioning kitchen were on display. A net bag filled with 6 onions, copper pots dangling from a ceiling rack, cooking utensils, bottles of spices. 3 green tomatoes were ripening on the windowsill. Julie leaned against the counter as if she could not stand another moment without support. And Bobby said, "You want a drink?" "Booze at dawn?" "Oh, I was thinking more of milk or juice." "No, thanks." "Hungry?" She shook her head. "I just want to fall into bed. I'm beat." He took her in his arms, held her close, cheek to cheek, with his face buried in her hair. Her arms tightened around him. They stood that way for a while, saying nothing, letting the residual fear evaporate in the gentle heat they generated between them. Fear and love were indivisible. If you allowed yourself to care, to love, you made yourself vulnerable, and vulnerability led to fear. He found meaning in life through his relationship with her. And if she died, meaning and purpose would die too. With Julie still in his arms, Bobby leaned back and studied her face. The smudges of dried blood had been wiped away. The skinned spot on her forehead was beginning to scab over with a thin yellow membrane. However, the imprint of their recent ordeal consisted of more than the abrasion on her forehead. With her tan complexion, she could never be said to look pale, even in moments of the most profound anxiety. A detectable grayness seeped into her face, however, at times like this, and at the moment her cinnamon and cream skin was underlaid with a shade of gray that made him think of headstone marble. "It's over," he assured her. "We're okay." "It's not over in my dreams. It won't be for weeks. A thing like tonight adds to the legend of Dakota and Dakota. I don't want to be a legend. Legends are all dead. We'll be living legends, and that'll bring in business. The more business we build, the sooner we can sell out, grab the dream." He kissed her gently on each corner of her mouth. "I have to call in. Leave a long message on the agency machine so Clint will know how to handle everything when he goes to work." "Yeah, I don't want the phone to start ringing only a couple of hours after I've hit the sheets." He kissed her again and went to the wall phone beside the refrigerator. As he was dialing the office number, he heard Julie walk to the bathroom off the short hall that connected the kitchen to the laundry room. She closed the bathroom door. Just as the answering machine picked up, "Thank you for calling Dakota and Dakota. No one—" Clint Karagiosis, whose Greek-American family had been fans of Clint Eastwood from the earliest days of his first television show, Rawhide, was Bobby and Julie's right-hand man in the office. He could be trusted to handle any problem. Bobby left a long message for him, summarizing the events at Decadine and noting specific tasks that had to be done to wrap up the case. When he hung up, he stepped down into the adjoining family room, switched on the CD player, and put on a Benny Goodman disc. The first notes of King Porter Stomp brought the dead room to life. In the kitchen again, he got a quart can of eggnog from the refrigerator. They had bought it 2 weeks ago for their quiet, at-home New Year's Eve celebration, but had not opened it after all on the holiday. He opened it now and half-filled 2 water glasses. From the bathroom, he heard Julie make a tortured sound. She was finally throwing up. It was mostly just dry heaves because they had not eaten in 8 or 10 hours, but the spasms sounded violent. Throughout the night, Bobby had expected her to succumb to nausea, and he was surprised that she had retained control of herself this long. He retrieved a bottle of white rum from the bar cabinet in the family room and spiked each serving of eggnog with a double shot. He was gently stirring the drinks with a spoon to blend in the rum when Julie returned, looking even grayer than before. When she saw what he was doing, she said, "I don't need that. I know what you need. I'm psychic. I knew you'd toss your cookies after what happened tonight. Now I know you need this." He stepped to the sink and rinsed off the spoon. "No, Bobby, really, I can't drink that." The Goodman music didn't seem to be energizing her. "It'll settle your stomach, and if you don't drink it, you're not going to sleep." Taking her by the arm, crossing the breakfast area, and stepping down into the family room, he said, "You'll lie awake, worrying about me, worrying about Thomas," Thomas was her brother, "about the world, and everyone in it." They sat on the sofa, and he did not turn on any lamps. The only light was what reached them from the kitchen. She drew her legs under her and turned slightly to face him. Her eyes shone with a soft, reflected light. She sipped the eggnog. The room was now filled with the strains of One Sweet Letter from You, one of Goodman's most beautiful thematic statements, with a vocal by Louise Tobin. They sat and listened for a while. Then Julie said, "I'm tough, Bobby, I really am." "I know you are. I don't want you thinking I'm lame. Never. It wasn't the shooting that made me sick, or using the Toyota to run that guy down, even though the thought of almost losing you, I know. It was what you had to do to Rasmussen. Well, he's a slimy little weasel-faced bastard, but even he doesn't deserve to be broken like that. What I did to him stank. It was the only way to crack the case, because it wasn't near cracked till we'd found out who hired him. She drank more eggnog. She frowned down at the milky contents of her glass, as if the answer to some mystery could be found there. Following Tobin's vocal, Ziggy Elman came in with a lusty trumpet solo, followed by Goodman's clarinet. The sweet sounds made that boxy, tract house room seem like the most romantic place in the world. What I did for the dream. Giving Decadine Rasmussen's employer will please them, but breaking him was somehow worse than wasting a man in a fair gunfight. Bobby put one hand on her knee. It was a nice knee. After all these years, he was still sometimes surprised by her slenderness and the delicacy of her bone structure, for he always thought of her as being strong for her size, solid, indomitable. If you hadn't put Rasmussen in that vise and squeezed him, I would have done it. No, you wouldn't have. You're scrappy, Bobby, and you're smart, and you're tough. But there are certain things you can never do. This was one of them. Don't jive me just to make me feel good. You're right, he said. I couldn't have done it. But I'm glad you did. Decadine's very big time, and this could have set us back years if we'd flubbed it. Is there anything we won't do for the dream? Bobby said, sure. We wouldn't torture small children with red-hot knives, and we wouldn't shove innocent old ladies down long flights of stairs, and we wouldn't club a basket full of newborn puppies to death with an iron bar, at least not without good reason. Her laughter lacked a full measure of humor. Listen, he said, you're a good person. You've got a good heart, and nothing you did to Rasmussen blackens it at all. I hope you're right. It's a hard world sometimes. Another drink will soften it a little. You know the calories in these? I'll be as fat as a hippo. Hippos are cute, he said, taking her glass and heading back toward the kitchen to pour another drink. I love hippos. Well, you won't want to make love to one. Sure. More to hold, more to love. You'll be crushed. Well, of course, I'll always insist on taking the top.
Candy was going to kill. He stood in the dark living room of a stranger's house, shaking with need. Blood. He needed blood. Candy was going to kill, and there was nothing he could do to stop himself. Not even thinking of his mother could shame him into controlling his hunger. His given name was James, but his mother, an unselfish soul, exceedingly kind, brimming with love, a saint, always said he was her little Candy boy. Never James, never Jim or Jimmy. She'd said he was sweeter than anything on earth, and little Candy boy eventually had become Candy boy, and by the time he was 6, the sobriquet had been shortened and capitalized, and he had become Candy for good. Now at 29, that was the only name to which he would answer. Many people thought murder was a sin. He knew otherwise. Some were born with a taste for blood. God had made them what they were and expected them to kill chosen victims. It was all part of his mysterious plan. The only sin was to kill when God and your mother did not approve of the victim, which was exactly what he was about to do. He was ashamed, but he was also in need. He listened to the house. Silence. Like unearthly and dusky beasts, the shadowy forms of the living-room furniture huddled around him. Breathing hard, trembling, Candy moved into the dining room, kitchen, family room, and then slowly along the hallway that led to the front of the house. He made no sound that would have alerted anyone asleep upstairs. He seemed to glide rather than walk, as if he were a specter instead of a real man. He paused at the foot of the stairs and made one last feeble attempt to overcome his murderous compulsion. Failing, he shuddered and let out his pent-up breath. He began to climb toward the second floor where the family was probably sleeping. His mother would understand and forgive him. She had taught him that killing was good and moral, but only when necessary, only when it benefited the family. She had been terribly angry with him on those occasions when he had killed out of sheer compulsion with no good reason. She'd had no need to punish him physically for his errant ways, because her displeasure gave him more agony than any punishment she could have devised. For days at a time, she refused to speak to him, and that silent treatment caused his chest to swell with pain, so it seemed as if his heart would spasm and cease to beat. She looked straight through him, too, as if he no longer existed. When the other children spoke of him, she said, "Oh, you mean your late brother, Candy, your poor dead brother. Well, remember him if you want, but only among yourselves, not to me, never to me, because I don't want to remember him, not that bad seed. He was no good, that one, no good at all, wouldn't listen to his mother, not him, always thought he knew better. Just the sound of his name makes me sick, revolts me, so don't mention him in my hearing." Each time that Candy had been temporarily banished to the land of the dead for having misbehaved, no place was set for him at the table, and he had to stand in a corner watching the others eat, as if he was a visiting spirit. She would not favor him with either a frown or a smile, and she would not stroke his hair or touch his face with her warm, soft hands, and she would not let him cuddle against her or put his weary head upon her breast, and at night he had to find his way into a troubled sleep without being guided there by either her bedtime stories or sweet lullabies. In that total banishment, he learned more of hell than he ever hoped to know. But she would understand why Candy could not control himself tonight, and she'd forgive him. Sooner or later she always forgave him, because her love for him was like the love of God for all his children, perfect, rich with forbearance and mercy. When she deemed that Candy had suffered enough, she always had looked at him again, smiled for him, opened her arms wide. In her new acceptance of him, he had experienced as much of heaven as he needed to know. She was in heaven now, herself, 7 long years. God, how he missed her. But she was watching him even now. She would know he had lost control tonight, and she would be disappointed in him. He climbed the stairs, rushing up 2 risers at a time, staying close to the wall where the steps were less likely to squeak. He was a big man, but graceful and light on his feet, and if some of the stair treads were loose or tired with age, they did not creak under him. In the upstairs hall, he paused, listening. Nothing. A dim nightlight was part of the overhead smoke alarm. The glow was just bright enough for Candy to see 2 doors on the right of the hall, 2 on the left, and 1 at the far end. He crept to the first door on the right, eased it open, and slipped into the room beyond. He closed the door again and stood with his back to it. Although his need was great, he forced himself to wait for his eyes to adjust to the gloom. Ashen light from a street lamp at least half a block away glimmered faintly at the 2 windows. He noticed the mirror first, a frosty rectangle in which the meager radiance was murkily reflected. Then he began to make out the shape of the dresser beneath it. A moment later he was also able to see the bed and dimly the huddled form of someone lying under a light-colored blanket that was vaguely phosphorescent. Candy stepped cautiously to the bed, took hold of the blanket and sheets, and hesitated, listening to the soft, rhythmic breathing of the sleeper. He detected a trace of perfume mingled with a pleasant scent of warm skin and recently shampooed hair. A girl. He could always tell girl smell from boy smell. He also sensed that this one was young, perhaps a teenager. If his need had not been so intense, he would have hesitated much longer than he did, for the moments preceding a kill were exciting, almost better than the act itself. With a dramatic flick of his arm, as if he were a magician throwing back the cloth that had covered an empty cage to reveal a captive dove of sorcerous origins, he uncovered the sleeper. He fell upon her, crushing her into the mattress with his body. She woke instantly and tried to scream, even though he had surely knocked the wind out of her. Fortunately, he had unusually large and powerful hands, and he had found her face, even as she began to raise her voice. So he was able to thrust his palm under her chin and hook his fingers in her cheeks and clamp her mouth shut. "Be quiet or I'll kill you," he whispered, his lips brushing against her delicate ear. Making a muffled, panicky sound, she squirmed under him, though to no avail. Judging by the feel of her, she was a girl, not a woman. Perhaps no younger than 12, certainly no older than 15. She was no match for him. "I don't want to hurt you. I just want you. And when I'm done with you, I'll leave." That was a lie, for he had no desire to rape her. Sex was of no interest to him. Indeed, sex disgusted him, involving unmentionable fluids. Depending upon the shameless use of the same organs associated with urination, sex was an unspeakably repulsive act. Other people's fascination with it only proved to Candy that men and women were members of a fallen species, and that the world was a cesspool of sin and madness. Either because she believed his pledge not to kill her, or because she was now half paralyzed with fear, she stopped resisting. Maybe she just needed all of her energy to breathe. Candy's full weight, 220 pounds, was pressing on her chest, restricting her lungs. Against his hand, with which he clamped her mouth shut, he could feel her cool inhalations as her nostrils flared, followed by short, hot exhalations. His vision had continued to adapt to the poor light. Although he still could not make out the details of her face, he could see her eyes shining darkly in the gloom, glistening with terror. He could also see that she was a blonde. Her pale hair caught even the dull gray glow from the windows and shone with burnished silver highlights. With his free hand, he gently pushed her hair back from the right side of her neck. He shifted his position slightly, moving down on her in order to bring his lips to her throat. He kissed the tender flesh, felt the strong throb of her pulse against his lips, then bit deep and found the blood. She bucked and thrashed beneath him, but he held her down and held her fast, and she could not dislodge his greedy mouth from the wound he had made. He swallowed rapidly, but could not consume the thick, sweet fluid as fast as it was offered. Soon, however, the flow diminished. The girl's convulsions became less violent as well, then faded altogether, until she was as still beneath him as if she had been nothing more than a tangled mound of bedclothes. He rose from her and switched on the bedside lamp just long enough to see her face. He always wanted to see their faces after their sacrifices, if not before. He also liked to look into their eyes, which seemed not sightless, but gifted with a vision of the far place to which their souls had gone. He did not entirely understand his curiosity. After all, when he ate a steak, he did not wonder what the cow had looked like. This girl, and each of the others on whom he'd fed, should have been nothing more than one of the cattle to him. Once, in a dream, when he had finished drinking from a ravaged throat, his victim, although dead, had spoken to him, asking him why he wanted to look upon her in death. When he had said that he didn't know the answer to her question, she had suggested that perhaps, on those occasions when he had killed in the dark, he later needed to see his victims' faces because, in some unlit corner of his heart, he half expected to find his own face looking up at him, ice-white and dead-eyed. "Deep down," the dream victim had said, "deep down you know that you're already dead yourself, burned out inside. You realize that you have far more in common with your victims after you've killed them than before." Those words, although spoken only in a dream and though amounting to the purest nonsense, had nevertheless brought him awake with a sharp cry. He was alive, not dead, powerful and vital, a man with appetites as strong as they were unusual. The dream victim's words stayed with him over the years, and when they echoed through his memory at times like this, they made him anxious. Now, as always, he refused to dwell on them. He turned his attention instead to the girl on the bed. She appeared to be about 14, quite pretty. Captivated by her flawless complexion, he wondered if her skin would feel as perfect as it looked, as smooth as porcelain if he dared to stroke it with his fingertips. Her lips were slightly parted, as if they had been gently prized open by her spirit as it departed her. Her wonderfully blue, clear eyes seemed enormous, too big for her face, and as wide as a winter sky. He would have liked to gaze upon her for hours. Letting a sigh of regret escape him, he switched off the lamp. He stood for a while in the darkness, enveloped by the pungent aroma of blood. When his eyes had readjusted to the gloom, he returned to the hall, not bothering to close the girl's door behind him. He entered the room across from hers and found it untenanted. But in the room next to that one, Candy smelled a trace of stale sweat and heard snoring. This one was a boy, 17 or 18, not a big kid, but not small either, and he put up more of a struggle than his sister. However, he was sleeping on his stomach, and when Candy threw back the covers and fell upon him, the boy's face was jammed hard into the pillow and mattress, smothering him and making it difficult for him to shout a warning. The fight was violent but brief. The boy passed out from lack of oxygen, and Candy flopped him over. When he went for the exposed throat, Candy let out a low and eager cry that was louder than any sound the boy had made. Later, when he opened the door to the fourth bedroom, the first pewter light of dawn had pierced the windows. Shadows still huddled in the corners, but the deeper darkness had been chased off. The early light was too thin to elicit color from objects, and everything in the room seemed to be one shade of gray or another. An attractive blonde, in her late 30s, was asleep on one side of a king-size bed. The sheets and blanket on the other half of the bed were hardly disturbed, so he figured the woman's husband had either moved out or was away on business. He noted a half-full glass of water and a plastic bottle of prescription drugs on the nightstand. He picked up the pharmacy bottle and saw that it was 2/3 full of small pills, a sedative, according to the label. From the label, he also learned her name, Roseanne Lofton. Candy stood for a while, staring down at her face, and an old longing for maternal solace stirred in him. Need continued to drive him, but he did not want to take her violently, did not want to rip her open and drain her in a few minutes. He wanted this one to last. He had the urge to suckle on this woman as he had suckled on his mother's blood, when she would permit him that grace. Occasionally, when he was in her favor, his mother would make a shallow cut in the palm of her hand, or puncture one of her fingers, then allow him to curl up against her and be nursed on her blood for an hour or longer. During that time, a great peace stole over him, a bliss so profound that the world and all its pain ceased to be real to him, because his mother's blood was like no other, untainted, pure as the tears of a saint. Through such small wounds, of course, he was able to drink no more than an ounce or two of her, but that meager dribble was more precious and more nourishing to him than the gallons he might have drained from a score of other people. The woman before him would not have such ambrosia within her veins, but if he closed his eyes while he suckled on her, and if he let his mind reel backward to memories of the days before his mother's death, he might recapture at least some of the exquisite serenity he had known then, and experience a faint echo of that old thrill. At last, without casting the covers aside, Candy gently lowered himself to the bed and stretched out beside the woman, watching as her heavy-lidded eyes fluttered and then opened. She blinked at him as he cuddled next to her, and for a moment she seemed to think that she was still dreaming, for no expression tightened the muscles of her slack face. "All I want is your blood," he said softly. Abruptly she cast off the lingering effects of the sedative, and her eyes filled with alarm. Before she could spoil the beauty of the moment by screaming or resisting, thereby shattering the illusion that she was his mother and was giving voluntarily of herself, he struck the side of her neck with his heavy fist. Then he struck her again. Then he hammered the side of her face twice. She slumped unconscious against the pillow. He squirmed under the covers to be close against her, withdrew her hand, and nipped her palm with his teeth. He put his head on the pillow, lying face to face with her, holding her hand between them, drinking the slow trickle from her palm. He closed his eyes after a while and tried to imagine that she was his mother, and eventually a gratifying peace stole over him. However, though he was happier at that moment than he had been in a long time, it was not a deep happiness, merely a veneer of joy that brightened the surface of his heart but left the inner chambers dark and cold. After only a few hours of sleep, Frank Pollard woke in the back seat of the stolen Chevy. The morning sun streaming through the windows was bright enough to make him wince. He was stiff, achy, and unrested. His throat was dry and his eyes burned as if he had not slept for days. Groaning, Frank swung his legs off the seat, sat up, and cleared his throat. He realized that both of his hands were numb. They felt cold and dead, and he saw that he had curled them into fists. He had evidently been sleeping that way for some time, because at first he could not unclench. With considerable effort he opened his right fist, and a handful of something black and grainy poured through his tingling fingers. He stared, perplexed at the fine grains that had spilled down the leg of his jeans and onto his right shoe. He raised his hand to take a closer look at the residue that had stuck to his palm. It looked and smelled like sand. Black sand? Where had he gotten it? When he opened his left hand, more sand spilled out. Confused, he looked through the car windows at the residential neighborhood around him. He saw green lawns, dark topsoil showing through where the grass was sparse, mulch-filled planting beds, redwood chips mounded around some shrubs, but nothing like what he had held in his tightly clenched fists. He was in Laguna Niguel, so the Pacific Ocean was nearby, rimmed by broad beaches, but those beaches were white, not black. As full circulation returned to his cramped fingers, he leaned back in the seat, raised his hands in front of his face, and stared at the black grains that speckled his sweat-damp skin. Sand, even black sand, was a humble and innocent substance, but the residue on his hands troubled him as deeply as if it had been fresh blood. "Who the hell am I? What's happening to me?" he wondered aloud. He knew that he needed help, but he didn't know to whom he could turn.
Bobby was awakened by a Santa Ana wind soughing in the trees outside. It whistled under the eaves and forced a course of ticks and creaks from the cedar shingle roof and the attic rafters. He blinked sleep-matted eyes and squinted at the numbers on the bedroom ceiling. 12:07. Because they sometimes worked odd hours and slept during the day, they had installed exterior Roloden security shutters, leaving the room coal-mine dark except for the projection clock's pale green numerals, which floated on the ceiling like some portentous spirit message from beyond. Because he had gone to bed near dawn, and instantly to sleep, he knew the numbers on the ceiling meant that it was shortly past noon, not midnight. He had slept perhaps 6 hours. He lay unmoving for a moment, wondering if Julie was awake. She said, "I am." "You're spooky," he said. "You knew what I was thinking." "That's not spooky," she said. "That's married." He reached for her, and she came into his arms. For a while, they just held each other, satisfied to be close, but by mutual and unspoken desire, they began to make love. The projection clock's glowing green numerals were too pale to relieve the absolute darkness, so Bobby could see nothing of Julie as they clung together. However, he saw her through his hands. As he reveled in the smoothness and warmth of her skin, the elegant curves of her breasts, the discovery of angularity precisely where angularity was desirable, the tautness of muscle and the fluid movement of muscle and bone, he might have been a blind man using his hands to describe an inner vision of ideal beauty. The wind shook the world outside in sympathy with the climaxes that shook Julie, and when Bobby could withhold himself no longer, when he cried out and emptied himself into her, the skirling wind cried too, and a bird that had taken shelter in a nearby eave was blown from its perch with a rustle of wings and a spiraling shriek. For a while they lay side by side in the blackness, their breath mingling, touching each other almost reverently. They did not want or need to speak. Talk would have diminished the moment. The aluminum slat shutters vibrated softly in the huffing wind. Gradually, the afterglow of love-making gave way to a curious uneasiness, the source of which Bobby could not identify. The enveloping blackness began to seem oppressive, as if a continued absence of light was somehow contributing to a thickening of the air, until it would become viscid and unbreathable as syrup. Though he had just made love to her, he was stricken by the crazy notion that Julie was not actually there with him, that what he had coupled with was a dream, or the congealing darkness itself, and that she had been stolen from him in the night, whisked away by some power he could not fathom, and that she was forever beyond his reach. His childish fear made him feel foolish, but he rose onto one elbow and turned on one of the wall-mounted bedside lamps. When he saw Julie lying beside him, smiling, her head raised on a pillow, the level of his inexplicable anxiety abruptly dropped. He let out a rush of breath, surprised to discover that he'd pent it up in the first place. But a peculiar tension remained in him, and the sight of Julie, safe and undamaged, but for the scabbing spot on her forehead, was insufficient to completely relax him. "What's wrong?" she asked, as perceptive as ever. "Nothing," he lied. "Bit of a headache from all that rum in the eggnog?" What troubled him was not a hangover, but the queer, unshakable feeling that he was going to lose Julie, that something out there in a hostile world was coming to take her away. As the optimist in the family, he wasn't usually given to grim forebodings of doom. Accordingly, this strange, augural chill frightened him more than it would have if he had been regularly subject to such disturbances. "Bobby?" she said, frowning. "Headache," he assured her. He leaned down and gently kissed her eyes, then again, forcing her to close them so she would not see his face and read the anxiety that he was unable to conceal. Later, after showering and dressing, they ate a hasty breakfast while standing at the kitchen counter, English muffins and raspberry jam, half a banana each, and black coffee. By mutual agreement, they were not going to the office. A brief call to Clint Karagiosis confirmed that the wrap-up on the Decadine case was nearly completed, and that no business needed their urgent personal attention. Their Suzuki Samurai waited in the garage, and Bobby's spirits rose at the sight of it. The Samurai was a small sports truck with four-wheel drive. He had justified its purchase by pitching its dual nature, utilitarian and recreational, to Julie, especially noting its comparatively reasonable price tag. But in fact, he had wanted it because it was fun to drive. She had not been deceived, and she had gone for it because she, too, thought it was fun to drive. This time, she was willing to let him have the wheel when he suggested she drive. "I did enough driving last night," she said as she buckled herself into her shoulder harness. Dead leaves, twigs, a few scraps of paper, and less identifiable detritus whirled and tumbled along the windswept streets. Dust devils spun out of the east as the Santa Anas, named for the mountains out of which they arose, poured down through the canyons and across the arid, scrub-stubbled hills that Orange County's industrious developers had not yet graded and covered with thousands of nearly identical wood and stucco pieces of the California dream. Trees bent to the surging oceans of air that moved in powerful and erratic tides towards the real sea in the west. The previous night's fog was gone, and the day was so clear that from the hills Catalina Island could be seen 26 miles off the Pacific's distant coast. Julie popped an Artie Shaw CD into the player, and the smooth melody and softly bouncing rhythms of Begin the Beguine filled the car. The mellow saxophones of Les Robinson, Hank Freeman, Tony Pastor, and Ronnie Perry provided strange counterpoint to the chaos and dissonance of the Santa Ana winds. From Orange, Bobby drove south and west toward the beach cities, Newport, Corona del Mar, Laguna, Dana Point. He traveled as much as possible on those few of the urbanized county's blacktop byways that could still be called back roads. They even passed a couple of orange groves, with which the county had once been carpeted, but which had mostly fallen to the relentless advance of the tracts and malls. Julie became more talkative and bubbly as the miles rolled up on the odometer, but Bobby knew that her sprightly mood was not genuine. Each time they set out to visit her brother Thomas, she worked hard to inflate her spirits. Although she loved Thomas, every time that she was with him, her heart broke anew, so she had to fortify herself in advance with manufactured good humor. "Not a cloud in the sky," she said as they passed the old Irvine Ranch fruit-packing plant. "Isn't it a beautiful day, Bobby?" "It's a wonderful day," he agreed. "The wind must have pushed the clouds all the way to Japan, piled them up miles high over Tokyo." "Yeah, right now California litter is falling on the Ginza." Hundreds of red bougainvillea blossoms, stripped from their vines by the wind, blew across the road, and for a moment the samurai seemed to be caught in a crimson snowstorm. Maybe it was because they'd just spoken of Japan, but there was something oriental about the whirl of petals. He would not have been surprised to glimpse a kimono-clad woman at the side of the road, dappled in sunshine and shadow. "Even a windstorm is beautiful here," Julie said. "Aren't we lucky, Bobby? Aren't we lucky to be living in this special place?" Shaw's Frenesy struck up, String-Rich Swing. Every time he heard the song, Bobby was almost able to imagine that he was in a movie from the 1930s or 40s, and he would turn a corner and encounter his old friend Jimmy Stewart, or maybe Bing Crosby, and they'd go off to have lunch with Cary Grant and Jean Arthur and Katharine Hepburn, and screwball things would happen. "What movie are you in?" Julie asked. She knew him too well. "Haven't figured it out yet. Maybe The Philadelphia Story." By the time they pulled into the parking lot of Cielo Vista Care Home, Julie had whipped herself into a state of high good humor. She got out of the Samurai, faced west, and grinned at the horizon, which was delineated by the marriage of sea and sky, as if she had never encountered a sight to match it. In truth, it was a stunning panorama, because Cielo Vista stood on a bluff half a mile from the Pacific, overlooking a long stretch of Southern California's Gold Coast. Bobby admired it, too, shoulders hunched slightly and head tucked down in deference to the cool and blustery wind. When Julie was ready, she took Bobby's hand and squeezed it hard, and they went inside. Cielo Vista Care Home was a private facility, operated without government funds, and its architecture eschewed all of the standard institutional looks. Its two-story Spanish facade of pale peach stucco was accented by white marble corner-pieces, door frames, and window lintels. White-painted French windows and doors were recessed in graceful arches with deep sills. The sidewalks were shaded by lattice arbors, draped with a mix of purple and yellow-blooming bougainvillea, from which the wind drew a chorus of urgent whispers. Inside, the floors were gray vinyl tiles speckled with peach and turquoise, and the walls were peach with white base and crown molding, which lent the place a warm and airy ambience. They paused in the foyer, just inside the front door, while Julie withdrew a comb from her purse and pulled the wind tangles from her hair. After stopping at the front desk in the cozy visitors' lobby, they followed the north hall to Thomas's first-floor room. His was the second of the two beds, nearest the windows, but he was neither there nor in his armchair. When they stopped in his open doorway, he was sitting at a work table that belonged to both him and his roommate, Derek. Bent over the table, using a pair of scissors to clip a photograph from a magazine, Thomas appeared curiously both hulking and fragile, thick-set yet delicate. Physically, he was solid, but mentally and emotionally, he was frail, and that inner weakness shone through to belie the outer image of strength. With his thick neck, heavy rounded shoulders, broad back, proportionally short arms and stocky legs, Thomas had a gnomish look. But when he became aware of them and turned his head to see who was there, his face was not graced by the cute and beguiling features of a fairy-tale creature. It was instead a face of cruel genetic destiny and biological tragedy. "Jules," he said, dropping the scissors and magazine, nearly knocking over his chair in his haste to get up. He was wearing baggy jeans and a green plaid flannel shirt. He seemed 10 years younger than his true age. "Jules! Jules!" Julie let go of Bobby's hand and stepped into the room, opening her arms to her brother. "Hi, honey." Thomas hurried to her in that shuffling walk of his, as if his shoes were heeled and soled with enough iron to preclude his lifting them. Although he was 20 years old, 10 years younger than Julie, he was 4 inches shorter than she, barely 5 feet. He had been born with Down syndrome, a diagnosis that even a layman could read in his face. His brow was sloped and heavy. Inner epicanthic folds gave his eyes an oriental cast. The bridge of his nose was flat, his ears were low set on a head that was slightly too small to be in proportion to his body. The rest of his features had those soft, heavy contours often associated with mental retardation. Though it was a countenance shaped more for expressions of sadness and loneliness, it now defied its naturally downcast lines and formed itself into a wondrous smile, a warm grin of pure delight. Julie always had that effect on Thomas. Hell, she has that effect on me, Bobby thought. Stooping only slightly, Julie threw her arms around her brother when he came to her, and for a while they hugged each other. "How are you doing?" she asked. "Good," Thomas said. "I'm good." His speech was thick but not at all difficult to understand, for his tongue was not as deformed as those of some victims of DS. It was a little larger than it should have been, but not fissured or protruding. "I'm real good." "Where's Derek?" "Visiting. Down the hall. He'll be back." "I'm real good. Are you good?" "I'm fine, honey. Just great." "I'm just great, too. I love you, Jules," Thomas said happily. For with Julie, he was always free of the shyness that colored his relations with everyone else. "I love you so much." "I love you too, Thomas." "I was afraid maybe you wouldn't come." "Don't I always come?" "Always," he said. At last he relaxed his grip on his sister and peeked around her. "Hi, Bobby." "Hi, Thomas. You're looking good." "Am I?" "If I'm lying, I'm dying." Thomas laughed. To Julie he said, "He's funny." "Do I get a hug too?" Bobby asked. "Or do I have to stand here with my arms out until someone mistakes me for a hat rack?" Hesitantly, Thomas let go of his sister. He and Bobby embraced. After all these years, Thomas was still not entirely comfortable with Bobby, not because they had bad chemistry between them or any bad feelings, but because Thomas didn't like change very much and adapted to it slowly. Even after more than 7 years, his sister being married was a change, something that still felt new to him. But he likes me, Bobby thought, maybe even as much as I like him. Liking DS victims was not difficult once you got past the pity that initially distanced you from them, because most of them had an innocence and guilelessness that was charming and refreshing. Except when inhibited by shyness or embarrassment about their differences, they were usually forthright, more truthful than other people, and incapable of the petty social games and scheming that marred so many relationships among ordinary people. The previous summer at Cielo Vista's 4th of July picnic, a mother of one of the other patients had said to Bobby, "Sometimes watching them, I think there's something in them, a gentleness, a special kindness that's closer to God than anything in us." Bobby felt the truth of that observation now, as he hugged Thomas and looked down at his sweet, lumpish face. "Did we interrupt a poem?" Julie asked. Thomas let go of Bobby and hurried to the work table where Julie was looking at the magazine from which he had been clipping a picture when they'd arrived. He opened his current scrapbook. 14 others were filled with his creations and shelved in a corner bookcase near his bed, and pointed to a 2-page spread of pasted-in clippings that were arranged in lines and quatrains like poetry. "This was yesterday. Finished yesterday," Thomas said. "Took me a long time, and it was hard, but now it is right." 4 or 5 years ago, Thomas had decided he wanted to be a poet, like someone he'd seen and admired on television. The degree of mental retardation among victims of Down syndrome varied widely, from mild to severe. Thomas was somewhere just above the middle of the spectrum, but he did not possess the intellectual capacity to learn to write more than his name. That didn't stop him. He asked for paper, glue, a scrapbook, piles of old magazines. Since he rarely asked for anything, and since Julie would have moved a mountain on her back to get him whatever he wanted, the items on his list were soon in his possession. All kinds of magazines, he'd said, with different pretty pictures, but ugly too, all kinds. From Time, Newsweek, Life, Hot Rod, Omni, 17, and dozens of other publications, he snipped whole pictures and parts of pictures, arranging them as if they were words in a series of images that made a statement that was important to him. Some of his poems were only 5 images long, and some involved hundreds of clippings arranged in orderly stanzas, or more often in loosely structured lines that resembled free verse. Julie took the scrapbook from him and went to the armchair by the window, where she could concentrate on his newest composition. Thomas remained at the work table, watching her anxiously. His picture poems did not tell stories or have recognizable thematic narratives, but neither were they merely random jumbles of images. A church spire, a mouse, a beautiful woman in an emerald green ball gown, a field of daisies, a can of Dole pineapple rings, a crescent moon, pancakes in a stack with syrup drizzling down, rubies gleaming on a black velvet display cloth, a fish with mouth agape, a child laughing, a nun praying, a woman crying over the blasted body of a loved one in some God-forsaken war zone, a pack of lifesavers, a puppy with floppy ears, black-clad nuns with starched white wimples. From those and thousands of other pictures in his treasured boxes of clippings, Thomas selected the elements of his compositions. From the beginning, Bobby recognized an uncanny rightness to many of the poems, a symmetry too fundamental to be defined, juxtapositions that were both naive and profound, rhythms as real as they were elusive, a personal vision plain to see but too mysterious to comprehend to any significant degree. Over the years, Bobby had seen the poems become better, more satisfying, though he understood them so little that he could not explain how he could discern the improvement. He just knew that it was there. Julie looked up from the 2-page spread in the scrapbook and said, "This is wonderful, Thomas. It makes me want to run outside in the grass, stand under the sky, maybe even dance. Just throw my head back and laugh. It makes me glad to be alive." "Yes," Thomas said, slurring the word and clapping his hands. She passed the book to Bobby. He sat on the edge of the bed and read it. The most intriguing thing about Thomas's poems was the emotional response they invariably evoked. None left a reader untouched, as an array of randomly assembled images might have done. Sometimes, when looking at Thomas's work, Bobby laughed out loud, and sometimes he was so moved that he had to blink back tears, and sometimes he felt fear, or sadness, or regret, or wonder. He did not know why he responded to any particular piece as he did. The effect always defied analysis. Thomas's compositions functioned on some primal level, eliciting reaction from a region of the mind far deeper than the subconscious. The latest poem was no exception. Bobby felt what Julie had felt, that life was good, that the world was beautiful, elation in the very fact of existence. He looked up from the scrapbook and saw that Thomas was awaiting his reaction as eagerly as he had awaited Julie's, perhaps a sign that Bobby's opinion was cherished as much as hers, even if he still didn't rate as long or as ardent a hug as Julie did. "Wow," he said softly. "Thomas, this one gives me such a warm, tingly feeling that, well, I think my toes are curling." Thomas grinned. Sometimes Bobby looked at his brother-in-law and felt that 2 Thomases shared that sadly deformed skull. Thomas number 1 was the moron, sweet but feeble-minded. Thomas number 2 was just as smart as anyone, but he occupied only a small part of the damaged brain that he shared with Thomas number 1, a chamber in the center from which he had no direct communication with the outside world. All of Thomas number 2's thoughts had to be filtered through Thomas number 1's part of the brain, so they ended up sounding no different from Thomas number 1's thoughts. Therefore, the world could not know that number 2 was in there, thinking and feeling and fully alive, except through the evidence of the picture poems, the essence of which survived even after being filtered through Thomas number 1. "You've got such a talent," Bobby said, and he meant it, almost envied it. Thomas blushed and lowered his eyes. He rose and quickly shuffled to the softly humming refrigerator that stood beside the door to the bathroom. Meals were served in the communal dining room where snacks and drinks were provided on request, but patients with sufficient mental capacity to keep their rooms neat were allowed to have their own refrigerators, stocked with their favorite snacks and drinks, to encourage as much independence as possible. He withdrew 3 cans of Coke. He gave one to Bobby, one to Julie, and with the third he returned to the chair at the work table, sat down, and said, "You been catching bad guys?" "Yeah, we're keeping the jails full," Bobby said. "Tell me." Julie leaned forward in the armchair, and Thomas scooted his straight-back chair closer to her until their knees touched, and she recounted the highlights of the events at Decadine last night. She made Bobby more heroic than he'd really been, and she played down her own involvement a little, not only out of modesty, but in order not to frighten Thomas with too clear a picture of the danger in which she had put herself. Thomas was tough in his own way. If he hadn't been, he would have curled up on his bed long ago, facing into the corner, and never gotten up again. But he was not tough enough to endure the loss of Julie. He would be devastated even to imagine that she was vulnerable. So she made her daredevil driving and the shootout sound funny, exciting but not really dangerous. Her revised version of events entertained Bobby nearly as much as it did Thomas. After a while, as usual, Thomas became overwhelmed by what Julie was telling him, and the tale grew more confusing than entertaining. "I'm full up," he said, which meant he was still trying to process everything he'd been told and didn't have room for any more just now. He was fascinated by the world outside Cielo Vista, and he often longed to be a part of it. But at the same time, he found it too loud and bright and colorful to be handled in more than small doses. Bobby got one of the older scrapbooks from the shelves and sat on the bed, reading picture poems. Thomas and Julie sat in their chairs, cokes put aside, knees to knees, leaning forward and holding hands. Sometimes looking at each other, sometimes not, just being together, close. Julie needed that as much as Thomas did. Julie's mother had been killed when Julie was 12. Her father had died 8 years later, 2 years before Bobby and Julie were married. She'd been only 20 at the time, working as a waitress to put herself through college and to pay her half of the rent on a studio apartment she shared with another student. Her parents had never been rich, and though they had kept Thomas at home, the expense of looking after him had depleted what little savings they'd ever had. When her dad died, Julie had been unable to afford an apartment for her and Thomas, to say nothing of the time required to help him cope in a civilian environment. So she'd been forced to commit him to a state institution for mentally disabled children. Though Thomas never held it against her, she viewed the commitment as a betrayal of him. She had intended to get a degree in criminology, but she dropped out of school in her 3rd year and applied to the Sheriff's Academy. She had worked as a deputy for 14 months by the time Bobby met and married her. She'd been living on peanuts, her lifestyle hardly better than that of a bag lady, saving most of her salary in hope of putting together a nest egg that would allow her to buy a small house someday and take Thomas in with her. Shortly after they were married, when Dakota investigations became Dakota and Dakota, they brought Thomas to live with them, but they worked irregular hours. And although some victims of Down syndrome were capable of living to a degree on their own, Thomas needed someone nearby at all times. The cost of 3 daily shifts of qualified companions was even more than the cost of high-level care at a private institution like Cielo Vista. But they would have borne it if they could have found enough reliable help. When it became impossible to conduct their business, have a life of their own, and take care of Thomas too, They brought him to Cielo Vista. It was as comfortable a care institution as existed, but Julie viewed it as her second betrayal of her brother. That he was happy at Cielo Vista, even thrived there, did not lighten her burden of guilt. One part of the dream, an important part, was to have the time and financial resources to bring Thomas home again. Bobby looked up from the scrapbook just as Julie said, "Thomas, think you'd like to go out with us for a while?" Thomas and Julie were still holding hands, and Bobby saw his brother-in-law's grip tighten at the suggestion of an excursion. "We could just go for a drive," Julie said. "Down to the sea, walk on the shore, get an ice cream cone. What do you say?" Thomas looked nervously at the nearest window, which framed a portion of clear blue sky where white seagulls periodically swooped and capered. "It's bad out." "Well, just a little windy, honey." "Don't mean the wind." "We'll have fun." "It's bad out," he repeated. He chewed on his lower lip. At times, he was eager to venture out into the world, but at other times he withdrew from the prospect as if the air beyond Cielo Vista was purest poison. Thomas could never be argued or cajoled out of that agoraphobic mood, and Julie knew not to push the issue. "Well, maybe next time," she said. "Maybe," Thomas said, looking at the floor. "But today's really bad. I sort of feel it. The badness. Cold. All over my skin." For a while, Bobby and Julie tried various subjects, but Thomas was talked out. He said nothing, did not make eye contact, and gave no indication that he even heard them. They sat together in silence then, until after a few minutes Thomas said, "Don't go yet." "We're not going," Bobby assured him. "Just 'cause I can't talk don't mean I want you gone." "We know that, kiddo," Julie said. "I need you." "I need you too," Julie said. She lifted one of her brother's thick-fingered hands and kissed his knuckles.
After buying an electric razor at a drugstore, Frank Pollard shaved and washed as best he could in the service station restroom. He stopped at a shopping mall and bought a suitcase, underwear, socks, a couple of shirts, another pair of jeans, and incidentals. In the mall parking lot, with the stolen Chevy rocking slightly in the gusting wind, he packed the other purchases in the suitcase. Then he drove to a motel in Irvine, where he checked in under the name of George Ferris, using one of the sets of ID he possessed, making a cash deposit because he lacked a credit card. He had cash in abundance. He could have stayed in the Laguna area, but he sensed that he should not remain in one place too long. Maybe his wariness was based on hard experience. Or maybe he had been on the run for so long that he had become a creature of motion who could never again be truly comfortable at rest. The motel room was large, clean, and tastefully decorated. The designer had been swept up in the Southwest craze, whitewashed wood, rattan side chairs with cushions upholstered in peach and pale blue patterns, seafoam green drapes. Only the mottled brown carpet, evidently chosen for its ability to conceal stains and wear, spoiled the effect. By contrast, the light-hued furnishing seemed not merely to stand on the dark carpet, but to float above it, creating spatial illusions that were disconcerting, even slightly eerie. For most of the afternoon, Frank sat on the bed, using the pile of pillows as a backrest. The television was on, but he did not watch it. Instead, he probed at the black hole of his past. Hard as he tried, he could still not recall anything of his life prior to waking in the alleyway the previous night. Some strange and exceedingly malevolent shape loomed at the edge of recollection, however, and he wondered uneasily if forgetfulness actually might be a blessing. He needed help. Given the cash in the flight bag and his 2 sets of ID, he suspected that he would be unwise to seek assistance from the authorities. He withdrew the yellow pages from one of the nightstands and studied the listings for private investigators. But a PI called to mind old Humphrey Bogart movies, and It seemed like an anachronism in this modern age. How could a guy in a trench coat and a snap-brimmed fedora help him recover his memory? Eventually, with the wind singing threnodies at the window, Frank stretched out to get some of the sleep he had missed last night. A few hours later, just an hour before dusk, he woke suddenly, whimpering, gasping for breath. His heart pounded furiously. When he sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed, he saw that his hands were wet and scarlet. His shirt and jeans were smeared with blood. Some, though surely not all of it, was his own blood, for both of his hands bore deep, oozing scratches. His face stung, and in the bathroom, the mirror revealed 2 long scratches on his right cheek, one on his left cheek, and a fourth on his chin. He could not understand how this could have happened in his sleep. If he had torn at himself in some bizarre dream frenzy, and he could recall no dream, or if someone else had clawed him while he slept, he would have awakened at once, which meant that he had been awake when it had happened, then had stretched out on the bed again and gone back to sleep, and had forgotten the incident, just as he had forgotten his life prior to that alleyway last night. He returned in panic to the bedroom and looked on the other side of the bed, then in the closet. He was not sure what he was looking for. Maybe a dead body. He found nothing. The very thought of killing anyone made him sick. He knew he did not have the capacity to kill, except perhaps in self-defense. So who had scratched his face and hands? Whose blood was on him? In the bathroom again, he stripped out of his stained clothes and rolled them into a tight bundle. He washed his face and hands. He had bought a styptic pencil along with other shaving gear. He used that to stop the scratches from bleeding. When he met his own eyes in the mirror, they were so haunted that he had to look away. Frank dressed in fresh clothes and snatched the car keys off the dresser. He was afraid of what he might find in the Chevy. At the door, as he disengaged the deadbolt, he realized that neither the frame nor the door itself was smeared with blood. If he had left during the afternoon and returned, bleeding from his hands, he would not have had the presence of mind to wipe the door clean before climbing into bed. Anyway, he had seen no bloody washcloth or tissues with which a cleanup might have been accomplished. Outside, the sky was clear. The westering sun was bright. The motel's palm trees shivered in a cool wind, and a constant susurration rose from them, punctuated by an occasional series of hard clacks, as the thick spines of the fronds met like snapping wooden teeth. The concrete walkway outside his room was not spotted with blood. The interior of the car was free of blood. No blood marked the dirty rubber mat in the trunk, either. He stood by the open trunk, blinking at the sun-washed motel and parking lot around him. 3 doors down, a man and woman in their 20s were unloading luggage from their black Pontiac. Another couple and their grade-school-aged daughter were hurrying along the covered walkway, apparently heading toward the motel restaurant. Frank realized that he could not have gone out and committed murder and returned, blood-soaked and in broad daylight, without being seen. In his room again, he went to the bed and studied the rumpled sheets. They were crimson-spotted, but not a fraction as saturated as they would have been if the attack, whatever its nature, had happened there. Of course, if all the blood was his, it might have spilled mostly on the front of his shirt and jeans. But he could still not believe that he had clawed himself in his sleep, one hand ripping at the other, both hands tearing at his face, without waking. Besides, he had been scratched by someone with sharp fingernails. His own nails were blunt, bitten down to the quick.
South of Cielo Vista Care Home, between Corona del Mar and Laguna, Bobby tucked the Samurai into a corner of a parking lot at a public beach. He and Julie walked down to the shore. The sea was marbled blue and green, with thin veins of gray. The water was dark in the troughs, lighter and more colorful where the waves rose and were half pierced by the rays of the fat, low sun. In serried ranks, the breakers moved toward the strand, big but not huge, wearing caps of foam that the wind snatched from them. Surfers in black wetsuits paddled their boards out toward where the swell rose, seeking a last ride before twilight. Others, also in wetsuits, sat around a couple of big coolers drinking hot beverages from thermos bottles or Coors from the can. The day was too cool for sunbathing, and except for the surfers, the beach was deserted. Bobby and Julie walked south until they found a low knoll, far enough back from the water to escape the spray. They sat on the stiff grass that flourished in patches in the sandy, salt-tinged soil. When at last she spoke, Julie said, "A place like this, with a view like this, not a big place. Doesn't have to be. A living room, one bedroom for us, one for Thomas, maybe a cozy little den lined with books. We don't even need a dining room, but I'd like a big kitchen. Yeah, a kitchen you can really live in." She sighed. Music, books, real home-cooked meals instead of junk food grabbed on the fly. Lots of time to sit on the porch and enjoy the view, and the three of us together. That was the rest of the dream, a place by the sea, and, by otherwise living simply, enough financial security to retire 20 years early. One of the things that had drawn Bobby to Julie and Julie to him was their shared awareness of the shortness of life. Oh, everyone knew that life was too short, of course, but most people pushed that thought out of their mind, living as if there were endless tomorrows. If most people weren't able to deceive themselves about death, they could not have cared so passionately about the outcome of a ball game, the plot of a soap opera, the blatherings of politicians, or 1,000 other things that actually meant nothing when considered against the inevitable fall of the endless night that finally came to everyone. They could not have endured to waste a minute standing in a supermarket line, and would not have suffered hours in the company of bores and fools. Maybe a world lay beyond this one, maybe even heaven, but you couldn't count on it. You could count only on darkness. Self-deception, in this case, was a blessing. Neither Bobby nor Julie was a gloom-monger. She knew how to enjoy life as well as anyone, and so did he. Even if neither of them could buy the fragile illusion of immortality that served most people as a defense against the unthinkable. Their awareness expressed itself not in anxiety or depression, but in a strong resolve not to spend their lives in a hurly-burly of meaningless activity, to find a way to finance long stretches of time together in their own serene little tide pool. As her chestnut hair streamed in the wind, Julie squinted at the far horizon, which was filling up with honey-gold light as the sinking sun drizzled toward it. "What frightens Thomas about being out of the world is people, too many people. But he'd be happy in a little house by the sea, a quiet stretch of coast, few people. I'm sure he would." "It'll happen," Bobby assured her. "By the time we build the agency big enough to sell, the southern coast will be too expensive. But north of Santa Barbara's pretty." "It's a long coast," Bobby said, putting an arm around her. "We'll still be able to find a place in the south. And we'll have time to enjoy it. We're not going to live forever, but we're young. Our numbers aren't going to come up for years and years yet." But he remembered the premonition that had shivered through him in bed that morning, after they had made love, the feeling that something malevolent was out there in the windswept worlds coming to take Julie away from him. The sun had touched the horizon and begun to melt into it. The golden light deepened swiftly to orange and then to bloody red. The grass and tall weeds behind them rustled in the wind, and Bobby looked over his shoulder at the spirals of airborne sand that swirled across the slope between the beach and the parking lot, like pale spirits that had fled a graveyard with the coming of twilight. From the east, a wall of night was toppling over the world. The air had grown downright cold.
Kendi slept all day in the front bedroom that had once been his mother's, breathing her special scent. 2 or 3 times a week he carefully shook a few drops of her favorite perfume, Chanel No. 5, onto a white lace-trimmed handkerchief, which he kept on the dresser beside her silver comb and brush set, so each breath he took in the room reminded him of her. Occasionally he half woke from slumber to readjust the pillows or pull the covers more tightly around him, and the trace of perfume always lulled him as if it were a tranquilizer. Each time he happily drifted back into his dreams. He slept in sweatpants and a T-shirt because he had a hard time finding pajamas large enough, and because he was too modest to sleep in the nude or even in his underwear. Being unclothed embarrassed Candy, even when no one was around to see him. All of that long Thursday afternoon, hard winter sun filled the world outside, but little got past the flower-patterned shades and rose-colored drapes that guarded the two windows. The few times he woke and blinked at the shadows, Candy saw only the pearl-gray glimmer of the dresser mirror and glints from the silver-framed photographs on the nightstand. Drugged by sleep and by the freshly applied perfume on the handkerchief, he could easily imagine that his beloved mother was in her rocking chair, watching over him, and he felt safe. He came fully awake shortly before sunset and lay for a while with his hands folded behind his head, staring up at the underside of the canopy that arched over the four-poster. He could not see it, but he knew it was there, and in his mind he could conjure up a vivid image of the fabric's rosebud pattern. For a while he thought about his mother, about the best times of his life, now all gone, and then he thought about the girl, the boy, and the woman he had killed last night. He tried to recall the taste of their blood, but that memory was not as intense as those involving his mother. After a while he switched on a bedside lamp and looked around at the comfortably familiar room. Rosebud wallpaper, rosebud bedspread, rosebud blinds, rose-colored drapes and carpets, dark mahogany bed, dresser, and highboy. Two Africans, one green, like the leaves of a rose, one the shade of the petals, were draped over the arms of the rocking chair. He went into the adjoining bathroom, locked and tested the door. The only light came from the fluorescent panels in the soffit over the sink, for he had long ago lathered black paint on the small high window. He studied his face in the mirror for a moment because he liked the way he looked. He could see his mother in his face. He had her blonde hair, so pale it was almost white, and her sea-blue eyes. His face was all hard planes and strong features, with none of her beauty or gentleness, though his full mouth was as generous as hers. As he undressed, he avoided looking down at himself. He was proud of his powerful shoulders and arms, his broad chest, and his muscular legs, but even catching a glimpse of the sex thing made him feel dirty and mildly ill. He sat on the toilet to make water so he wouldn't have to touch himself. During his shower, when he soaped his crotch, he first pulled on a mitten that he had sewn from a pair of washcloths, so the flesh of his hand would not have to touch the wicked flesh below. When he had dried off and dressed, athletic socks, running shoes, dark gray cords, black shirt, he hesitantly left the reliable shelter of his mother's old room. Night had fallen, and the upstairs hall was poorly lit by two low-wattage bulbs and a ceiling fixture that was coated with gray dust and missing half its pendant crystals. To his left was the head of the staircase. To his right were his sister's room, his old room, and the other bath, the doors to which stood open. No lights were on back there. The oak floor creaked, and the threadbare runner did little to soften his footsteps. He sometimes thought he should give the rest of the house a thorough cleaning, maybe even spring for some new carpeting and fresh paint. However, though he kept his mother's room spotless and in good repair, he was not motivated to spend time or money on the rest of the house, and his sisters had little interest in or talent for homemaking. A flurry of soft footfalls alerted him to the approach of the cats, and he stopped short of the stairs, afraid of treading on one of their paws or tails as they poured into the upstairs hall. A moment later they streamed over the top step and swarmed around him, 26 of them, if his most recent count was not out of date. 11 were black, several more were chocolate brown or tobacco brown or charcoal gray. 2 were deep gold, and only one was white, violet and verbena, his sisters, preferred dark cats, the darker, the better. The animals milled around him, walking over his shoes, rubbing against his legs, curling their tails around his calves. Among them were 2 Angoras, an Abyssinian, a tailless Manx, a Maltese, and a tortoiseshell. But most were mongrel cats of no easily distinguished lineage. Some had green eyes, some yellow, some silver-gray, some blue, and they all regarded him with great interest. Not one of them purred or meowed. Their inspection was conducted in absolute silence. Candy did not particularly like cats, but he tolerated these not only because they belonged to his sisters, but because, in a way, they were virtually an extension of Violet and Verbena. To have hurt them, to have spoken harshly to them, would have been the same as striking out at his sisters, which he could never do, because his mother, on her deathbed, had admonished him to provide for the girls and protect them. In less than a minute the cats had fulfilled their mission, and almost as one turned from him. With much swishing of tails and flexing of feline muscles and rippling of fur, they flowed like a single beast to the head of the stairs and down. By the time he reached the first step, they were at the landing, turning, slipping out of sight. He descended to the lower hall, and the cats were gone. He passed the lightless and musty-smelling parlor. The odor of mildew drifted out of the study, where shelves were filled with the moldering romance novels that his mother had liked so much, and when he passed through the dimly lit dining room, litter crunched under his shoes. Violet and Verbena were in the kitchen. They were identical twins. They were equally blonde, with the same fair and faultless skin, with the same china blue eyes, smooth brows, high cheekbones, straight noses with delicately carved nostrils, lips that were naturally red without lipstick, and small, even teeth as bone-white as those of their cats. Candy tried to like his sisters, and failed. For his mother's sake, he could not dislike them, so he remained neutral, sharing the house with them, but not as a real family might share it. They were too thin, he thought, fragile-looking, almost frail, and too pale, like creatures that infrequently saw the sun, which in fact seldom warmed them since they rarely went outside. Their slim hands were well manicured, for they groomed themselves as constantly as if they, too, were cats. But to Candy, their fingers seemed excessively long, unnaturally flexible and nimble. Their mother had been robust, with strong features and good color, and Candy often wondered how such a vital woman could have spawned this pallid pair. The twins had piled up cotton blankets, 6 thick, in one corner of the big kitchen to make a large area where the cats could lie comfortably, though the padding was actually for Violet and Verbena, so they could sit on the floor among the cats for hours at a time. When Candy entered the room, they were on the blankets with cats all around them and in their laps. Violet was filing Verbena's fingernails with an emery board. Neither of them looked up, though of course they had already greeted him through the cats. Verbena had never spoken a word within Candy's hearing, not in her entire 25 years. The twins were 4 years younger than he was, but he was not sure whether she was unable to talk, merely unwilling to talk, or shy of talking only when around him. Violet was nearly as silent as her sister, but she did speak when necessary. Apparently at the moment she had nothing that needed to be said. He stood by the refrigerator, watching them as they huddled over Verbena's pale right hand, grooming it, and he supposed that he was unfair in his judgment of them. Other men might find them attractive in a strange way, though to him their limbs seemed too thin. Other men might see them as supple and erotic, like the legs of dancers and the arms of acrobats. Their skin was clear as milk, and their breasts were full. Because he was blessedly free of any interest in sex, he was not qualified to judge their appeal. They habitually wore as little as possible, as little as he would tolerate before ordering them to put on more clothes. They kept the house excessively warm in winter, and most often dressed, as now, in T-shirts and short shorts or panties, barefoot and bare-limbed. Only his mother's room, which was now his, was kept cooler, because he had closed the vents up there. Without his presence to demand a degree of modesty, they would have roamed the house in the nude. Lazily, Violet filed Verbina's thumbnail, and they both stared at it as intently as if the meaning of life was to be read in the curve of the half-moon or the arc of the nail itself. Candy raided the refrigerator, removing a chunk of canned ham, a package of Swiss cheese, mustard, pickles, and a quart of milk. He got bread from one of the cupboards and sat in a railback chair at the age-yellowed table. The table, chairs, cabinets, and woodwork had once been glossy white, but they had not been painted since before his mother died. They were yellow-white now, gray-white in the seams and corners, crackle-finished by time. The daisy-patterned wallpaper was soiled and in a couple of places peeling along the seams, and the chintz curtains hung limp with grease and dust. Candy made and consumed 2 thick ham-and-cheese sandwiches. He gulped the milk straight from the carton. Suddenly, all 26 cats, which had been sprawling languidly around the twins, sprang up simultaneously, proceeded to the pet door in the bottom of the larger kitchen door, and went outside in orderly fashion. Time to make their toilet, evidently. Violet and Verbina didn't want the house smelling of litter boxes. Candy closed his eyes and took a long swallow of milk. He would have preferred it at room temperature or even slightly warm. It tasted vaguely like blood, though not as pleasantly pungent. It would have been more like blood if it had not been chilled. Within a couple of minutes the cats returned. Now Verbina was lying on her back, with her head propped on a pillow, eyes closed, lips moving as if talking to herself, though no sound issued from her. She extended her other slender hand so her sister could meticulously file those nails, too. Her long legs were spread, and Candy could see between her smooth thighs. She was wearing only a T-shirt and flimsy peach-colored panties that defined, rather than concealed, the cleft of her womanhood. The silent cats swarmed to her, draped themselves over her, more concerned about propriety than she was. And they regarded Candy accusatorily, as if they knew that he'd been staring. He lowered his eyes and studied the crumbs on the table. Violet said, "Frankie was here." At first he was more surprised by the fact that she had spoken than by what she had said. Then the meaning of those 3 words reverberated through him as if he were a brass gong struck by a mallet. He stood up so abruptly that he knocked over his chair. "He was here in the house?" Neither the cats nor Verbina twitched at the crash of the chair or the sharpness of his voice. They lay somnolent, indifferent. "Outside," Violet said, still sitting on the floor beside her reclining sister, working on the other twin's nails. She had a low, almost whispery voice. "Outside, watching the house from the Eugenia hedge." Candy glanced at the night beyond the windows. "When?" "Around 4 o'clock. "Why didn't you wake me?" "He wasn't here long. He's never here long. A minute or 2, then he goes. He's afraid." "You saw him?" "I knew he was there." "You didn't try to stop him from leaving?" "How could I?" She sounded irritable now, but her voice was no less seductive than it had been. "The cats went after him, though." "Did they hurt him?" "A little. Not bad. But he killed Samantha." "Who?" "Our poor little puss, Samantha." Candy did not know the cats' names. They had always seemed to be not just a pack of cats, but a single creature, most often moving as one, apparently thinking as one. "He killed Samantha. Smashed her head against one of the stone pilasters at the end of the walk." At last Violet looked up from her sister's hand. Her eyes seemed to be a paler blue than before, icy. "I want you to hurt him, Candy. I want you to hurt him real bad, the way he hurt our cat. I don't care if he is our brother." "He isn't our brother anymore, not after what he did," Candy said furiously. "I want you to do to him what he did to our poor Samantha. I want you to smash him, Candy. I want you to crush his head, crack his skull open until his brains ooze out." She continued to speak softly, but he was riveted by her words. Sometimes, like now, when her voice was even more sensuous than usual, it seemed not merely to play upon his ears, but to slither into his head, where it lay gently on his brain like a mist, a fog. "I want you to pound him, hit him, and tear him until he's just splintered bones and ruptured guts, and I want you to rip out his eyes. I want him to be sorry he hurt Samantha." Candy shook himself. "If I get my hands on him, I'll kill him all right, but not because of what he did to your cat, because of what he did to our mother. Don't you remember what he did to her? How can you worry about getting revenge for a cat when we still haven't made him pay for our mother after 7 long years?" She looked stricken, turned her face from him, and fell silent. The cats flowed off Verbina's recumbent form. Violet stretched out half atop her sister, half beside her. She put her head on Verbina's breasts. Their bare legs were entwined. Rising part of the way out of her trance-like state, Verbina stroked her sister's silken hair. The cats returned and cuddled against both twins wherever there was a warm hollow to welcome them. "Frank was here," Candy said aloud, but largely to himself, and his hands curled into tight fists. A fury grew in him like a small turning wheel of wind far out on the sea, but soon to whirl itself into a hurricane. However, rage was an emotion he dared not indulge. He must control himself. A storm of rage would water the seeds of his dark need. His mother would approve of killing Frank, for Frank had betrayed the family. His death would benefit the family. But if Candy let his anger at his brother swell into a rage, then was unable to find Frank, he would have to kill someone else, because the need would be too great to deny. His mother in heaven would be ashamed of him, and for a while she would turn her face from him and deny that she had ever given birth to him. Looking up at the ceiling, toward the unseen sky and the place at God's court where his mother dwelled, Candy said, "I'll be okay. I won't lose control. I won't." He turned from his sisters and the cats, and he went outside to see if any trace of Frank remained near the Eugenia hedge or at the pilaster where he had killed Samantha.
Bobby and Julie ate dinner at Ozzy's in Orange, then shifted to the adjoining bar. The music was provided by Eddie Day, who had a smooth, supple voice. He played contemporary stuff, but also tunes from the 50s and early 60s. It wasn't big band, but some early rock and roll had a swing beat. They could swing to numbers like Dream Lover, Rumba to La Bamba, and Cha-Cha to any disco ditty that crept into Eddie's repertoire, so they had a good time. Whenever possible, Julie liked to go dancing after she visited Thomas at Cielo Vista. In the thrall of the music, keeping time to the beat, focused on the patterns of the dance, she was able to put everything else out of her mind, even guilt, even grief. Nothing else freed her so completely. Bobby liked to dance, too, especially swing. Tuck in, throw out, change places, sugar push, do a tight whip, tuck in again, throw out, trade places with both hands linked, back to basic position. Music soothed, but dance had the power to fill the heart with joy and to numb those parts of it that were bruised. During the musicians' break, Bobby and Julie sipped beer at a table near the edge of the parquet dance floor. They talked about everything except Thomas, and eventually they got around to the dream, especially how to furnish the seaside bungalow if they ever bought it. Though they would not spend a fortune on furniture, they agreed that they could indulge themselves in 2 pieces from the swing era, maybe a bronze and marble Art Deco cabinet by Émile Jacques Ruhlmann, and definitely a Wurlitzer jukebox. The Model 950, Julie said. It was gorgeous. Bubble tubes, leaping gazelles on the front panels. Fewer than 4,000 were made. Hitler's fault. Wurlitzer retooled for war production. The Model 500 is pretty too. Or the 700. Nice, but they're not the 950. Not as expensive as the 950 either. Well, you're counting pennies when we're talking ultimate beauty? He said ultimate beauty is the Wurlitzer 950. That's right. What else? Well, to me, you're the ultimate beauty. Oh, sweet, she said, but I still want the 950. To you, aren't I the ultimate beauty? He batted his eyelashes. To me, you are a difficult man who won't let me have my Wurlitzer 950, she said, enjoying the game. Well, what about a Seaberg, a Packard Playmore? Okay, a Rockola. Rockola made some beautiful boxes, she agreed. We'll buy one of those and the Wurlitzer 950. You'll spend our money like a drunken sailor. Well, I was born to be rich. Stork got confused. Didn't deliver me to the Rockefellers. Wouldn't you like to get your hands on that stork now? Oh, caught him years ago. Cooked him, ate him for Christmas dinner. He was delicious, but I'd still rather be a Rockefeller. Happy? Bobby asked. Delirious. And it's not just the beer. I don't know why, but tonight I feel better than I've felt in ages. I think we're going to get where we want to go, Bobby. I think we're going to retire early and live a long, happy life by the sea. His smile faded as she talked. Now he was frowning. She said, "What's wrong with you, sourpuss?" "Nothing." "Don't kid me. You've been a little strange all day. You've tried to hide it, but something's on your mind." He sipped his beer. Then, "Well, you've got this good feeling that everything's going to be fine, but I've got this bad feeling." "You, Mr. Blue Skies?" He was still frowning. "Maybe you should confine yourself to office work for a while. Stay off the firing line." "Why?" "My bad feeling." "Which is?" "That I'm going to lose you." "Just try."
With its invisible baton, the wind conducted a chorus of whispery voices in the hedgerow. The dense Eugenias formed a 7-foot-high wall around 3 sides of the 2-acre property, and they would have been higher than the house itself if Candy had not used power trimmers to chop off the tops of them a couple of times each year. He opened the waist-high wrought-iron gate between the 2 stone pilasters and stepped out into the gravelled shoulder of the county road. To his left, the 2-lane blacktop wound up into the hills for another couple of miles. To his right, it dropped down toward the distant coast, past houses on lots that were more parsimoniously proportioned the nearer they were to the shore, until in town they were only 1/10 as big as the Pollard place. As the land descended westward, lights were clustered in ever greater concentration, then stopped abruptly, several miles away, as if crowding against a black wall. That wall was the night sky and the lightless expanse of the deep, cold sea. Candy moved along the high hedge until he sensed that he had reached the place where Frank had stood. He held up both big hands, letting the wind-fluttered leaves tremble against his palms as if the foliage might impart to him some psychic residue of his brother's brief visit. Nothing. Parting the branches, he peered through the gap at the house, which looked larger at night than it really was, as if it had 18 or 20 rooms instead of 10. The front windows were dark. Along the side, toward the back, where the light was filtered through greasy chintz curtains, a kitchen window was filled with a yellow glow. But for that one light, the house might have appeared abandoned. Some of the Victorian gingerbread had warped and broken away from the eaves. The porch roof was sagging, and a few railing balusters were broken, and the front steps were sway-backed. Even by the meager light of the low crescent moon, he could see the house needed painting. Bare wood, like glimpses of dark bone, showed in many places, and the remaining paint was either peeling or as translucent as an albino's skin. Candy tried to put himself in Frank's mind, to imagine why Frank kept returning. Frank was afraid of Candy, and he had reason to be. He was afraid of his sisters, too, and of all the memories that the house held for him, so he should have stayed away. But he crept back with frequency in search of something, perhaps something that even he did not understand. Frustrated, Candy let the branches fall together, retraced his steps along the hedge, and stopped at one gate-post, then the other, searching for the spot where Frank had fended off the cats and smashed Samantha's skull. Though far milder now than it had been earlier, the wind nevertheless had dried the blood that had stained the stones, and darkness hid the residue. Still, Candy was sure he could find the killing place. He gingerly touched the pilaster high and low on all four faces, as if he expected a portion of it to be hot enough to sear his skin. But though he patiently traced the outlines of the rough stones and the mortar seams, too much time had passed. Even his exceptional talents could not extract his brother's lingering aura. He hurried along the cracked and canted walkway, out of the chilly night and into the stiflingly warm house again, into the kitchen, where his sisters were sitting on the blankets in the cat's corner. Verbena was behind Violet, a comb in one hand and a brush in the other, grooming her sister's flaxen hair. Candy said, "Where's Samantha?" Tilting her head, looking up at him perplexedly, Violet said, "I told you. Dead." "Where's the body?" "Here," Violet said, making a sweeping gesture with both hands to indicate the quiescent feline sprawled and curled around her. "Which one?" Candy asked. Half of the creatures were so still that any of them might have been the dead one. "All," Violet said. "They're all Samantha now." Candy had been afraid of that. Each time one of the cats died, the twins drew the rest of the pack into a circle, placed the corpse at the center, and without speaking, commanded the living to partake of the dead. "Damn," Candy said. "Samantha still lives. She's still a part of us," Violet said. Her voice was as low and whispery as before, but dreamier than usual. "None of our pusses ever really leaves us. Part of him or her stays in each of us, and we're all stronger because of that, stronger and purer, and always together, always and forever." Candy did not ask if his sisters had shared in the feast, for he already knew the answer. Violet licked the corner of her mouth as if remembering the taste, and her moist lips glistened. A moment later, Verbena's tongue slid across her lips, too. Sometimes Candy felt as if the twins were members of an entirely different species from him, for he could seldom fathom their attitudes and behavior. And when they looked at him, Verbena in perpetual silence, their faces and eyes revealed nothing of their thoughts or feelings. They were as inscrutable as the cats. He only dimly grasped the twins' bond with the cats. It was their blessed mother's gift to them, just as his many talents were his mother's generous bequest to him, so he did not question the rightness or wholesomeness of it. Still, he wanted to hit Violet because she hadn't saved the body for him. She had known Frank had touched it, that it could be of use to Candy, but she had not saved it until he'd awakened, had not come to wake him early. He wanted to smash her, but she was his sister, and he couldn't hurt his sisters. He had to provide for them, protect them. His mother was watching. "The parts that couldn't be eaten?" he asked, and Violet gestured toward the kitchen door. He switched on the outside light and stepped onto the back porch. Small knobs of bone and vertebrae were scattered like queerly shaped dice on the unpainted floorboards. Only two sides of the porch were open, the house angled around the other two flanks of it, and in the niche where the house walls met, Candy found a piece of Samantha's tail and scraps of fur jammed there by the night wind. The half-crushed skull was on the top step. He snatched it up and moved down onto the unmown lawn. The wind, which had been declining since late afternoon, suddenly stopped altogether. The cool air would have carried the faintest sound a great distance, but the night was hushed. Usually, Candy could touch an object and see who had recently handled it before him. Sometimes he could even see where some of the people had gone after putting the object down, and when he went looking for them, they were always to be found where his clairvoyance had led him. Frank had killed the cat, and Candy hoped that contact with the remains would spark an inner vision that would put him on his brother's trail again. Every speck of flesh had been stripped from Samantha's broken pate, and its contents had been emptied as well. Picked clean, licked smooth, dried by the wind, it might have been a portion of a fossil from a different age. Candy's mind was filled not with images of Frank, but of the other cats and Verbena and Violet, and finally he threw down the damaged skull in disgust. His frustration sharpened his anger. He felt the need rising in him. He dared not let the need bloom, but resisting it was infinitely harder than resisting the charms of women and other sins. He hated Frank. He hated him so much, so deeply, had hated him so constantly for 7 years, that he could not bear the thought that he had slept through an opportunity to destroy him. Need. He dropped to his knees on the weedy lawn. He fisted his hands and hunched his shoulders and clenched his teeth, trying to make a rock of himself, an unmovable mass that would not be swayed 1 inch by the most urgent need, not 1 hair's width by even the most dire necessity, the most demanding hunger, the most passionate craving. He prayed to his mother to give him strength. The wind began to pick up again, and he believed it was a devil wind that would blow him toward temptation, so he fell forward on the ground and dug his fingers into the yielding earth. And he repeated his mother's sacred name, Roselle, whispered her name furiously into the grass and dirt again and again, desperate to quell the germination of his dark need. Then he wept. Then he got up and went hunting. Frank went to a theater and sat through a movie, but was unable to concentrate on the story. He ate dinner at El Torito, though he didn't really taste the food. He just pushed down the enchiladas and rice as if feeding fuel to a furnace. For a couple of hours he drove aimlessly back and forth across the middle and southern reaches of Orange County, staying on the move only because, for the time being, he felt safer when in motion. Finally, he returned to the motel. He kept probing at the dark wall in his mind, behind which his entire life was concealed. Diligently he sought the tiniest chink through which he might glimpse a memory. If he could find 1 crack, he was sure that the entire facade of amnesia would come tumbling down. But the barrier was smooth and flawless. When he switched off the lights, he could not sleep. The Santa Anas had abated. He could not blame his insomnia on the noisy winds. Although the amount of blood on the sheets had been minimal, and though it had dried since he'd awakened from his nap earlier in the day, he decided that the thought of lying in blood-stained bedclothes was preventing him from nodding off. He snapped on a lamp, stripped the bed, turned up the heat, stretched out in the darkness again, and tried to sleep without covers. No good. He told himself that his amnesia and the resultant loneliness and sense of isolation was keeping him awake. Although there was some truth in that, he knew that he was kidding himself. The real reason he could not sleep was fear. Fear of where he might go while sleepwalking. Fear of what he might do. Fear of what he might find in his hands when he woke up.
Derek slept in the other bed, snoring softly. Thomas couldn't sleep. He got up and stood by the window looking out. The moon was gone. The dark was very big. He didn't like the night. It scared him. He liked sunshine and flowers all bright, and grass looking green, and blue sky all over, so you felt like there was a lid on the world, keeping everything down here on the ground and in place. At night, all the colors were gone and the world was empty, like somebody took the lid off and let in a lot of nothingness, and you looked up at all that nothingness and you felt you might just float away like the colors, float up and away and out of the world, and then in the morning, when they put the lid back on, you wouldn't be here. You'd be out there somewhere, and you could never get back in again. Never. He put his fingertips against the window. The glass was cool. He wished he could sleep away the night. Usually he slept okay. Not tonight. He was worried about Julie. Well, he always worried about her a little. A brother was supposed to worry. But this wasn't a little worry. This was a lot. It started just that morning. A funny feeling. Not funny ha-ha, funny strange, funny scary. Something real bad's going to happen to Julie, the feeling said. Thomas got so upset, he tried to warn her. He TV'd a warning to her. They said the pictures and voices and music on the TV were sent through the air, which he first thought was a lie, that they were making fun of his being dumb, expecting him to believe anything. But then Julie said it was true, so sometimes he tried to TV his thoughts to her, because if you could send pictures and music and voices through the air, thoughts ought to be easy. "Be careful, Julie," he TV'd. "Look out. Be careful. Something bad's going to happen." Usually, when he felt things about someone, that someone was Julie. He knew when she was happy or sad. When she was sick, he sometimes curled up on the bed and put his hands over his own belly. He always knew when she was coming to visit. He felt things about Bobby, too, not at first. When Julie first brought Bobby around, Thomas felt nothing, but slowly he felt more. Until now, he felt almost as much about Bobby as about Julie. He felt things about some other people, too, like Derek, like Gina, another Downs kid at the home, and like a couple of the aides, one of the visiting nurses. But he didn't feel half as much about them as he did about Bobby and Julie. He figured that maybe the more he loved somebody, the bigger he felt things, new things about them. Sometimes when Julie was worried about him, Thomas wanted real bad to tell her that he knew how she felt and that he was all right, because just knowing he understood would make her happier. But he didn't have the words. He couldn't explain how or why he sometimes felt other people's feelings. And he didn't want to try to tell them about it because he was afraid of looking dumb. He was dumb. He knew that. He wasn't as dumb as Derek, who was very nice, good to room with, but who was real slow. They sometimes said slow instead of dumb when they talked in front of you. Julie never did, Bobby never did, but some people said slow and thought you didn't get it. He got it. They had bigger words, too, and he really didn't understand those, but he sure understood slow. He didn't want to be dumb. Nobody gave him a choice. And sometimes he TV'd a message to God, asking God to make him not dumb anymore. But either God wanted him to stay dumb always and forever, but why? Or God just didn't get the messages. Julie didn't get the messages either. Thomas always knew when he got through to someone with a TV'd thought. He never got to Julie. But he could sometimes get through to Bobby, which was funny. Not ha-ha funny, strange funny, interesting funny. When Thomas TV'd a thought to Julie, Bobby sometimes got it instead, like this morning, when he TV'd a warning to Julie. Something bad's going to happen, Julie. Something real bad is coming. Bobby had picked it up. Maybe because Thomas and Bobby both loved Julie. Thomas didn't know. He couldn't figure. But it sure happened. Bobby tuned in. Now Thomas stood at the window in his pajamas and looked out at the scary night and felt the bad thing out there. Felt it like a ripple in his blood, like a tingle in his bones. The bad thing was far away, not anywhere near Julie, but coming. Today, during Julie's visit, Thomas wanted to tell her about the bad thing coming, but he couldn't find a way to say it and make sense, and he was scared of sounding dumb. Julie and Bobby knew he was dumb, sure, but he hated to sound dumb in front of them, to remind them how dumb he was. Every time he almost started to tell her about the bad thing, he just forgot how to use words. He had the words in his head, all lined up in a row, ready to say, but then suddenly they were mixed up, and he couldn't make them get back in the right order, so he couldn't say the words because they'd just be words without meaning anything, and he'd look really, really dumb. Besides, he didn't know what to tell her the bad thing was. He thought maybe it was a person, a real terrible person out there, going to do something to Julie, but it didn't exactly feel like a person. Partly a person, but something else. Something that made Thomas feel cold, not just on his outside, but on his inside, too, like standing in a winter wind and eating ice cream at the same time. He shivered. He didn't want to get these ugly feelings about whatever was out there, but he couldn't just go back to bed and tune out either, because the more he felt about the faraway bad thing, the better he could warn Julie and Bobby when the thing wasn't so far away anymore. Behind him, Derek murmured in a dream. The home was real quiet. All the dumb people were deep asleep, except Thomas. Sometimes he liked to be awake when everyone else wasn't. Sometimes that made him feel smarter than all of them put together, seeing things they couldn't see and knowing things they couldn't know because they were asleep and he wasn't. He stared at the nothingness of night. He put his forehead against the glass. For Julie's sake, he reached into the nothingness, toward the far away. He opened himself to the feelings, to the ripple tingle. A big, ugly, nasty hit him, like a wave. It came out of the night and hit him, and he stumbled back from the window and fell on his butt beside the bed, and then he couldn't feel the bad thing at all. It was gone. But what he had felt was so big and so ugly that his heart was pounding, and he could hardly breathe. And right away he TV'd to Bobby, "Run! Go! Get away! Save Julie! The bad thing's coming! The bad thing! Run! Run!" The dream was filled with the music of Glenn Miller's Moonlight Serenade, although, like everything in dreams, the song was indefinably different from the real tune. Bobby was in a house that was at once familiar yet totally strange, and somehow he knew it was the seaside bungalow to which he and Julie were going to retire young. He drifted into the living room, over a dark Persian carpet, past comfortable-looking upholstered chairs, a huge old Chesterfield with rounded back and thick cushions, a Ruhlmann cabinet with bronze panels, an Art Deco lamp, and overflowing bookshelves. The music was coming from outside, so he went out there. He enjoyed the easy transitions of the dream, moving through a door without opening it, crossing a wide porch and descending wooden stairs without ever quite lifting a foot. The sea rumbled to one side, and the phosphorescent foam of the breakers glowed faintly in the night. Under a palm tree in the sand, with a scattering of shells around it, stood a Wurlitzer 950, ablaze with gold and red light, bubble tubes percolating, gazelles perpetually leaping, figures of Pan perpetually piping, record-changing mechanism gleaming like real silver, and a large black platter spinning on the turntable. Bobby felt as if Moonlight Serenade would go on forever, which would have been fine with him, because he had never been more mellow, more at peace, and he sensed that Julie had come out of the house behind him, that she was waiting on the damp sand near the water's edge, and that she wanted to dance with him. So he turned, and there she was, exotically illuminated by the Wurlitzer. And he took a step toward her. "Run! Go! Get away! Save Julie! The bad thing's coming! The bad thing! Run! Run!" The indigo ocean suddenly leapt as if under the lash of a storm. The spume exploded into the night air. Hurricane winds shook the palms. The bad thing! Run! Run! The world tilted. Bobby stumbled toward Julie. The sea surged up around her. It wanted her. It was going to seize her. It was water with a will, a thinking sea with a malevolent consciousness gleaming darkly in its depth. The bad thing. The Glenn Miller tune speeded up, whirling at double time. The bad thing. The soft, romantic light from the Wurlitzer flamed brighter, stung his eyes, yet did not drive back the night. It was radiating light, as if the door of hell had been opened, but the darkness around him only intensified, yielding nothing to that supernatural blaze. The bad thing, the bad thing! The world tilted again, heaved and rolled. Bobby staggered across the carnival ride beach toward Julie, who seemed unable to move. She was being swallowed by the churning, oil-black sea. The bad thing, the bad thing, the bad thing. With a hard crack of riven stone, the sky split above them, but no lightning stabbed out of the crumbling vault. Geysers of sand erupted around Bobby. Inky water exploded out of sudden gaping holes in the beach. He looked back. The bungalow was gone. The sea rose on all sides. The beach was dissolving under his feet. Screaming, Julie disappeared under the water. The bad thing, the bad thing, the bad thing, the bad thing. A 20-foot wave loomed over Bobby. It broke. He was swept away. He tried to swim. The flesh on his arms and legs bubbled and blistered and began to peel off, revealing glints of ice-white bone. The midnight seawater was an acid. His head went under. He gasped, broke the surface, but the corrosive sea had already kissed away his lips, and he felt his gums receding from his teeth, and his tongue turned to rancid mush in the salty rush of caustic brine that he had swallowed. Even the spray-filled air was erosive, eating away his lungs in an instant, so when he tried to breathe he could not. He went down, flailing at the waves with arms and hands that were only bone, caught in an undertow, sucked into everlasting darkness, disillusion, oblivion. Bad thing! Bobby sat straight up in bed. He was screaming, but no cry issued from him. When he realized he'd been dreaming, he stopped trying to scream, and finally a low, miserable sound escaped him. He'd thrown off the sheets. He sat on the edge of the bed, feet on the floor, both hands on the mattress, steadying himself as if he was still on that heaving beach or struggling to swim in those roiling tides. The green numbers of the projection clock glowed faintly on the ceiling, 2:43. For a while the drum-loud thud of his own heart filled him with sound from within, and he was deaf to the outer world. But after a few seconds he heard Julie breathing steadily, rhythmically, and he was surprised that he had not awakened her. Evidently, he had not been thrashing in his sleep. The panic that infused the dream had not entirely left him. His anxiety began to swell again, partly because the room was as lightless as that devouring sea. Afraid of waking Julie, he did not switch on the bedside lamp. As soon as he was able to stand, he got up and circled the bed in the perfect blackness. The bathroom was on her side, but a clear path was provided, and he found his way, as he had on countless other nights, without difficulty, guided both by experience and instinct. He eased the door shut behind him, switched on the lights. For a moment, the fluorescent brilliance prevented him from looking into the glary surface of the mirror above the double sinks. When at last he regarded his reflection, he saw that his flesh had not been eaten away. The dream had been frighteningly vivid, unlike anything he'd known before. In some strange way, it had been even more real than waking life, with intense colors and sounds that pushed through his slumbering mind with a fulgurant dazzle of light along the filament of an incandescent bulb. Though aware that it had been a dream, he had half feared that the nightmare ocean had left its corrosive mark on him, even after he woke. Shuddering, he leaned against the counter. He turned on the cold water, bent forward, and splashed his face. Dripping, he looked at his reflection again and met his eyes. He whispered to himself, "What the hell was that?"
Candy prowled. The eastern end of the Pollard family's 2-acre property dropped into a canyon. The walls were steep, composed mostly of dry, crumbling soil, veined in places by pink and gray shale. Only the expansive root systems of the hardy desert vegetation, chaparral, thick clumps of bunch grass, pampas grass, scattered mesquite, kept the slopes from eroding extensively in every heavy rain. A few eucalyptuses, laurels, and melaleucas grew on the walls of the canyon, and where the floor was broad enough, melaleucas and California live oaks sank roots deep into the earth along the runoff channel. That channel was only a dry stream bed now, but during a heavy rain it overflowed. Fleet and silent in spite of his size, Candy followed the canyon eastward, moving upslope, until he came to a junction with another declivity that was too narrow to be called a canyon. There he turned north, The land continued to climb, though not as steeply as before. Sheer walls soared on both sides of him, and in places the passage was nearly pinched off, narrowing to only a couple of feet. Brittle tumbleweeds blown into the ravine by the wind had collected in mounds at some of those choke points, and they scratched Candy as he pushed through them. Without even a fragment moon, the night was unusually dark at the bottom of that fissure in the land, but he seldom stumbled and never hesitated. His gifts did not include superhuman vision. He was as blinded by lightlessness as anyone. However, even in the blackest night, he knew when obstacles lay before him, sensed the contours of the land so well that he could proceed with sure-footed confidence. He did not know how this sixth sense served him, and he did nothing to engage it. He simply had an uncanny awareness of his relationship with his surroundings, knew his place at all times, much as the best high-wire walkers, though blindfolded, could proceed with self-assurance along a taut line above the upturned faces of a circus crowd. This was another gift from his mother. All of her children were gifted, but Candy's talents exceeded those of Violet, Verbena, and Frank. The narrow passage opened into another canyon, and Candy turned east again, along a rocky runoff channel, hurrying now as his need grew. Though ever more widely separated, houses were still perched high above on the canyon rim. Their bright windows were too far away to illuminate the ground before him, but now and then he glanced up, longingly, because within those homes was the blood he needed. God had given Candy a taste for blood, made him a predator, and therefore God was responsible for whatever Candy did. His mother had explained all of that long ago. God wanted him to be selective in his killing, but when Candy was unable to restrain himself, the ultimate blame was God's, for he had instilled the bloodlust in Candy, but had not provided him with the strength to control it. Like that of all predators, Candy's mission was to thin the sick and the weak from the herd. In his case, morally degenerate members of the human herd were the intended prey: thieves, liars, cheats, adulterers. Unfortunately, he did not always recognize sinners when he met them. Fulfilling his mission had been far easier when his mother had been alive, for she had no trouble spotting the blighted souls for him. Tonight he would try as best he could to confine his killing to wild animals. Slaughtering people, especially close to home, was chancy. It might bring him under the eye of the police. He could risk killing locals only when they had crossed the family in some way and simply could not be allowed to live. If he was unable to satisfy his need with animals, he would go somewhere, anywhere, and kill people. His mother, up there in heaven, would be angry with him and disappointed by his lack of control, but God would not be able to blame him. After all, he was only what God had made him. With the lights of the last house well behind him, he stopped in a grove of melaleucas. The day's strong winds had drained out of the high hills, down through the canyons, and out to sea. Currently, the air seemed utterly still. Drooping trailers hung from the branches of the melaleucas, and every long, blade-sleek leaf was motionless. His eyes had adapted to the darkness. The trees were silver in the dim starlight, and their cascading trailers contributed to an illusion that he was surrounded by a silent waterfall, or frozen in a paperweight blizzard. He could even make out the ragged scrolls of bark that curled away from the trunks and limbs in the perpetual peeling process that lent a unique beauty to the species. He could not see any prey. He could hear no furtive movement of wildlife in the brush. However, he knew that many small creatures filled with warm blood were huddled nearby in burrows and secret nests, in drifts of old leaves and in the sheltered niches of rocks. The very thought of them made him half mad with hunger. He held his arms out in front of him, palms facing away from him, fingers spread. Blue light, the shade of pale sapphire, faint as the glow of a quarter moon, perhaps a second in duration, pulsed from his hands. The leaves trembled, and the sparse bunch grass stirred. Then all was still, as darkness reclaimed the canyon floor. Again blue light shone forth from his hands, as if they were hooded lanterns from which the shutters had been briefly lifted. This time the light was twice as bright as before, a deeper blue, and it lasted perhaps 2 seconds. The leaves rustled, and a few of the drooping trailers swayed, and the grass shivered for 30 or 40 feet in front of him. Disturbed by those queer vibrations, something scurried toward Candy, started past him. With that special sense of his surroundings that did not rely on sight or sound or smell, he reached to his left and snatched at the unseen darting creature. His reflexes were as uncanny as anything else about him, and he seized his prey, a field mouse. For an instant it froze in terror. Then it squirmed in his grasp, but he held fast to it. His power had no effect on living things. He could not stun his prey with the telekinetic energy that radiated from his open palms. He could not draw them forth or call them to him, only frighten them out of hiding. He could have shattered one of the melaleucas or sent geysers of dirt and stones into the air, but no matter how hard he strained, he could not have stirred one hair on the mouse by using just his mind. He didn't know why he was hampered by that limitation. Violet and Verbena, whose gifts were not half as impressive as his, seemed to have power only over living things, smaller animals like the cats. Plants bent to Candy's will, of course, and sometimes insects, but nothing with a mind, not even something with a mind as weak as that of a mouse. Kneeling under the silvery trees, he was swaddled in gloom so deep that he could see nothing of the mouse except its dimly gleaming eyes. He brought the fist-wrapped creature to his mouth. It made a thin, terrified sound, more of a peep than a squeal. He bit off its head, spat it out, and fastened his lips upon the torn neck. The blood was sweet, but there was too little of it. He cast the dead rodent aside and raised his arms again, palms out, fingers spread. This time the splash of spectral light was an intense, electric sapphire blue. Although it was of no greater duration than before, its effect was startlingly greater. A half-dozen waves of vibrations, each a fraction of a second apart, slammed up the inclined floor of the canyon. The tall trees shook, and the hundreds of drooping trailers lashed the air, and the leaves thrashed with a sound like swarms of bees. Pebbles and smaller stones were flung up from the ground, and loose rocks rattled against one another. Every blade of bunch grass stood up stiff and straight like hair on a frightened man's nape, and a few clumps tore out of the soil and tumbled away into the night, along with showers of dead leaves, as if a wind had captured them. But no wind disturbed the night. Only the brief burst of sapphire light and the powerful vibrations that accompanied it. Wildlife erupted from concealment, and some of the animals streamed toward him, heading down the canyon. He had learned long ago that they never recognized his scent as that of a human being. They were as likely to flee toward him as away from him. Either he had no scent that they could detect, or they smelled something wild in him, something more like themselves than like a human being, and in their panic they did not realize that he was a predator. They were visible at best as shapeless dark forms streaking past him, like shadows flung off by a spinning lamp. But he also sensed them with his psychic gift. Coyotes loped by, and a panicked raccoon brushed against his leg. He did not reach out for those because he wanted to avoid being badly clawed or bitten. At least a double score of mice streamed within reach as well, but he wanted something more full of life, heavy with blood. He snatched at what he thought was a squirrel, missed, but a moment later seized a rabbit by its hind legs. It shrieked. It thrashed with its less formidable forepaws, but he got a hold of those too, not only immobilizing the creature, but paralyzing it with fear. He held it up to his face. Its fur had a dusty, musky smell. Its red eyes glistened with terror. He could hear its thunderous heart. He bit into its throat. The fur, hide, and muscle resisted his teeth, but blood flowed. The rabbit twitched, not in an attempt to escape, but as if to express its resignation to its fate. They were slow spasms, strangely sensuous, as if the creature almost welcomed death. Over the years, Candy had seen this behavior in countless small animals, especially in rabbits, and he always thrilled to it, for it gave him a heady sense of power, made him feel as one with the fox and the wolf. The spasms ceased, and the rabbit went limp in his hands. Though it was still alive, it had acknowledged the imminence of death, and had entered a trance-like state, in which it evidently felt no pain. This seemed to be a grace that God bestowed on small prey. Candy bit into its throat again, harder this time, deeper, then bit again, deeper still, and the life of the rabbit spurted and bubbled into his greedy mouth. Far away in another canyon, a coyote howled. It was answered by others in its pack. A chorus of eerie voices rose and fell and rose again, as if the coyotes were aware that they were not the only hunters in the night, as if they smelled the fresh kill. When he had supped, Candy cast the drained corpse aside. His need was still great. He would have to break open the blood reservoirs within more rabbits or squirrels before his thirst was slaked. He got to his feet and headed farther up into the canyon, where the wildlife had not been disturbed by his first use of the power, where creatures of many kinds waited in their burrows and hidey holes to be harvested. The night was deep and bountiful.
Maybe it was just Monday morning blues. Maybe it was the bruised sky and the promise of rain that formed her mood. Or maybe she was tense and sour because the violent events at Decadine were only 4 days in the past, and therefore still too fresh. But for some reason, Julie did not want to take on this Frank Pollard's case, or any other new case for that matter. They had a few ongoing security contracts with firms they had served for years, and she wanted to stick to that comfortable, familiar business. Most of the work they did was about as risky as going to the supermarket for a quart of milk, but danger was a potential of the job, and the degree of danger in each new case was unknown. If a frail, elderly lady had come to them on Monday morning seeking help in finding a lost cat, Julie probably would have regarded her as a menace on a par with an axe-wielding psychopath. She was edgy. After all, if Luck had not been with them last week, Bobby would now be 4 days dead. Sitting forward in her chair, leaning over her sturdy metal and formica desk, arms crossed on the green felt blotter, Julie studied Pollard. He could not meet her eyes, and that evasion aroused her suspicion in spite of his harmless, even appealing appearance. He looked as if he ought to have a Vegas comedian's name, Shecky, Buddy, something like that. He was about 30 years old, 5'10", maybe 180 pounds, which on him was 30 pounds too much. However, it was his face that was most suited for a career in comedy. Except for a couple of curious scratches that were mostly healed, it was a pleasant mug, open, kind, round enough to be jolly, deeply dimpled. A permanent flush tinted his cheeks, as if he'd been standing in the Arctic wind for most of his life. His nose was reddish, too, apparently not from too great a fondness for booze, but from having been broken a few times. It was lumpish enough to be amusing, but not sufficiently squashed to make him look like a thug. Shoulders slumped, he sat in one of the 2 leather and chrome chairs in front of Julie's desk. His voice was soft and pleasant, almost musical. "I need help. I don't know where else to go for it." In spite of his comedic looks, his manner was bleak. Though it was mellifluous, his voice was heavy with despair and weariness. With one hand, he periodically wiped his face as if pulling off cobwebs, then peered at his hand with puzzlement each time it came away empty. The backs of his hands were marked with scabbed-over scratches, too, a couple of which were slightly swollen and inflamed. "But frankly," he said, "seeking help from private detectives seems ridiculous. As if this isn't real life but a TV show." "Oh, I've got heartburn, so it's real life all right," Bobby said. He was standing at one of the big 6th-floor windows that faced out toward the mist-obscured sea and down on the nearby buildings of Fashion Island. the Newport Beach shopping center adjacent to the office tower in which Dakota and Dakota had leased a 7-room suite. He turned from the view, leaned against the sill, and extracted a roll of Rolaids from the pocket of his ultra-suede jacket. TV detectives never suffer heartburn, dandruff, and the heartbreak of psoriasis. "Mr. Pollard," Julie said, "I'm sure Mr. Karagiosas has explained to you that, strictly speaking, we aren't private detectives." "Yes. We're security consultants. We primarily work with corporations and private institutions. We have 11 employees with sophisticated skills and years of security experience, which is a lot different from the one-man PI fantasies on TV. We don't shadow men's wives to see if they're being unfaithful, and we don't do divorce work or any of the other things that people usually come to private detectives for." "Mr. Karagiosas explained that to me," Pollard said, looking down at his hands, which were clenched on his thighs. From the sofa to the left of the desk, Clint Karagiosas said, "Frank told me his story, and I really think you ought to hear why he needs us." Julie noted that Clint had used the would-be client's first name, which he had never done before during 6 years with Dakota and Dakota. Clint was solidly built, 5'8", 160 pounds. He looked as though he had once been an inanimate assemblage of chunks of granite and slabs of marble, flint and fieldstone, slate and iron and lodestone, which some alchemist had transmuted into living flesh. His broad countenance, though handsome enough, also looked as if it had been chiseled from rock. In a search for a sign of weakness in his face, one could say only that, though strong, some features were not as strong as others. He had a rock-like personality, too, steady, reliable, imperturbable. Few people impressed Clint, and fewer still pierced his reserve and elicited more than a polite, businesslike response from him. His use of the client's first name seemed to be a subtle expression of sympathy for Pollard and a vote of confidence in the truthfulness of whatever tale the man had to tell. "If Clint thinks this is something for us, that's good enough for me," Bobby said. "What's your problem, Frank?" Julie was not impressed that Bobby had used the client's first name so immediately, casually. Bobby liked everyone he met, at least until they emphatically proved themselves unworthy of being liked. In fact, you had to stab him in the back repeatedly, virtually giggling with malice, before he would finally and regretfully consider the possibility that maybe he shouldn't like you. Sometimes she thought she had married a big puppy that was pretending to be human. Before Pollard could begin, Julie said, "One thing first. If we decide to accept your case, and I stress the if, we aren't cheap." "That's no problem," Pollard said. He lifted a leather flight bag from the floor at his feet. It was one of 2 he'd brought with him. He put it on his lap and unzippered it. He withdrew a couple of packs of currency and put them on the desk, 20s and 100s. As Julie took the money to inspect it, Bobby pushed away from the windowsill and went to Pollard's side. He looked down into the flight bag and said, "It's crammed full." $140,000, Pollard said. Upon quick inspection, the money on the desk did not appear to be counterfeit. Julie pushed it aside and said, "Mr. Pollard, are you in the habit of carrying so much cash?" "I don't know," Pollard said. "You don't know?" "I don't know," he said miserably. "He literally doesn't know," Clint said. "Hear him out." In a voice at once subdued, yet heavy with emotion, Pollard said, "You've got to help me find out where I go at night. What in God's name am I doing when I should be sleeping?" "Hey, this sounds interesting," Bobby said, sitting down on one corner of Julie's desk. Bobby's boyish enthusiasm made Julie nervous. He might commit them to Pollard before they knew enough to be sure that it was wise to take the case. She also didn't like him sitting on her desk. Just didn't seem businesslike. She felt that it gave the prospective client an impression of amateurism. From the sofa, Clint said, "Should I start the tape?" "Definitely," Bobby said. Clint was holding a compact, battery-powered tape recorder. He flicked the switch and set the recorder on the coffee table in front of the sofa, with the built-in microphone aimed at Pollard, Julie, and Bobby. The slightly chubby, round-faced man looked up at them. The rings of bluish skin around his eyes, the watery redness of the eyes themselves, and the paleness of his lips belied any image of robust health to which his ruddy cheeks might have lent credence. A hesitant smile flickered across his mouth. He met Julie's eyes for no more than a second, looked down at his hands again. He seemed frightened, beaten, altogether pitiable. In spite of herself, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. As Pollard began to speak, Julie sighed and slumped back in her chair. 2 minutes later, she was leaning forward again, listening intently to Pollard's soft voice. She did not want to be fascinated, but she was. Even phlegmatic Clint Karagiosis, hearing the story for the second time, was obviously captivated by it. If Pollard was not a liar or a raving lunatic, and most likely he was both, then he was caught up in events of an almost supernatural nature. Julie did not believe in the supernatural. She tried to remain skeptical, but Pollard's demeanor and evident conviction persuaded her against her will. Bobby began making holy gee gosh wow sounds and slapping the desk in astonishment at the revelation of each new twist in the tale. When the client— no, Pollard, not the client. He wasn't their client yet, Pollard. When Pollard told them about waking in a motel room Thursday afternoon with blood on his hands, Bobby blurted, "We'll take the case." "Bobby, wait," Julie said. "We haven't heard everything Mr. Pollard came to tell us. We shouldn't—" "Yeah, Frank," Bobby said. "Oh, what the hell happened then?" Julie said, "What I mean is we have to hear his whole story before we can possibly know whether or not we can help him." "Oh, we can help him all right," Bobby said. "Bobby," she said firmly, "could I see you alone for a moment?" She got up, crossed the office, opened the door to the adjoining bathroom, and turned on the light in there. Bobby said, "Be right back, Frank." He followed Julie into the bathroom, closing the door behind them. She switched on the ceiling exhaust fan to help muffle their voices and spoke in a whisper. "What's wrong with you?" "Well, I have flat feet, no arches at all, and I've got that ugly mole in the middle of my back." "You're impossible. Flat feet and a mole are too many faults for you to handle? You're a hard woman." The room was small. They were standing between the sink and the toilet, almost nose to nose. He kissed her forehead. "Bobby, for God's sake, you just told Pollard we'll take his case. Maybe we won't." "Oh, why wouldn't we? It's fascinating." "Well, for one thing, he sounds like a nut." "No, he doesn't. He says some strange power caused that car to disintegrate, blew out streetlights, strange flute music, mysterious blue lights. The guy's been reading the National Enquirer too long." "But that's just it. A true nut would already be able to explain what happened to him. He'd claim he met God or Martians. This guy is baffled, looking for answers. That strikes me as a sane response. Besides, we're in business, Bobby, business, not for fun, for money. We're not a couple of damned hobbyists." "Well, he's got money, you saw it." "What if it's hot money?" "Frank's no thief." "Oh, you know him less than an hour, and you're sure he's no thief. You're so trusting, Bobby." "Thank you." "It wasn't a compliment. How can you do the kind of work you do and be so trusting?" He grinned. "Well, I trusted you, and that turned out okay." She refused to be charmed. "He says he doesn't know where he got the money, and just for the sake of argument, let's say we buy that part of the story. And let's also say you're right about him not being a thief. So maybe he's a drug dealer or something else. There's 1,000 ways it could be hot money without being stolen. And if we find out that it's hot, we can't keep what he pays us. We'll have to turn it over to the cops. We'll have wasted our time and energy. Besides, it's going to be messy." "Why do you say that?" he asked. "Why do I say that? He just told you about waking up in a motel room with blood all over his hands. Now keep your voice down. You might hurt his feelings. Oh, God forbid. Remember, there was no body. It must have been his own blood." Frustrated, she said, "How do we know there was no body? Because he says there wasn't? He might be such a nutcase that he wouldn't even notice the body if he stepped in its steaming bowels and stumbled over its decapitated head." "Oh, what a vivid image." "Bobby, he says maybe he clawed it himself, but that's not very damned likely. Probably some poor woman, some innocent girl, maybe even a child, a helpless schoolgirl, was attacked by that man, dragged into his car, raped and beaten and raped again, forced to perform every humiliating act a perverse mind could imagine, then driven to some lonely desert canyon, maybe tortured with needles and knives and God knows what, then clubbed to death, and pitched naked into a dry wash, where coyotes are even now chewing on the softer parts of her, with flies crawling in and out of her open mouth. Julie, you're forgetting something. What? I'm the one with the overactive imagination. She laughed. She couldn't help it. She wanted to thump his skull hard enough to knock some sense into him, but she laughed instead and shook her head. He kissed her cheek, then reached for the doorknob. She put her hand on his. Promise, we won't take the case until we've heard his whole story and have time to think about it. All right. They returned to the office. Beyond the windows, the sky resembled a sheet of steel that had been scorched black in places, with a few scattered incrustations of mustard-yellow corrosion. Rain had not begun to fall, but the air seemed tense in expectation of it. The only lights in the room were 2 brass lamps on tables that flanked the sofa, and a silk-shaded brass floor lamp in one corner. The overhead fluorescents were not on, because Bobby hated the glare and believed that an office should be as cozily lighted as a den in a private home. Julie thought an office should look and feel like an office, but she humored Bobby and usually left the fluorescents off. Now, as the oncoming storm darkened the day, she wanted to switch on the overheads and chase away the shadows that had begun to gather in those corners, untouched by the amber glow of the lamps. Frank Pollard was still in his chair, staring at the framed posters of Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, and Uncle Scrooge that adorned the walls. They were another burden under which Julie labored. She was a fan of Warner Brothers cartoons because they had a harder edge than Disney's creations, and she owned videotape collections of them, plus a couple of animation cells of Daffy Duck. But she kept that stuff at home. Bobby brought his Disney cartoon characters into the office because, he said, they relaxed him, made him feel good, and helped him to think. No clients ever questioned their professional abilities merely because of the unconventional artwork on their walls, but she still worried about what they might think. She went behind her desk again, and again Bobby perched on it. After winking at Julie, Bobby said, Frank, I was premature in accepting the case. We really can't make that decision until we've heard your whole story. Oh, sure, Frank said, looking quickly at Bobby, at Julie, then down at his scratched hands, which were now clutching the open flight bag. That's perfectly understandable. Of course it is, Julie said. Clint switched on the tape recorder again. Exchanging the flight bag on his lap for the one on the floor, Pollard said, I should give you these things. He unzippered the second satchel and withdrew a plastic bag that contained a small portion of the handsful of black sand he'd been clutching when he had awakened after his brief sleep Thursday morning. He also withdrew the bloody shirt he had been wearing when he had arisen from his even shorter nap later the same day. I saved them because, well, they seemed like evidence, clues. Maybe they'll help you figure out what's going on, what I've done. Bobby accepted the shirt and the sand, examined them briefly, then put them on the desk beside him. Julie noted that the shirt had been thoroughly saturated with blood, not merely spotted. Now the dry, brownish stains made the material stiff. So you were in the motel Thursday afternoon, Bobby prompted. Pollard nodded. Nothing much happened that night. I went to a movie, couldn't get interested in it, drove around a while. I was tired, real tired in spite of the nap, but I couldn't sleep at all. I was afraid to sleep. Next morning I moved to another motel. When did you finally sleep again? Julie asked. Next evening. Friday evening, that was? Yeah. I tried to stay awake with lots of coffee. Sat at the counter in the little restaurant attached to the motel and drank coffee until I started to float off the stool. Stomach got so acidic I had to stop. Went back to my room. Every time I started nodding off, I went for a walk. But it was pointless. Couldn't stay awake forever. I was coming apart at the seams. I had to get some rest. So I went to bed shortly past 8 that evening, fell asleep instantly. Didn't wake up until 5:30 in the morning. Saturday morning? Yeah. And everything was okay? Bobby asked. Well, at least there was no blood. But there was something else. They waited. Pollard licked his lips, nodded, as if confirming to himself his willingness to continue. See, I'd gone to bed in my boxer shorts, but when I woke up, I was fully clothed. So you were sleepwalking and you dressed in your sleep, Julie said. But the clothes I was wearing weren't any I'd seen before. Julie blinked. Excuse me? They weren't the clothes I was wearing when I came to in that alleyway 2 nights before, and they weren't the clothes I bought at the mall on Thursday morning. Whose clothes were they? Bobby asked. Oh, they must be mine, Pollard said, because they fit me too well to belong to anyone else. They fit perfectly. Even the shoes fit perfectly. I couldn't have lifted that outfit from somebody else and been lucky enough to have it all fit so well. Bobby slipped off the desk and began to pace. So what are you saying? That you left that motel in your underwear, went out to some store, bought clothes, and nobody objected to your immodesty or even questioned you about it? Shaking his head, Pollard said, I don't know. Clint Karagiosa said, well, he could have dressed in his room while sleepwalking, then went out, bought other clothes, changed into them. Well, why would he do that? Julie asked. Clint shrugged. I'm just offering a possible explanation. Mr. Pollard, Bobby said, why would you have done something like that? I don't know. Pollard had used those 3 words so often that he was wearing them out. Each time he repeated them, his voice seemed softer and fuzzier than before. I don't think I did. It doesn't feel right. As an explanation, I mean. Besides, I didn't fall asleep in the motel until after 8 o'clock. I probably couldn't have gotten up again, gone out, and bought clothes before the stores closed. Well, some places are open till 10 o'clock, Clint said. There was a narrow window of opportunity, Bobby agreed. I don't think I would have broken into a store after hours, Pollard said, or stolen the clothes. I don't think I'm a thief. Oh, we know you're not a thief, Bobby said. We don't know any such thing, Julie said sharply. Bobby and Clint looked at her, but Pollard continued to stare at his hands, too shy or confused to defend himself. She felt like a bully for having questioned his honesty, which was nuts. They knew nothing about him. Hell, if he was telling the truth, he knew nothing about himself. Julie said, listen, whether he bought or stole the clothes is not the point here. I can't accept either. At least not with our current scenario. It's just too outrageous. The man going to a mall or Kmart or someplace in his underwear, outfitting himself while he's sleepwalking? Could he do all that and not wake up and appear to be awake to other people? I don't think so. I don't know anything about sleepwalking, but if we research it, I don't think we'll find such a thing as possible. Of course, it wasn't just the clothes, Clint said. No, not just the clothes, Pollard said. When I woke up, there was a large paper bag on the bed beside me, like one of those you get in a supermarket if you don't want plastic. I looked inside, and it was full of money. More cash. How much? Bobby asked. I don't know. A lot. You didn't count it? It's back at the motel where I'm staying now, the new place. I keep moving. I feel safer that way. Anyway, you can count it later if you want. I tried to count it, but I've lost my ability to do even simple arithmetic. Yeah, I know, that sounds screwy, but it's what happened. Couldn't add numbers. I keep trying, but numbers just don't mean much to me anymore. He lowered his head, put his face in his hands. First, I lost my memory. Now I'm losing essential skills like math. I feel as if I'm coming apart, dissolving, until there's going to be none of me left, just a body. No mind at all. Gone. That won't happen, Frank, Bobby said. We won't let it. We'll find out who you are and what it all means. Bobby, Julie said warningly. He smiled obtusely. She got up from her desk and went into the bathroom. Ah, geez. Bobby followed her, closed the door, and turned on the fan. Julie, we have to help the poor guy. The man is obviously experiencing psychotic fugues. He's doing these things in a blacked-out condition. He gets up in the middle of the night, yeah, but he's not sleepwalking. He's awake, alert, but in a fugue state. He could steal, kill, and not remember any of it. Julie, I'll bet you that was his own blood on his hands. He may be having blackouts, fugues, whatever you want to call them, but he's not a killer. How much do you want to bet? And you still say he's not a thief? On a regular basis, he wakes up with a bag full of money. Doesn't know where he got it, but he's not a thief? You think maybe he counterfeits money during these amnesiac spells? No, I'm sure you think he's too nice to be a counterfeiter. Listen, he said, we've got to go with gut feelings sometimes. And my gut feeling is that Frank is a good guy. Even Clint thinks he's a good guy. Greeks are notoriously gregarious. They like everybody. You telling me Clint is your typical Greek social animal? Are we talking about the same Clint, last name Karagiosis? Guy who looks as if he was cast from concrete and smiles about as often as a cigar store Indian? The light in the bathroom was too bright. It bounced off the mirror, white sink, white walls, and white ceramic tile. Thanks to the glare and Bobby's good-natured, if iron-willed determination to help Pollard, Julie was getting a headache. She closed her eyes. Pollard's pathetic, she admitted. Want to go back in there and hear him out? All right, but damn it, don't tell him we'll help him until we've heard everything, all right? They returned to the office. The sky no longer looked like cold, scorched metal. It was darker than before, and churning, molten. Though only the mildest breeze stirred at ground level, strong winds apparently were at work in higher altitudes, for dense black thunderheads were being harried inland from the sea. Like metal filings drawn to magnets, shadows had piled up in some corners. Julie reached for the switch to snap on the overhead fluorescents. Then she saw Bobby looking around with obvious pleasure at the soft, lustrous, burnished brass surfaces of the lamps, in the way the polished oak end tables and coffee tables glimmered in the fall of warm, buttery light. And she left the switch unflicked. She sat behind her desk again, Bobby perched on the edge of it, legs dangling. Clint clicked on the tape recorder, and Julie said, Frank, Mr. Pollard, before you continue your story, I'd like you to answer a few important questions for me. In spite of the blood on your hands and the scratches, you believe you're incapable of hurting anyone? Yeah. Except maybe in self-defense. And you don't think you're a thief? No, I can't. I don't see myself as a thief, no. Then why haven't you gone to the police for help? He was silent. He clutched the open flight bag on his lap and peered into it, as if Julie was speaking to him from its interior. She said, because if you really feel you're an innocent man in all regards, the police are best equipped to help you find out who you are and who's pursuing you. You know what I think? I think you're not as certain of your innocence as you pretend. You know how to hotwire a car, and although any man with reasonable knowledge of automobiles could perform that trick, it's at least an indication of criminal experience. And then there's the money, all that money, bags full of it. You don't remember committing any crimes, but in your heart, you're convinced you have, so you're afraid to go to the cops. That's part of it, he acknowledged. She said, you do understand, I hope, that if we take your case, and if we turn up evidence that you've committed a criminal act, we'll have to convey that information to the police. Of course. But I figure if I went to the cops first, they wouldn't even look for the truth. they'd make up their minds that I was guilty of something even before I finished telling my story. And of course we wouldn't do that, Bobby said, turning his head to favor Julie with a meaningful look. Pollard said, instead of helping me, they'd look around for some recent crimes to pin on me. The police don't work that way, Julie assured him. Of course they do, Bobby said mischievously. He slid off the desk and began to pace back and forth from the Uncle Scrooge poster to the one of Mickey Mouse. Haven't we seen him do it 1,000 times on TV shows? Haven't we all read Hammett and Chandler? Mr. Pollard, Julie said, I was a police officer once. Proves my point, Bobby said. Frank, if you'd gone to the cops, you'd no doubt already have been booked, tried, convicted, and sentenced to 1,000 years. There's a more important reason I can't go to the cops. That would be like going public. Maybe the press would hear about me and be real eager to do a story, about this poor guy with amnesia and bags of cash. Then he'd know where to find me, and I can't risk that. Bobby said, Who is he, Frank? The man who was chasing me the other night. The way you said it, I thought you remembered his name, had a specific person in mind. No. I don't know who he is. I'm not even entirely sure what he is. But I know he'll come for me again if he learns where I am, so I've got to keep my head down. From the sofa, Clint said, I better flip the tape over. They waited while he popped the cassette out of the recorder. Although it was only 3 o'clock, the day was in the grip of a false twilight, indistinguishable from the real one. The breeze at ground level was striving to match the wind that drove the clouds at higher altitudes. A thin fog poured in from the west, exhibiting none of the lazy motion with which fogs usually advanced, swirling and churning, a molten flux that seemed to be trying to solder the earth to the thunderheads above. When Clint had the recorder going again, Julie said, Frank, is that the end of it? When you woke Saturday morning wearing new clothes with a paper bag full of money on the bed beside you? No, not the end. He raised his head, but he didn't look at her. He stared past her at the dreary day beyond the windows, though he seemed to be gazing at something much farther away than Newport Beach. Maybe it's never going to end. From the second flight bag, out of which he had earlier withdrawn the bloody shirt and the sample of black sand, he produced a 1-pint mason jar, of the type used to store home-canned fruits and vegetables, with a sturdy hinged glass lid that clamped on a rubber gasket. The jar was filled with what appeared to be rough, uncut, dully gleaming gems. Some were more polished than others. They sparkled, flared. Frank released the lid, tipped the jar, and poured some of the contents onto the imitation blonde wood Formica desktop. Julie leaned forward. Bobby stepped in for a closer look. The less irregular gems were round, oval, teardrop, or lozenge-shaped. Some aspects of each stone were smoothly curved. Some were naturally beveled with lots of sharp edges. Other gems were lumpy, jagged, pocked. Several were as large as fat grapes. Others as small as peas. They were all red, though they varied in their degree of coloration. They vigorously refracted the light, a pool of scarlet glitter on the pale surface of the desk. The gems marshaled the diffused glow of the lamps through their prisms and cast shimmering spears of crimson toward the ceiling and one wall, where the acoustic tiles and sheetrock appeared to be marked by luminous wounds. Rubies? Bobby asked. They don't look quite like rubies, Julie said. What are they, Frank? I don't know. They might not even be valuable. Where'd you get 'em? Saturday night. I couldn't sleep much at all, just minutes at a time. I kept tossing and turning and popping awake again as soon as I dozed off. Afraid to sleep. And I didn't nap Sunday afternoon. But yesterday evening I was so exhausted I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. I slept in my clothes, and when I got up this morning my pants pockets were full of these things. Julie plucked one of the more polished stones from the pile and held it to her right eye, looking through it toward the nearest lamp. Even in its raw state, the gem's color and clarity were exceptional. They might, as Frank implied, be only semi-precious, but she suspected they were, in fact, of considerable value. Bobby said, "Well, why are you keeping them in a mason jar?" "Because I had to go buy one anyway, to keep this," Frank said. From the flight bag, he produced a large quart-sized jar and placed it on the desk. Julie turned to look at it and was so startled that she dropped the gem she'd been examining. An insect, nearly as large as her hand, lay in that glass container. Though it had a dorsal shell like a beetle, midnight black with blood-red markings around the entire rim, the thing within the carapace more closely resembled a spider than a beetle. It had the 8 sturdy, hairy legs of a tarantula. "What the hell?" Bobby grimaced. He was mildly entomophobic. When he encountered any insect more formidable than a housefly, he called upon Julie to capture or kill it while he watched from a distance. "Is it alive?" Julie asked. "Not now," Frank said. 2 forearms, like miniature lobster claws, extended from under the front of the thing's shell, one on each side of the head, though they differed from the appendages of a lobster in that the pincers were far more highly articulated than those of any common crustacean. They somewhat resembled hands, with 4 curved chitinous segments, each jointed at the base. The edges were wickedly serrated. "If that thing had got a hold of your finger," Bobby said, "I bet it could snip it off. You say it was alive, Frank?" "When I woke up this morning, it was crawling on my chest." "Good God!" Bobby paled visibly. "It was sluggish." "Yeah? Well, it sure looks quick as a damned cockroach." "I think it was dying already," Frank said. "I screamed, brushed it off, and it just lay there on its back on the floor, kicking kind of feebly for a few seconds. Then it was still. I stripped the case off one of the bed pillows and scooped the thing into it and knotted the top so it wouldn't crawl away if it was still alive. Then I discovered the gems in my pockets, so I bought 2 mason jars, one for the bug. And it hasn't moved since I put it in there, so I figure it's dead." "You ever see anything like that?" "No," Julie said. "Thank God, no," Bobby agreed. He was not leaning over the jar for a closer look as Julie was. In fact, he had taken a step back from the desk, as if he thought the creepy crawler might be able, in a wink, to cut its way through the glass. Julie picked up the jar and turned it so she could look at the bug face on. Its satin black head was almost as big as a plum, and half hidden under the carapace. Multifaceted, muddy yellow eyes were set high on the sides of the face, and under each of them was what appeared to be another eye, a third smaller than the one above it, and reddish blue. Queer patterns of tiny holes, 6 thorn-like extrusions, and 3 clusters of silky-looking hairs marked the otherwise smooth, shiny surface of that hideous countenance. Its small mouth, open now, was a circular orifice in which she saw what appeared to be rings of tiny but sharp teeth. Staring at the occupant of the jar, Frank said, "Whatever the hell I'm mixed up in, it's a bad thing. It's a real bad thing. And I'm afraid." Bobby twitched. In a thoughtful voice, speaking more to himself than to them, Bobby said, "Bad thing." Putting the jar down, Julie said, "Frank, we'll take the case." "All right," Clint said, and switched off the recorder. Turning away from the desk, heading toward the bathroom, Bobby said, "Julie, I need to see you alone for a moment." For the 3rd time, they stepped into the bathroom together, closed the door behind them, and switched on the fan. Bobby's face was grayish, like a highly detailed portrait done in pencil. Even his freckles were colorless. His customarily merry blue eyes were not merry now. He said, "Are you crazy? You told him we'll take the case." Julie blinked in surprise. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "No." "Oh. Then I guess I heard you wrong. Must be too much wax in my ears, solid as cement. He's probably a lunatic, dangerous. I'd better go to the doctor, have my ears professionally cleaned. This wild story he's made up is just—" She held up one hand, halting him in mid-sentence. "Get real, Bobby. He didn't imagine that bug. What is that thing? I've never even seen pictures of anything like that." Well, what about the money? He must have stolen it. Frank's no thief. What? Did God tell you that? Because there's no other way you could know. You only met Pollard a little more than an hour ago. You're right, she said. God told me. And I always listen to God, because if you don't listen to him, then he's likely to visit a plague of teeming locusts on you and maybe set your hair on fire with a lightning bolt. Listen, Frank's so lost, adrift, I feel sorry for him, okay? He stared at her, chewing on his pale lower lip for a moment, then finally said, "We work good together, because we complement each other. You're strong where I'm weak, and I'm strong where you're weak. In many ways, we're not at all alike, but we belong together because we fit like pieces of a puzzle. What's your point? One way we're different but complementary is our motivation. This line of work suits me because I get a kick out of helping people who are in trouble through no fault of their own. I like to see good triumph. Sounds like comic book hero stuff, but it's the way I feel. You, on the other hand, are primarily motivated by a desire to stomp the bad guys. Yeah, sure, I like to see the bad guys all crumpled and whimpering too, but it's not as important to me as it is to you. And of course, you're happy to help innocent people, but with you that's secondary to the stomping and the crushing. Probably because you're still working out your rage over the murder of your mother. Bobby, if I want psychoanalysis, I'll get it in a room where the primary piece of furniture is a couch, not a toilet." Her mother had been taken hostage in a bank holdup when Julie was 12. The two perpetrators had been high on amphetamines and low on common sense and compassion. Before it was all over, 5 of the 6 hostages were dead, and Julie's mother was not the lucky one. Turning to the mirror, Bobby looked at her reflection as if he was uncomfortable meeting her eyes directly. "My point is, suddenly you're acting like me, and that's no good. That destroys our balance, disrupts the harmony of this relationship, and it's the harmony that has always kept us alive, successful and alive. You want to take this case because you're fascinated. It excites your imagination, and because you'd like to help Frank. He's so pitiful. I mean, where's your usual outrage? I'll tell you where it is. You don't have any, because, at this moment anyway, there's no one to elicit it. No bad guy. Okay, there's the guy that he says chased him that night, but we don't even know if he's real or just a figment of Frank's fantasy. Without an obvious bad guy to focus your anger, I should have to drag you into this every step of the way, and that's what I was doing. But now you're doing the dragging, and that worries me. It doesn't feel right." She let him ramble on, with their gazes locked in the mirror, and when at last he finished, she said, "No, that's not your point." "What do you mean?" "I mean, everything you just said is smoke. What's really bothering you, Robert?" His reflection tried to stare down her reflection. She smiled. "Come on, tell me. We never keep secrets." Bobby in the mirror looked like some bad imitation of the real Bobby Dakota. The real Bobby, her Bobby, was full of fun and life and energy. Bobby in the mirror was gray-faced, almost grim. His vitality had been sapped by worry. "Robert?" she prodded. "You remember last Thursday when we woke?" he said. "The Santa Anas were blowing. We made love. I remember. And right after we'd made love, I had the strange, terrible feeling that I was going to lose you, that something out there in the wind was coming to get you. You told me about it later that night at Ozzy's when we were talking about jukeboxes, but the windstorm ended, and nothing got me. Here I am." That same night, Thursday night, I had a nightmare, the most vivid dream you can imagine. He told her about the little house on the beach, the jukebox standing in the sand, the thunderous inner voice, "The bad thing is coming, the bad thing, the bad thing," and about the corrosive sea that had swallowed both of them, dissolving their flesh and dragging their bones into lightless depths. It rocked me. You can't conceive of how real it seemed. Sounds crazy, but that dream was almost more real than real life. I woke up, scared as bad as I've ever been. You were sleeping and I didn't wake you. Didn't tell you about it later because I didn't see the point of worrying you, and because, well, it seems childish to put much stock in dreams. I haven't had the nightmare again. But since then, Friday, Saturday, yesterday, I've had moments when a strange anxiety sort of shivers through me. and I think maybe some bad thing is coming to get you. And now, out there in the office, Frank said he was mixed up in a bad thing, a real bad thing. That's how he put it. And right away I made the connection. Julie, maybe this case is the bad thing I dreamed about. Maybe we shouldn't take it. She stared at Bobby in the mirror for a moment, wondering how to reassure him. Finally, she decided that because their roles had reversed, she should deal with him as Bobby would deal with her in a similar situation. Bobby would not resort to logic and reason, which were her tools, but he would charm and humor her out of a funk. Instead of responding directly to his concerns, she said, "Well, as long as we're getting things off our chests, you know what bothers me? The way you sit on my desk sometimes when we're talking to a prospective client. With some clients, it might make sense for me to sit on the desk, wearing a short skirt, showing some leg, because I've got good legs, even if I say so myself. But you never wear skirts, short or otherwise, and you don't have the gams for it anyway." "Who's talking about desks?" "I am," she said, turning away from the mirror and looking at him directly. "We leased a 7-room suite instead of 8 to save money, and by the time the rest of the staff was set up, we had only one office for ourselves, which seemed okay. There's plenty of room in there for 2 desks. But you say you don't want one. Desks are too formal for you. All you need is a couch to lie on while making calls, you say. Yet when clients come in, you sit on my desk. Julie, Formica is a hard, nearly impervious surface. But sooner or later, you'll have spent so much time sitting on my desk, it'll be marked by a permanent imprint of your ass." Because she wouldn't look at the mirror, he had to turn away from it too and face her. "Didn't you hear what I said about the dream? Oh, no, don't get me wrong. You've got a cute ass, Bobby, but I don't want the imprint on my desktop. Pencils will keep rolling into the depression. Dust will collect. What's going on here? I want to warn you that I'm thinking of having the top of my desk wired so I can electrify it with the flick of a switch. You sit on it then, and you'll know what a fly feels like when it settles on one of those electronic bug zappers." "You're being difficult, Julie." "Why are you being difficult?" "Frustration. I haven't gotten to stomp or crush any bad guys lately. Makes me irritable." He said, "Hey, wait a minute. You're not being difficult." "Of course I'm not." "You're being me." "Exactly." She kissed his right cheek and patted his left. "Now, let's go back out there and take the case." She opened the door and stepped out of the bathroom. With some amusement, Bobby said, "I'll be damned," and followed her into the office. Frank Pollard was talking quietly with Clint, but fell silent and looked up hopefully as they entered. Shadows clung to the corners like monks to their cloisters, and for some reason the amber glow from the 3 lamps reminded her of the scintillant and mysterious light of serried votive candles in a church. The puddle of scarlet gems still glimmered on the desk. The bug was still in a death crouch in the mason jar. "Did Clint explain our fee schedule?" she asked Pollard. "Yes." "Okay. In addition, we'll need $10,000 as an advance against expenses." Outside, lightning scarred the bellies of the clouds. The bruised sky ruptured, and cold rain spattered against the windows.
Violet had been awake for more than an hour, and during most of that time she had been a hawk, swooping high in the wind, darting down now and then to make a swift kill. The open sky was nearly as real to her as it was to the bird that she had invaded. She glided on thermal currents, the air offering little resistance to the sleek foredges of her wings, with only the lowering gray clouds above and the whole huddled world below. She was also aware of the shadowy bedroom in which her body, and a portion of her mind, remained. Violet and Verbena usually slept during the day, for to sleep away the night was to waste the best of times. They shared a room on the 2nd floor, one king-size bed, never more than an arm's reach from each other, although usually entwined. That Monday afternoon Verbena was still asleep, naked, on her belly, with her head turned away from her sister, occasionally mumbling wordlessly into her pillow. Her warm flank pressed against Violet. Even while Violet was with the hawk, she was aware of her twin's body heat, smooth skin, slow rhythmic breathing, sleepy murmurings, and distinct scent. She smelled the dust in the room, too, and the stale odor of the long unwashed sheets, and the cats, of course. She not only smelled the cats, which slept upon the bed and the surrounding floor or lay lazily licking themselves, but lived in each of them. While a part of her consciousness remained in her own pale flesh, and a part soared with the feathered predator, other aspects of her held tenancy in each of the cats, 25 of them now that poor Samantha was gone. Simultaneously, Violet experienced the world through her own senses, through those of the hawk, and through the 50 eyes and 25 noses and 50 ears and 100 paws and 25 tongues of the pack. She could smell her own body odor not merely through her own nose, but through the noses of all the cats, the faint soapy residue of last night's bath, the pleasantly lingering tang of lemon-scented shampoo, the staleness that always followed sleep, halitosis ripe with the vapor ghosts of the raw eggs and onions and raw liver that she had eaten that morning before going to bed with the rising sun. Each member of the pack had a sharper olfactory sense than she did, and each perceived her scent differently from the way she did. They found her natural fragrance strange, yet comforting, intriguing, yet familiar. She could smell, see, hear, and feel herself through her sister's senses as well, for she was always inextricably linked with Verbena. At will she could swiftly enter or disengage from the minds of other life forms, but Verbena was the only other person with whom she could join in that way. It was a permanent link which they had shared since birth, and though Violet could disengage from the hawk or the cats whenever she wished, she could never disengage from her twin. Likewise, she could control the minds of animals as well as inhabit them, but she was not able to control her sister. Their link was not that of puppet master and puppet, but special and sacred. All of her life, Violet had lived at the confluence of many rivers of sensation, bathed in great churning currents of sound and scent and sight and taste and touch, experiencing the world not only through her own senses, but those of countless surrogates. For part of her childhood she had been autistic, so overwhelmed by sensory input that she could not cope. She had turned inward to her secret world of rich, varied, and profound experience until she had learned to control the incoming flood, harnessing it instead of being swept away. Only then had she chosen to relate to the people around her, abandoning autism, and she had not learned to talk until she was 6 years old. She had never risen out of those deep, fast currents of extraordinary sensation to stand on the comparatively dry bank of life on which other people existed. But at least she had learned to interact with her mother, Candy, and others to a limited degree. Verbena had never coped half as well as Violet, and evidently never would. Having chosen a life almost exclusively defined by sensation, she exhibited little or no concern for the exercise and development of her intellect. She had never learned to talk, showed only the vaguest interest in anyone but her sister, and immersed herself with joyous abandonment in the ocean of sensory stimuli that surged around her. Running as a squirrel, flying as a hawk or gull, rutting as a cat, loping and killing as a coyote, drinking cool water from a stream through the mouth of a raccoon or field mouse, entering the mind of a bitch in heat as other dogs mounted her, simultaneously sharing the terror of the cornered rabbit and the savage excitement of the predatory fox, Verbena enjoyed a breadth of life that no one else but Violet could ever know. And she preferred the constant thrill of immersion in the wildness of the world to the comparatively mundane existence of other people. Now, although Verbena still slept, a part of her was with Violet in the soaring hawk, for even sleep did not necessitate the complete disconnection of their links to other minds. The continuous sensory input of the lesser species was not only the primary fabric from which their lives were cut, but the stuff of which their dreams were formed as well. Under storm clouds that grew darker by the minute, the hawk glided high over the canyon behind the Pollard property. It was hunting. Far below, among pieces of dried and broken tumbleweed between spiny clumps of gorse, a fat mouse broke cover. It scurried along the canyon floor, alert for signs of enemies at ground level, but oblivious to the feathered death that observed it from far above. Instinctively aware that the mouse could hear the flapping of wings from a great distance, and would scramble into the nearest haven at the first sound of them, the hawk silently tucked its wings back, half folding them against its body, and dived steeply, angling toward the rodent. Though she had shared this experience countless times before, Violet held her breath as they plummeted 1,200 feet, dropping past ground level and farther down into the ravine. And though she actually was safely on her back in bed, her stomach seemed to turn within her, and a primal terror swelled within her breast even as she let out a thin squeal of pleasurable excitement. On the bed beside Violet, her sister also softly cried out. On the canyon floor, the mouse froze, sensing onrushing doom, but not certain from which quarter it was coming. The hawk deployed its wings as foils at the last moment. Abruptly, the true substance of the air became apparent and provided a welcome braking resistance. Letting its hindquarters precede it, extending its legs, opening its claws, the hawk seized the mouse, even as the creature reacted to the sudden spread of wings and tried to flee. Though remaining with the hawk, Violet entered the mind of the mouse an instant before the predator had taken it. She felt the icy satisfaction of the hunter and the hot fear of the prey. From the perspective of the hawk, she felt the plump mouse's flesh puncture and split under the sharp and powerful assault of her talons, and from the perspective of the mouse, she was racked by searing pain and was aware of a dreadful rupturing within. The bird peered down at the squealing rodent in its grasp and shivered with a wild sense of dominance and power, with a realization that hunger would again be sated. It loosed a caw of triumph that echoed along the canyon. Feeling small and helpless in the grip of its winged assailant, in the thrall of excruciating fear so intense as to be strangely akin to the most exquisite of sensory pleasures, the mouse looked up into the steely, merciless eyes and ceased to struggle, went limp, resigned itself to death. It saw the fierce beak descending, was aware of being rended, but no longer felt pain, only numb resignation. Then a brief moment of shattering bliss, then nothing. Nothing. The hawk tipped back its head and let bloody ribbons and warm knots of flesh fall down its gullet. On the bed, Violet turned on her side to face her sister. Having been shaken from sleep by the power of the experience with the hawk, Verbena came into Violet's arms. Naked, pelvis to pelvis, belly to belly, breasts to breasts, the twins held each other and shuddered uncontrollably. Violet gasped against Verbena's tender throat, and through her link with Verbena's mind, she felt that hot flood of her own breath and the warmth it brought to her sister's skin. They made wordless sounds and clung to each other, and their frantic breathing did not begin to subside until the hawk tore the last red sliver of nourishing meat from the mouse's hide, and, with a flurry of wings, threw itself into the sky again. Below was the Pollard property, the Eugenia hedge, the gabled, slate-roofed, weathered-looking house, the 20-year-old Buick that had belonged to their mother and that Candy sometimes drove. Clusters of primrose burning with red and yellow and purple blooms in a narrow and untended flower bed that extended the length of the decrepit back porch. Violet also saw Candy far below, at the northeast corner of the sprawling property. Still holding fast to her sister, gracing Verbena's throat and cheek and temple with a lace of gentle kisses, Violet simultaneously directed the hawk to circle above her brother. Through the bird, she watched him as he stood head bowed at their mother's grave, mourning her as he had mourned her every day without exception since her death those many years ago. Violet did not mourn. Her mother had been as much a stranger to her as anyone in the world, and she had felt nothing special at the woman's passing. Indeed, because Candy was gifted too, Violet felt closer to him than she had to her mother, which was not saying much because she did not really know him or care a great deal about him. How could she be close to anyone if she could not enter his mind and live with him, through him? That incredible intimacy was what welded her to Verbena, and it marked the myriad relationships she enjoyed with all the fowl and fauna that populated nature's world. She simply did not know how to relate to anyone without that intense innermost connection. And if she could not love, she could not mourn. Far below the wheeling hawk, Candy dropped to his knees beside the grave.
Monday afternoon. Thomas sat at his work table, making a picture poem. Derek helped, or thought he did. He sorted through a box of magazine clippings. He chose pictures, gave them to Thomas. If the picture was right, Thomas trimmed it, pasted it on the page. Most of the time, it wasn't right. So he put it aside and asked for another picture, and another, until Derek gave him something he could use. He didn't tell Derek the awful truth. The awful truth was he wanted to make the poem by himself. But he couldn't hurt Derek's feelings. Derek was hurt enough. Too much. Being dumb really hurt, and Derek was dumber than Thomas. Derek was dumber looking, too, which was more hurt. His forehead sloped more than Thomas's, his nose was flatter, and his head had a squashy shape. Awful truth. Later, tired of making the picture poem, Thomas and Derek went to the rec room, and that was where it happened. Derek got hurt. He got hurt so much he cried. A girl did it, Mary, in the rec room. Some people were playing a game of marbles in one corner. Some were watching TV. Thomas and Derek were sitting on a couch near some windows, being sociable when anyone came around. The aides always wanted people at the home to be sociable. It was good for you to be sociable. When no one came around to be sociable with them, Thomas and Derek were watching hummingbirds at a feeder that hung outside the windows. Hummingbirds didn't really hum, but they zipped around and were a lot of fun to watch. Mary, who was new at the home, didn't zip around and wasn't fun to watch, but she hummed a lot. No, she buzzed. Buzz, 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 all the time. Mary knew about IQs. She said they really mattered, IQs. And maybe they did, though Thomas had never heard of them and didn't understand what they were, but then a lot of things he didn't understand were important. He knew what eyes were, of course. He knew a cue was a stick you hit balls with because they had a pool table right there in the rec room, near where he and Derek were sitting, though nobody used it much. He figured it would be a bad thing, real bad, if you stuck yourself in the eye with a cue, but this Mary said IQs were good, and she had a big one for a Downs kid. "I'm a high-end moron," she said, real happy with herself, you could tell. Thomas didn't know what a moron was, but he couldn't see a high end to Mary anywhere. She was fat and mostly droopy all over. "You're probably a moron too, Thomas, but you ain't high-end like me. I'm almost normal, and you ain't as close normal as me." All this only confused Thomas. It confused Derek even more, you could tell. And in his thick and sometimes hard-to-understand voice, Derek said, "Me? No moron." He shook his head. "Cowboy," he smiled. "Cowboy." Mary laughed at him. "You ain't no cowboy, or ever going to be. What you are is an imbecile." They had to ask her to say it a few times before they got it, but even then they didn't really get it. They could say it, but didn't know what it was any more than they knew what one of those IQs looked like. "You've got your normal people," Mary said, "then morons under them, then imbeciles who are dumber than morons, and then you've got idiots who are dumber than even imbeciles. Me, I'm a high-end moron, and I ain't going to be here forever. I'm going to be good, behave, work hard to be normal, and someday go back to a halfway house." "Halfway where?" Derek asked, which was what Thomas wondered too. Mary laughed at him. "Halfway to being normal, which is more than you'll ever be, you poor damn imbecile." This time, Derek realized she was looking down on him, making fun, and he tried not to cry, but he did. He got red in the face and cried. And Mary grinned sort of wild. She was all puffed up, excited, like she'd won some big prize. She'd used a bad word, damn, and should be ashamed, but she wasn't, you could tell. She said the other word again, which Thomas now saw was a bad word too. Imbecile. And she kept saying it until poor Derek got up and ran, and even then she shouted it after him. Thomas went back to their room looking for Derek, and Derek was in the closet with the door shut, bawling. Some of the aides came in and talked to Derek real nice, but he didn't want to come out of the closet. They had to talk to him a long time to get him to come out of there, but even then he couldn't stop crying, and so after a while they had to give him something. Once in a while, when you were sick, like with flu, the aides asked you to take something, which meant a pill of one shape or another, one color or another, little or big. But when they had to give you something, it always meant a needle, which was a bad thing. They never had to give something to Thomas because he was always good, but sometimes Derek, nice as he was, got to feeling so bad about himself that he couldn't stop crying. And sometimes he hit himself, just hit himself in the face until he broke himself open and got blood on himself. And even then, he wouldn't stop. So they had to give him something for his own good. Derek never hit anyone else. He was nice, but for his own good, he sometimes had to be made to relax, or sometimes even made to sleep, which was what happened that day. Mary, the high-end moron, called him an imbecile. After Derek was made to sleep, one of the aides sat beside Thomas at the work table. It was Kathy. Thomas liked Kathy. She was older than Julie, but not as old as somebody's mother. She was pretty, not as pretty as Julie, but pretty, with a nice voice and eyes you weren't afraid to look into. She took one of Thomas's hands in both of hers. She asked if he was okay. He said he was, but he really wasn't, and she knew it. They talked a while. That helped, being sociable. She told him about Mary, so he'd understand, and that helped too. She's so frustrated, Thomas. She was out there in the world for a while at a halfway house, and she even had a part-time job, making a little money of her own. She was trying so hard, but it didn't work. She had too many problems, so she had to be institutionalized again. I think she regrets what she did to Derek. She's just so disappointed that she needed to feel superior to someone. I was out in the world once, Thomas said. I know you were, honey. With my dad, then with my sister and Bobby. Did you like it out there? Some of it scared me. But when I was with Julie and Bobby, I liked that part. On his bed, Derek was snoring. The afternoon was half gone. The sky was getting ugly stormy. The room had shadows everywhere. Only the desk lamp was on. Kathy's face looked pretty in the lamp glow. Her skin was like peach-colored satin. He knew what satin was like. Julie once had a dress of satin. For a while, he and Kathy were quiet. Then he said, "Sometimes it's hard." She put her hand on his head, smoothed his hair. "Yeah, I know, Thomas. I know." She was so nice. He didn't know why he started to cry when she was so nice, but he did. Maybe it was because she was so nice. Kathy scooted her chair closer to his. He leaned against her. She put her arms around him. He cried and cried. Not hard, terrible crying like Derek. Soft. But he couldn't stop. He tried not to cry because crying made him feel dumb, and he hated feeling dumb. Through his tears he said, "I hate feeling dumb." "You're not dumb, honey."
"Yeah, I am. Hate it. But it can't be nothing else. I try not to think about being dumb, but you can't not think about it when it's what you are, and when other people aren't. And they go out in the world every day, live. But you don't go out in the world and don't even want to. But oh, you want to, even when you say you don't."
That was a lot for him to say, and he was surprised that he had said it all. Surprised but also frustrated, because he wanted so bad to tell her how he felt, being dumb, being afraid of going out in the world, and he'd failed. Hadn't been able to find the right words, so the feeling was still all bottled up in him.
"Time. There's lots of time, see, when you're dumb and can't go out into the world. Lots of time to fill up. But then there really ain't enough time. Not enough for learning how not to be afraid of things. And I gotta learn not to be afraid so I can go back and be with Julie and Bobby, which I wanted to real bad, before all the time runs out. There's too big amounts of time and not enough. That sounds dumb, don't it?"
"No, Thomas, it doesn't sound dumb." He didn't move out of her arms. He wanted to be hugged. Kathy said, "You know, sometimes life is hard for everyone, even for smart people, even for the smartest of them all." With one hand he wiped at his damp eyes.
"Is it? Sometimes? Is it hard for you?"
"Sometimes. But I believe there's a God, Thomas, and that he put us here for a reason, and that every hardship we have to face is a test, and that we're better for enduring them." He raised his head to look at her. Such nice eyes, good eyes. They were eyes that loved you, like Julie's eyes or Bobby's. Thomas said,
"God made me dumb to test me?"
"You're not dumb, Thomas. Not in some ways. I don't like to hear you call yourself dumb. You're not as smart as some, but that's not your fault. You're different, that's all. Being different is your hardship, and you're coping with it well."
"I am?"
"Beautifully. Look at you. You're not bitter. You're not sullen. You reach out to people."
"Being sociable."
She smiled, pulled a tissue from the box of Kleenex on the work table and wiped the tears from his face. "Of all the smart people in the world, Thomas, not a one of them handles hardship better than you do, and most not as well." He knew she meant what she said, and her words made him happy, even if he didn't quite believe life was ever hard for smart people. She stayed a while, made sure he was okay, then she left. Derek was still snoring. Thomas sat at the work table, tried to make a poem. After a while he went to the window. Rain was coming down now. It trickled on the glass. The afternoon was almost gone. Night was soon coming down on top of the rain. He put his hands against the glass. He reached into the rain, into the gray day, into the nothingness of the night that was slowly sneaking up on them. The bad thing was still out there. He could feel it. A man, but not a man. Something more than a man, very bad, ugly, nasty. He'd felt it for days, but he hadn't TV'd a warning to Bobby since last week because the bad thing wasn't coming any closer. It was far away right now. Julie was safe, and if he TV'd too many warnings to Bobby, then Bobby would stop paying attention to them. And when the bad thing finally showed up, Bobby wouldn't believe in it anymore, and then it would get to Julie because Bobby wouldn't be paying attention. What Thomas most feared was that the bad thing would take Julie to the bad place. Their mother went to the bad place, when Thomas was 2 years old, so he'd never known her. Then their dad went to the bad place later, leaving Thomas with just Julie. He didn't mean hell. He knew about heaven and hell. Heaven was God's, the devil owned hell. If there was a heaven, he was sure his mom and dad went there. You wanted to go up to heaven if you could. Things were better there. In hell, the aides weren't nice. But to Thomas, the bad place wasn't just hell. It was death. Hell was a bad place, but death was the bad place. Death was a word you couldn't picture. Death meant everything stopped, went away, all your time ran out, over, done, kaput. How could you picture that? A thing wasn't real if you couldn't picture it. He couldn't see death, couldn't get a picture of it in his head, not if he thought about it the way other people seemed to think about it. He was just too dumb, so he had to picture it in his head as a place. They said death came to take you, and it had come to take his father one night. His heart had attacked him, but if it came to take you, then it had to take you someplace. And that was the bad place. It's where you were taken and never allowed to come back. Thomas didn't know what happened to a person there. Maybe nothing nasty, except you weren't allowed to come back and see people you loved, which made it nasty enough, no matter if the food was good over there. Maybe some people went on to heaven, some to hell, but you couldn't come back from either one, so both were part of the bad place, just different rooms. And he wasn't sure heaven and hell were real, so maybe all there was in the bad place was darkness and cold and so much empty space that when you went over there, you couldn't even find the people who'd gone ahead of you. That scared him most of all. Not just losing Julie to the bad place, but not being able to find her when he went over there himself. He was already afraid of the night, all that big empty, the lid off the world. So if just the night itself was so scary, the bad place would be lots worse. It was sure to be bigger than the night, and daylight never came in the bad place. Outside, the sky got darker. Winds blew the palms, rain ran down the glass. The bad thing was far away, but it would come closer, soon.
Candy was having one of those days when he could not accept that his mother was dead. Every time he crossed a threshold or turned a corner, he expected to see her. He thought he heard her rocking in the parlor, humming softly to herself as she knitted a new afghan. But when he went in there to look, the rocking chair was filled with dust and draped with a shawl of cobwebs. Once he hurried into the kitchen, expecting to find her in a brightly flowered house dress, overlaid with a ruffle-trimmed white apron, dropping neat spoonsful of cookie batter on baking sheets, or perhaps mixing a cake. But, of course, she was not there. In a moment of acute emotional turmoil, Candy raced upstairs, certain that he would find his mother in bed, but when he burst into her room he remembered that it was his room now, and that she was gone. Eventually, to jar himself out of that strange and troubling mood, he went into the backyard and stood by her lonely grave in the northeast corner of the large property. He had buried her there 7 years ago under a solemn winter sky, similar to the one that currently hid the sun, with a hawk circling above, just as one circled now. He had dug her grave, wrapped her in sheets scented with Chanel No. 5, and lowered her into the ground secretly, because interment on private property not designated as a gravesite was against the law. If he had allowed her to be buried elsewhere, he would have had to go live there with her, for he could not have endured being separated from her mortal remains for any great length of time. Candy dropped to his knees. Over the years, the original mound of earth had settled until her grave was marked by a shallow concavity. The grass was sparser there, the blade's coarse wiry different from the rest of the lawn, though he did not know why. Even in the months following her burial, the grass above her had not flourished. No headstone memorialized her passing. Although the backyard was sheltered by the high hedge, he could not risk calling attention to her illegal resting place. Staring at the ground around him, Candy wondered if a headstone would help him accept her death. If every day he saw her name and the date of her death deeply cut into a slab of marble, that sight should slowly but permanently engrave the loss upon his heart, sparing him days like this, when he was disturbed by a queer forgetfulness and by a hope that could never be fulfilled. He stretched out on the grave, his head turned to one side with an ear against the earth, as if he half expected to hear her speaking to him from her subterranean bed. Pressing his body hard into the unyielding ground, he longed to feel the vitality that she had once radiated, the singular energy that had flowed from her like heat from the open door of a furnace. But he felt nothing. Though his mother had been a special woman, Candy knew it was absurd to expect her corpse after 7 years to radiate even a ghost of the love that she had lavished upon him when she was alive. Nevertheless, he was grievously disappointed when not even the faintest aura shimmered upward through the dirt from her sacred bones. Hot tears burned in his eyes, and he tried to hold them back. But a faint rumble of thunder passed through the sky, and a few fat droplets of rain began to fall, and neither the storm nor his tears could be restrained. She lay only 5 or 6 feet beneath him, and he was overcome by an urge to claw his way down to her. He knew her flesh would have deteriorated, that he would find only bones cradled in a vile muck of unthinkable origin. But he wanted to hold her, and be held, even if he had to arrange her skeletal arms around himself in a staged embrace. He actually ripped at the grass and tore up a few handsful of topsoil. Soon, however, he was racked by powerful sobs that swiftly exhausted him and left him too weak to struggle with reality any longer. She was dead, gone, forever. As the cold rain fell in greater volume pounding on Candy's back, it seemed to leach his hot grief from him and fill him instead with icy hatred. Frank had killed their mother. He must pay for that crime with his own life. Lying on a muddy grave and weeping like a child would not bring Candy one step closer to vengeance. Finally, he got up and stood with his hands fisted at his sides, letting the storm sluice some of the mud and grief from him. He promised his mother that he would be more relentless and diligent in his pursuit of her killer. The next time he got a lead on Frank, he would not lose him. Looking up at the cloud-choked and streaming sky, addressing his mother in heaven, he said, "I'll find Frankie. Kill him, crush him, I will. I'll smash his skull open and cut his hateful brain into pieces and flush it down a toilet." The rain seemed to penetrate him, driving a chill deep into his marrow, and he shuddered. "If I find anyone who lifted a hand to help him, I'll cut their hands off. I'll tear out the eyes of anyone who looked at Frankie with sympathy, I swear I will. And I'll cut out the tongues of any bastards who spoke kind words to him." Suddenly the rain fell with greater force than before, hammering the grass flat, crackling through the leaves of a nearby oak, stirring a chorus of whispers from the eugenias. It snapped against his face, making him squint, but he did not lower his eyes from heaven. "If he's found anyone to care about, anyone at all, I'll take them away from him like he took you away from me. I'll break them open, get the blood out of them, and throw them away like garbage." He had made these same promises many times during the past 7 years, but he made them now with no less passion than he had before. "Like garbage," he repeated through clenched teeth. His need for vengeance was no less fierce now than it had been on the day of her murder 7 years ago. His hatred of Frank was, if anything, harder and sharper than ever. "Like garbage," An axe of lightning cleaved the contusive sky. Briefly, a long, jagged laceration opened in the dark clouds, which for a moment seemed to him not like clouds at all, but like the infinitely strange and throbbing body of some godlike being. And through the lightning-rent flesh he thought he glimpsed the shining mystery beyond.
Clint dreaded the rainy season in Southern California. Most of the year was dry, and in the on-again, off-again drought of the past decade, some winters were marked by only a few storms. When the rain finally fell, the natives seemed to have forgotten how to drive in it. As gutters overflowed, the streets clogged with traffic. The freeways were worse. They looked like infinitely long car washes in which the conveyors had broken down. While the gray light slowly faded out of that Monday afternoon, he drove first to Palomar Laboratories in Costa Mesa. It was a large, single-story concrete block building, 1 block west of Bristol Avenue. Their medical lab division analyzed blood samples, pap smears, and biopsies, among other things, but they also performed industrial and geological sample analyses of all kinds. He parked his Chevy in the adjoining lot. Carrying a plastic bag from Vaughn's supermarket, he sloshed through the deep puddles, head bent against the driving rain, and went into a small reception lounge, dripping copiously. An attractive young blonde sat on a stool behind the counter at the reception window. She was wearing a white uniform and a purple cardigan. She said, "You should have an umbrella." Clint nodded, put the supermarket bag on the counter, and began to untie the knot in the straps to open it. "At least a raincoat," she said. From an inside jacket pocket he withdrew a Dakota and Dakota card, passed it to her. "Is this who you want to build?" she asked. "Yeah." "Have you used our service before?" "Yeah." "You have an account?" "Yeah." "I haven't seen you in here before." "No." "My name's Lisa. I've only been here about a week. Never had a private eye come in before. At least, since I've started." From the large white sack, he withdrew 3 smaller, clear Ziploc bags and lined them up side by side. "You got a name?" she asked, cocking her head, smiling at him. "Clint." "You go around without an umbrella or a raincoat in this weather, Clint, you'll catch your death, even as sturdy as you look." "First the shirt," Clint said, pushing the bag forward. "We want the bloodstains analyzed, not just typed. We want the whole 9 yards, a complete genetic workup, too. Take samples from 4 different parts of the shirt, because there might be more than one person's blood on it. If so, do a workup on both." Lisa frowned at Clint, then at the shirt in the bag. She began filling out the analysis order. "Same program on this one," he said, pushing forward the second bag. It contained a folded sheet of Dakota and Dakota stationery that was mottled with several spots of blood. Back at the office, Julie had sterilized a pin in a match flame, stuck Frank Pollard's thumb, and squeezed the crimson samples onto the paper. "We want to know if any of the blood on the shirt matches what's on this stationery." The third bag contained the black sand. "Is this a biological substance?" Lisa asked. "I don't know. It looks like sand." "Well, because if it's a biological substance, it should go to our medical division, but if it's not biological, it should go to the industrial lab. Send a little to both and put a rush on it. Costs more, whatever." As she filled out the third form, she said, "There's a few beaches in Hawaii with black sand. You ever been there?" "No." "Kaimu. That's the name of one of the black beaches. Comes from a volcano somehow. The sand, I mean. You like beaches?" "Yeah." She looked up, her pen poised over the form, and gave him a big smile. Her lips were full, her teeth were very white. "I love the beach. Nothing I like better than putting on a bikini and soaking up some sun. Really just baking in the sun. And I don't care what they say about a tan being bad for you. Life's short anyway, you know. Might as well look good while we're here. Besides, being in the sun makes me feel, not lazy exactly, because I don't mean it saps my energy, just the opposite. It makes me feel full of energy. But a lazy energy, sort of the way a lioness walks, you know? Strong-looking but easy. The sun makes me feel like a lioness." He said nothing. She said,
It's erotic, the sun. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You lay out in the sun enough on a nice beach, and all your inhibitions sort of melt away.
He just stared at her. After she finished filling out the analysis orders, gave him copies, and attached each order to the correct sample, Lisa said, "Listen, Clint, we're living in a modern world, right?" He didn't know what she meant. She said, "We're all liberated these days, am I right? So if a girl finds a guy attractive, she doesn't have to wait for him to make the move." Oh, Clint thought. Leaning back on her stool, maybe to let him see how her full breasts filled out her white uniform blouse, she smiled and said, "Would you be interested in a dinner? Movie?" "No." Her smile froze. Sorry," he said. He folded the copies of the work order and put them in the same jacket pocket from which he earlier had withdrawn a business card. She was glaring at him, and he realized he'd hurt her feelings. Searching for something to say, all he could come up with was, "I'm gay." She blinked and shook her head as if recovering from a stunning blow. Like sun-piercing clouds, her smile broke through the gloom on her face.
"Oh, had to be to resist this package, I guess."
"Sorry."
"Hey, it's not your fault. We are what we are, huh?"
He went into the rain again. It was getting colder. The sky looked like the ruins of a burnt-out building to which the fire department had arrived too late. Wet ashes, dripping cinders. As night fell on that rainy Monday, Bobby Dakota stood at the hospital window and said, "Well, not much of a view, Frank, unless you're keen on parking lots." He turned and surveyed the small white room. Hospitals always gave him the creeps, but he did not express his true feelings to Frank. "The decor sure won't be featured in Architectural Digest anytime soon, but it's comfy enough. You've got TV, magazines, and 3 meals a day in bed. I notice some of the nurses are real lookers, too, but please, try to keep your hands off the nuns, okay?" Frank was paler than ever. The dark circles around his eyes had grown like spreading ink blots. He not only looked as if he belonged in a hospital, but as if he'd been there for weeks already. He used the power controls to tilt the bed up. "Are these tests really necessary?" "Your amnesia might have a physical cause," Julie said. "You heard Dr. Freeborn. They'll look for cerebral abscesses, neoplasm cysts, clots, all kinds of things." "I'm not sure about this Freeborn," Frank said worriedly. Sanford Freeborn was Bobby and Julie's friend as well as their physician. A few years ago, they had helped him get his brother out of deep trouble. "Why? What's wrong with Sandy?" Frank said, I don't know him." "You don't know anybody," Bobby said. "That's your problem, remember? You're an amnesiac." After accepting Frank as a client, they had taken him directly to Sandy Freeborn's office for a preliminary examination. All Sandy knew was that Frank could remember nothing but his name. They had not told him about the bags of money, the blood, black sand, red gems, weird insect, or any of the rest of it. Sandy didn't ask why Frank had come to them instead of the police, or why they'd accepted a case so far outside their usual purview. One of the things that made him a good friend was his reliable discretion. Nervously adjusting the sheets, Frank said, "You think a private room is really necessary?" Julie nodded. "You also want us to find out what you do at night, where you go, which means monitoring you, tight security." "A private room's expensive," Frank said. "You can afford the finest care," Bobby said. "Well, the money in those bags might not be mine," Bobby shrugged. "Well, then you'll have to work off your hospital bill, change a few hundred beds, empty a few thousand bedpans, perform some brain surgery free of charge. You might be a brain surgeon, who knows? With amnesia, it's just as likely you've forgotten that you're a surgeon as that you're a used car salesman. Worth a try. Get a bone saw, cut off the top of some guy's head, have a peek in, see if anything looks familiar." Leaning against the bed rail, Julie said, "When you're not in radiology or some other department undergoing tests, we'll have a man with you watching over you. Tonight, it's Hal." Hal Yamataka had already taken his station in an uncomfortable-looking upholstered chair provided for visitors. He was to one side of the bed between Frank and the door, in a position to watch both his charge and, if Frank was in the mood, the wall-mounted television. Hal resembled a Japanese version of Clint Karagiozis, about 5'7" or 8", broad in the shoulders and chest, as solid-looking as if he had been built by a mason who knew how to fit stones tight together and hide the mortar. In case nothing worth watching was on television, and his charge proved to be a lousy conversationalist, he had brought a John D. MacDonald novel. Looking at the rain-washed window, Frank said, "I guess I'm just scared." "No need to be scared," Bobby said. "Hal's not as dangerous as he looks. He's never killed anyone he liked." "Only once," Hal said. Bobby said, "You once killed someone you liked? Over what?" "He asked to borrow my comb." "Well, there you go, Frank," Bobby said. "Just don't ask to borrow his comb and you're safe." Frank was in no mood to be kidded. "I can't stop thinking about waking up with blood on my hands. I'm afraid maybe I've already hurt someone. I don't want to hurt anyone else." "Oh, you can't hurt Hal," Bobby said. "He's an impenetrable Oriental. Inscrutable," Hal said. "I'm an inscrutable Oriental." "I don't want to hear about your sex problems, Hal. Anyway, if you didn't eat so much sushi and didn't have raw fish breath, you'd get scruted as often as anyone." Reaching over the bed railing, Julie took one of Frank's hands. He smiled weakly. "Your husband always like this, Mrs. Dakota?" "Call me Julie." "Do you mean, does he always act like a wise ass or a child?" "Not always, but most of the time, I'm afraid." "You hear that, Hal?" Bobby said. "Women and amnesiacs, they have no sense of humor." To Frank, Julie said, "My husband believes everything in life should be fun, even car accidents, even funerals, even dental hygiene," Bobby said. "And he'd probably be making jokes about fallout in the middle of a nuclear war. It's just the way he is. He can't be cured." "She's tried," Bobby said. "She sent me to a happiness detox center. They promised to knock some gloom into me. Couldn't." "You'll be safe here," Julie said, squeezing Frank's hand before letting go of it. "Hal will look after you."
The entomologist's house was in the Turtle Rock development in Irvine, within easy driving distance of the university. Low, black mushroom-shaped Malibu lamps threw circles of light on the rain-puddled walkway that led to the softly gleaming oak doors. Carrying one of Frank Pollard's leather flight bags, Clint stepped onto the small covered porch and rang the bell. A man spoke to him through an intercom set just below the bell push. "Who is it, please?" "Dr. Dyson Manfred. I'm Clint Karagiozis from Dakota and Dakota." Half a minute later, Manfred opened the door. He was at least 10 inches taller than Clint, 6'5" or 6", and thin. He was wearing black slacks, a white shirt, and a green necktie. The top button of the shirt was undone, and the tie hung loose. "Good God, man, you're soaked." "Just damp." Manfred moved back, opening the door wide, and Clint stepped into the tile-floored foyer. As he closed the door, Manfred said, "Ought to have a raincoat or umbrella on a night like this." "It's invigorating." "What is?" "Bad weather," Clint said. Manfred looked at him as if he was strange, but in Clint's view it was Manfred himself who was strange. The guy was too thin, all bones. He could not fill his clothes. His trousers hung shapelessly on his knobby hips, and his shoulders poked at the fabric of his shirt as if only bare, sharp bones lay under there. Angular and graceless, he looked as if he had been assembled from a pile of dry sticks by an apprentice god. His face was long and narrow, with a high brow and a lantern jaw, and his well-tanned, leathery skin seemed to be stretched so tight over his cheekbones that it might split. He had peculiar amber eyes that regarded Clint with an expression of cool curiosity, no doubt familiar to the thousands of bugs he had pinned to specimen boards. Manfred's gaze traveled down Clint to the floor, where water was puddling around his running shoes. Sorry," Clint said. "It'll dry. I was in my study. Come along." Glancing into the living room to his right, Clint noted fleur-de-lis wallpaper, a thick Chinese rug, too many overstuffed chairs and sofas, antique English furniture, wine-red velour drapes, and tables cluttered with bibelots that glimmered in the lamplight. It was a very Victorian room, not in harmony with the California lines and layout of the house itself. He followed the entomologist past the living room, along a short hall, to the study. Manfred had a singular, stilting gait. Tall and stick-like as he was, with shoulders hunched and head thrust forward slightly, he seemed as unevolved and prehistoric as a praying mantis. Clint had expected a university professor's study to be crammed full of books, but only 40 or 50 volumes were shelved in one case to the left of the desk. There were cabinets with wide, shallow drawers that probably were filled with creepy-crawlies, and on the walls were insects in specimen boxes framed under glass. When he saw Clint staring at one collection in particular, Manfred said, "Cockroaches, beautiful creatures." Clint did not reply. "The simplicity of their design and function, I mean. Few would find them beautiful in appearance, of course." Clint couldn't shake the feeling that the bugs were really alive. Manfred said, "What do you think of that big fellow in the corner of the collection?" "Well, he's big, sir. Madagascar hissing roach. The scientific name's Gramphordarina portentosa. That one's over 8.5 centimeters long, about 3.5 inches. Absolutely beautiful, isn't he?" Clint said nothing. Settling into the chair behind his desk, Manfred somehow folded his long, bony arms and legs into that compact space, the way a large spider could scrunch itself into a tiny ball. Clint did not sit down. Having put in a long day, he was eager to go home. Manfred said, "I received a call from the university chancellor. He asked me to cooperate with your Mr. Dakota in any way I could." UCI, the University of California at Irvine, had long been striving to become one of the country's premier universities. The current chancellor, and the one before him, had sought to attain that status by offering enormous salaries and generous fringe benefits to world-class professors and researchers at other institutions. Before committing substantial resources in the form of a well-upholstered job offer, however, the university hired Dakota and Dakota to conduct a background investigation on the prospective faculty member. Even a brilliant physicist or biologist could have too great a thirst for whiskey, a nose for cocaine, or an unfortunate attraction to underage girls. UCI wanted to buy brain power, respectability, and academic glory, not scandal. Dakota and Dakota served them well. Manfred propped his elbows on the arms of his chair and steepled his fingers, which were so long that they looked as if they must have at least one extra knuckle each. "What's the problem?" he asked. Clint opened the leather flight bag and removed the quart-size, wide-mouthed mason jar. He put it on the entomologist's desk. The bug in the jar was at least twice as big as the Madagascar hissing roach on the wall. For a moment, Dr. Dyson Manfred seemed to have been quick-frozen. He didn't move a finger. His eyes didn't blink. He stared intently at the creature in the jar. At last, he said, "What is this? A hoax?" "It's real." Manfred leaned forward, hunching over the desk and lowering his head until his nose almost touched the thick glass behind which the insect crouched. "Alive?" "Dead." "Where did you find this? Not here in Southern California." "Yes." "Impossible!" "What is it?" Clint asked. Manfred looked up at him, scowling. "I've never seen anything like it. And if I haven't seen anything like it, neither has anyone else. It's of the phylum Arthropoda, I'm sure, which includes such things as spiders and scorpions, but whether it can be classed as an insect I can't say, not until I've examined it. If it is an insect, it's of a new species." "Where exactly did you find it? And why on earth would it be of interest to private detectives? I'm sorry, sir, but I can't tell you anything about the case. I have to protect the client's privacy. Manfred carefully turned the jar around in his hand, studying the resident from every side. Just incredible! I must have it! He looked up, and his amber eyes were no longer cool and appraising, but gleaming with excitement. I must have this specimen! Well, I intended to leave it with you for examination, Clint said. But as to whether you can have permanent possession, yes, permanent. That's up to my boss and the client. Meanwhile, we want to know what it is, where it comes from, everything you can tell us about it. With exaggerated care, as if handling the finest crystal instead of ordinary glass, Manfred put the jar on the blotter. I'll make a complete photographic and videotape record of the specimen, from every angle and in extreme close-up. Then it'll be necessary to dissect it, though that'll be done with utmost care, I assure you. Whatever. Mr. Karagiosis, you seem terribly blasé about this. Do you fully understand what I've said? This would appear to be an entirely new species, which would be extraordinary, because how could any such species producing individuals of this size be overlooked for so long? This is going to be big news in the world of entomology, Mr. Karagiosis, very big news. Clint looked at the bug in the bottle. He said, Yeah, I figured.
From the hospital, Bobby and Julie drove a company Toyota into the county's western flatlands to Garden Grove, looking for 884 Serape Way, the address on the driver's license that Frank held in the name of George Ferris. Julie peered through the rain-dappled side windows and forward between the thumping windshield wipers checking house numbers. The street was lined with bright sodium vapor lamps and 30-year-old single-story homes. They had been built in two basic boxy models, but an illusion of individuality was provided by a variety of trim. This one was stucco with brick accents. This one was stucco with cedar shingle panels, or Bouquet Canyon stone, or desert bark, or volcanic rock. California was not all Beverly Hills, Bel Air, and Newport Beach, not all mansions and seaside villas, which was the television image. Economies of home design had made the California dream accessible to the waves of immigrants that for decades had flooded in from back east, and now from farther shores, as was evident from Vietnamese and Korean language bumper stickers on some cars parked along Serape. Next block, Julie said, my side. Some people said such neighborhoods were a blot on the land, but to Bobby they were the essence of democracy. He had been raised on a street like Serape Way, north in Anaheim instead of Garden Grove, and it had never seemed ugly. He remembered playing with other kids on long summer evenings when the sun set with orange and crimson flares and the feathery silhouettes of the backlit palms were as black as ink drawings against the sky. At twilight, the air sometimes smelled of star jasmine and echoed with the cry of a lingering seagull far to the west. He remembered what it meant to be a kid with a bicycle in California, the vistas for exploration, the grand possibilities for adventure. Every street of stucco homes, seen for the first time, and from the seat of a Schwinn, had seemed exotic. 2 coral trees dominated the yard at 884 Serape. The white blooms of the azalea bushes were softly radiant in the bleak night. Tinted by the sodium vapor street lamps, the falling rain looked like molten gold. But as Bobby hurried along the walkway behind Julie, the rain was almost as cold as sleet on his face and hands. He was wearing a warmly lined nylon jacket with a hood, but he shivered. Julie rang the doorbell. The porch light came on, and Bobby sensed someone looking them over through the fisheye lens in the front door. He pushed back his hood and smiled. The door opened on a security chain, and an Asian man peered out. He was in his 40s, short, slender, with black hair, fading to gray at the temples. Yes? Julie showed him her private investigator's license and explained that they were looking for someone named George Ferris. Police? The man frowned. Nothing wrong. No need for police. No, see, we're private investigators, Bobby explained. The man's eyes narrowed. He looked as if he would close the door in their faces, but abruptly he brightened, smiled. Oh, you're P.I., like on TV. He took the chain off the door and let them in. Actually, he didn't just let them in, he welcomed them, as if they were honored guests. Within 3 minutes flat, they learned his name was Tuong Tran Phan, the order of his names having been rearranged to accommodate the Western custom of putting the surname last. And he and his wife Chin were among the boat people who fled Vietnam 2 years after the fall of Saigon, that they had worked in laundries and dry cleaners, and eventually opened 2 dry cleaning stores of their own. Tuong insisted on taking their coats. Chin, a petite woman with delicate features, dressed in baggy black slacks and a yellow silk blouse, said she would provide refreshments, even though Bobby explained that only a few minutes of their time was required. Bobby knew first-generation Vietnamese Americans were sometimes suspicious of policemen, even to the extent of being reluctant to call for help when they were victims of crime. The South Vietnamese police often had been corrupt, and the North Vietnamese overlords who seized the South after the U.S. withdrawal had been murderous. Even after 15 years or longer in the States, many Vietnamese remained at least somewhat distrustful of all authorities. In the case of Tuong and Chin Phan, however, that suspicion did not extend to private investigators. Evidently, they had seen so many heroic television gumshoes, they believed all PIs were champions of the underdog, knights with blazing .38s instead of lances. In their role as liberators of the oppressed, Bobby and Julie were conducted, with some ceremony, to the sofa, which was the newest and best piece of furniture in the living room. The Phans marshaled their exceptionally good-looking children in the living room for introductions. 13-year-old Rocky, 10-year-old Sylvester, 12-year-old Sissy, and 6-year-old Merrill. They were obviously born and raised Americans, except that they were refreshingly more courteous and well-mannered than many of their contemporaries. When introductions had been made, the kids returned to the kitchen, where they had been doing their schoolwork. In spite of their polite protestations, Bobby and Julie were served coffee laced with condensed milk and exquisite little Vietnamese pastries. The Phans had coffee as well. Tuong and Chin sat in worn armchairs that were visibly less comfortable than the sofa. Most of the furniture was in simple contemporary styles and neutral shades. A small Buddhist shrine stood in one corner. Fresh fruit lay on the red altar, and several sticks of incense bristled from ceramic holders. Only one stick was lit, and a pale blue ribbon of fragrant smoke curled upward. The only other Asian elements were black lacquered tables. "We're looking for a man who might once have lived at this address," Julie said, selecting one of the petit fours from the tray on which Mrs. Phan had served them. "His name's George Ferris." "Yes, he lived here," Tuong said, and his wife nodded. Bobby was surprised. He'd been certain that the Ferris name and address had been randomly matched by a document forger, that Frank had never lived here. Frank had been equally certain that Pollard, not Ferris, was his real name. "You bought this house from George Ferris?" Julie asked. Tuong said no, he was dead. "Dead?" Bobby asked. 5 or 6 years ago," Tuong said. "Terrible cancer." Then Frank Pollard wasn't Ferris and hadn't lived here. The ID was entirely fake. "We bought house just a few months ago from widow," Tuong said. His English was good, though occasionally he dropped the article before the noun. "No, what I mean to say, from widow's estate." Julie said, "So Mrs. Ferris is dead too?" Tuong turned to his wife, and a meaningful look passed between them. He said, "It is very sad. Where do such men come from?" Julie said, "What man are you speaking of, Mr. Phan?" "The one who killed Mrs. Ferris, her brother, 2 daughters." Something seemed to slither and coil in Bobby's stomach. He instinctively liked Frank Pollard and was certain of his innocence, but suddenly a worm of doubt bored into the fine, polished apple of his conviction. Could it be just a coincidence that Frank was carrying the ID of a man whose family had been slaughtered? Or was Frank responsible? He was chewing a bite of cream-filled pastry, and though it was tasty, he had trouble swallowing it. "It was late July," Chin said, "during the heat wave, which you may remember." She blew on her coffee to cool it. Bobby noticed that most of the time Chin spoke perfect English, and he suspected that her occasional infelicities of language were conscious mistakes that she inserted in order not to seem more well-spoken than her husband, a subtle and thoroughly Asian courtesy. "We buy house last October." "They never catch the killer," Tuong Fan said. "Do they have a description of him?" Julie asked. "I don't think so." Reluctantly, Bobby glanced at Julie. She appeared to be as shaken as he was, but she did not give him an "I-told-you-so" look. She said, "How were they murdered? Shot? Strangled?" "Knife, I think. Come, I show you where bodies were found." The house had 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, but one bath was being remodeled. The tile had been torn off the walls, floor, and counter. The cabinets were being rebuilt with quality oak. Julie followed Tuong into the bathroom, and Bobby stayed at the doorway with Mrs. Fan. The rattle hiss of the rain echoed down through the ceiling vent. Tuong said, "Body of youngest Ferris daughter was here on the floor. She was 13. Terrible thing. Much blood. The grout between tiles was permanently stained. All had to come out." He led them into the bedroom his daughters shared. Twin beds, nightstands, and 2 small desks left little room for anything else, but Sissy and Merrill had squeezed in a lot of books. Tuong Fan said, "Mrs. Ferris's brother, staying with her for a week, was killed here, in his bed. Blood was on walls, carpet. We saw the house before it was listed with a real estate agent, before the carpet was replaced and the walls repainted," Chin Fan said. "This room was the worst. It gave me bad dreams for a while." They proceeded to a sparsely furnished master bedroom, a queen-sized bed, nightstands, 2 ginger jar lamps, but no bureau or chest of drawers. The clothes that would not fit in the closet were arranged along one wall, in cardboard storage boxes with clear plastic lids. Their frugality struck Bobby as similar to his and Julie's. Perhaps they, too, had a dream for which they were working and saving. Tuong said, "Mrs. Ferris was found in this room in her bed. Terrible things were done to her. She was bitten, but they never wrote about that in newspapers." "Bitten?" Julie said. "By what?" "Probably by killer. On the face, throat, other places. If they didn't write about it in the papers," Bobby said, "how do you know about the bites? Neighbor who found bodies still lives next door. She says that both older daughter and Mrs. Ferris were bitten." Mrs. Fan said, "She's not the kind to imagine such things." "Where was the second daughter found?" Julie asked. "Please follow me." Tuong led them back the way they had come, through the living room and dining room into the kitchen. The 4 Fan children were sitting around a breakfast table. 3 of them were diligently reading textbooks and taking notes. No television or radio provided distraction, and they appeared to be enjoying their studies. Even Merrill, who was a first grader, and probably had no homework to speak of, was reading a children's book. Bobby noticed 2 colorful charts posted on the wall near the refrigerator. The first displayed each kid's grades and major test results since the start of the school year in September. The other was a list of household chores for which each child was responsible. Throughout the country, universities were in a bind because an inordinately large percentage of the best applicants for admission were of Asian extraction. Blacks and Hispanics complained about being aced out by another minority, and whites shouted reverse racism when denied admission in favor of an Asian student. Some attributed Asian Americans' success to a conspiracy, but Bobby saw the simple explanation for their achievements everywhere in the Fan house. They tried harder. They embraced the ideals upon which the country had been based, including hard work, honesty, goal-oriented self-denial, and the freedom to be whatever one wanted to be. Ironically, their great success was partly due to the fact that so many born Americans had become cynical about those same ideals. The kitchen was open to a family room that was furnished as humbly as the rest of the house. Truong said, "Oldest, fairest girl found here by sofa, 17. Very pretty girl," Chin said sadly. "She, like mother, was bitten, so our neighbors say." Julie said, "What about the other victims, the younger daughter and Mrs. Ferris's brother? Were they bitten too?" "Don't know," Truong said. "The neighbors didn't see their bodies," Chin said. They were silent for a moment, looking at the floor where the dead girl had been found, as if the enormity of this crime was such that the stain of it would somehow have reappeared on this brand-new carpet. Rain droned on the roof. Bobby said, "Doesn't it sometimes bother you to live here? Not because murders took place in these rooms, but because the killer was never found. Don't you worry about him coming back some night?" Chin nodded. Truong said, "Everywhere is danger. Life itself is danger. Less risky never being born." A faint smile flickered across his face and was gone. Leaving Vietnam in tiny boat was more danger than this. Glancing at the table in the adjoining kitchen, Bobby saw the 4 kids still deeply involved with their studies. The prospect of a murderer returning to the scene of this crime did not faze them. "In addition to dry cleaning," Chin said, "we remodel houses, sell them. This is 4th. We will live here maybe another year, remodeling room by room, then sell. Take a profit." Truong said, "Because of murders, some people would not consider moving here after the Ferrises. But danger is also opportunity. When we finish the house," Chin said, "it won't just be remodeled. It will be clean, spiritually clean. Do you understand? The innocence of the house will be restored. We will have chased out the evil that the killer brought here, and we'll have left our own spiritual imprint on these rooms." Nodding, Truong said, "That is a satisfaction." Removing the forged driver's license from his pocket, Bobby held it so his fingers covered the name and address, leaving the photograph visible. "Do you recognize this man?" "No," Truong said, and Chin agreed. As Bobby put the license away, Julie said, "Do you know what George Ferris looked like?" "No," Truong said. "As I told you, he died of cancer many years before his family was killed." "Well, I thought maybe you'd seen a photo of him here in the house before the Ferrises' belongings were removed." "No, sorry." Bobby said, "You mentioned earlier that you didn't buy the house through a realtor. You worked with the estate?" "Yes. Mrs. Ferris's other brother inherited everything." "Do you happen to have his name and address?" Bobby asked. "I think we'll need to talk to him." Dinner time came. Derek woke up. He was groggy, but hungry too. He leaned on Thomas when they walked to the dining room. Food got eaten. Spaghetti, meatballs, salad, good bread, chocolate cake, cold milk. Back in their room, they watched TV. Derek fell asleep again. It was a bad night on TV. Thomas sighed with disgust. After an hour or so, he stopped the set. None of the shows was smart enough to care about. They were too stupid silly, even for a moron, which Mary said he was. Maybe imbeciles would like them. Probably not. He used the bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face. He didn't look in the mirror. He didn't like mirrors because they showed him what he was. After changing into pajamas, he got in bed and made the lamp go dark, even though it was only 8:30. He turned on his side, with his head propped on 2 pillows, and studied the night sky framed by the nearest window. No stars, clouds, rain. He liked rain. When a storm came down, it was like a lid on the night, and you didn't feel like you might float up in all that darkness and just disappear. He listened to the rain. It whispered. It cried tears on the window. Far away, the bad thing was loose. Ugly, nasty waves spread out from it, the way ripples spread across a pond when you dropped a stone in the water. The bad thing was like a big stone dropped into the night, a thing that didn't belong in this world, and with a little effort, Thomas could sense the waves from it breaking over him. He reached out, felt it, a throbbing thing, cold and full of anger. He wanted to get closer, learn what it was. He tried TVing a question at it. What are you? Where are you? What do you want? Why are you going to hurt Julie? Suddenly, like a big magnet, the bad thing began pulling him. He'd never felt anything like that before. When he tried to TV his thoughts to Bobby or Julie, they didn't grab him and pull at him the way this bad thing did. A part of his mind seemed to unravel like a ball of string, and the loose end sailed through the window and way up into the night, through the darkness, until it found the bad thing. Suddenly Thomas was very close to the bad thing, too close. It was all around him, big, ugly, and so strange that Thomas felt like he'd dropped into a swimming pool full of ice and razor blades. He didn't know if it was a man, couldn't see its shape, only feel it. It might be pretty on the outside, but on the inside it was throbbing and dark and deep nasty. He sensed the bad thing was eating. The food was still alive and squirming. Thomas was scared big, and right away he tried to pull back, but for a moment the ugly mind held him tight, and he could get away only by picturing the mind string rewinding itself onto the ball. When the mind string was all wound up again, Thomas turned away from the window onto his stomach. He was breathing real fast. He listened to his heart boom. He had a sick-making taste in his mouth, the same taste he got sometimes when he bit his tongue not meaning to, and the same taste as when the dentist yanked one of his teeth meaning to. Blood. Sick and scared, he sat up in bed and made the lamp come on right away. He took a tissue from the box on the nightstand. He spit into it and looked to see if there was blood. There wasn't. Just spit. He tried again. No blood. He knew what that meant. He'd been too close to the bad thing, maybe even inside the bad thing, for just a blink. The ugly taste in his mouth was the same taste the bad thing tasted, tearing with its teeth into some living, squirming food. Thomas didn't have blood in his mouth. He just had a memory of blood in his mouth, but that was bad enough. This time, wasn't it all like biting his tongue or getting a tooth yanked, because this time what he tasted wasn't his own blood. Though enough warm was in the room, he started shivering and couldn't stop.
Kendi prowled the canyons in the grip of urgent need, rattling wild animals out of burrows and nests. He was kneeling in the mud beside a huge oak, pummeled by rain, sucking blood from the ravished throat of a rabbit, when he felt someone place a hand atop his head. He threw down the rabbit and sprang to his feet, turning around as he did so. Nobody was there. Two of his sister's blackest cats were 20 feet behind him, visible only because their eyes were luminous in the gloom. They had been following him since he'd left the house. Otherwise, he was alone. For a second or two, he still felt the hand on his head, though no hand was there. Then the queer sensation passed. He studied the shadows on all sides and listened to the rain snapping through the oak leaves. Finally, shrugging off the episode, driven by his fierce need, he proceeded farther east, moving upslope. A 2-foot-wide stream had formed on the canyon floor, 6 or 8 inches deep, not large enough to hamper his progress. The drenched cats followed. He did not want them with him, but he knew from experience that he would not be able to chase them away. They did not always accompany him, but when they chose to follow in his tracks, they could not be dissuaded. After he had gone about 100 yards, he dropped to his knees again, held his hands in front of him, and allowed the power to erupt once more. Shimmering sapphire light swept through the night. Brush shook, trees stirred, and rocks clattered against one another. In the wake of the light, clouds of dust flew up, ghostly silver columns that rippled like wind-stirred shrouds, then vanished into the darkness. A bevy of animals burst from cover, and some raced toward Candy. He snatched at a rabbit, missed, but seized a squirrel. It tried to bite him, but he swung it hard by one leg, bashing its head against the muddy ground, stunning it. Violet was with Verbena in the kitchen. They were sitting on the layered blankets with 23 of their 25 cats. Parts of her mind and parts of her sister's were in Cinders and Lamia, the black cats through which they were accompanying their brother. Watching Candy seize and destroy his prey, Cinders and Lamia were excited, and Violet was excited too, electrified. The wet January night was deep, illumined only by the ambient light from the communities to the west, which was reflected off the bellies of the low clouds. In that wilderness, Candy was the wildest creature of them all, a fierce and powerful and merciless predator who crept swiftly and silently through the rugged canyons, taking what he needed and wanted. He was so strong and limber that he appeared to flow up the canyon, over rocks and fallen timber, around prickly brush, as if he were not a man of flesh and blood, but the rippled moon shadow of some flying creature soaring high above the earth. When Candy seized the squirrel and bashed its head against the ground, Violet divided the part of her mind that was in Lamia and Cinders, and also entered the squirrel. It was stunned by the blow. It struggled feebly and looked at Candy with unalloyed terror. Candy's big, strong hands were on the squirrel, but it seemed to Violet that they were on her as well, moving over her bare legs, hips, belly, and breasts. Candy snapped its spine against his bent knee. Violet shuddered. Verbena whimpered and clung to her sister. The squirrel no longer had any feeling in its extremities. With a low growl, Candy bit the animal's throat. He tore at its hide, chewing open the blood-rich vessels. Violet felt the hot blood spurting out of the squirrel, felt Candy's mouth fastened hungrily to the wound. It almost seemed as though no surrogate lay between them, as if his lips were pressed firmly to Violet's throat, and as if her own blood was flooding into his mouth. She wished that she could enter Candy's mind and be on both the giving and receiving end of the blood, but she could only meld with animals. She no longer had the strength to sit up. She settled back onto the blankets, only half aware that she was softly chanting a monotonous litany. Yes, 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 yes. Verbena rolled atop her sister. Around them, the cats tumbled together in a roiling mass of fur and tails and whiskered faces.
Thomas tried again, for Julie's sake. He reached out toward the cold, glowing mind of the bad thing. Right away, the bad thing drew him toward it. He let his mind unwind like a big ball of string. It pierced the window, zoomed into the night, made contact. He TV'd questions. What are you? Where are you? What do you want? Why are you going to hurt Julie?
Just as Candy threw aside the dead squirrel and got to his feet, he felt the hand on his head again. He twitched, turned, and flailed at the darkness with both fists. No one was behind him. With radiant amber eyes, the two cats watched him from about 20 feet away, dark blots on the pale silt. All the wildlife in the immediate vicinity had fled. If someone was spying on him, the intruder was concealed in the brush farther back along the canyon, or in a niche on one of the canyon walls, certainly not near enough to have touched him. Besides, he still felt the hand. He rubbed at the top of his head, half expecting to find leaves stuck in his wet hair. Nothing. But the pressure of a hand remained, even increased, and was so well defined that he could feel the outlines of 4 fingers, a thumb, and the curve of a palm against his skull. What? Where? What? Why? Those words echoed inside his head. No voice had broken through the drizzling sounds of the rain. What? Where? What? Why? Kendi turned in a full circle, angry and confused. A crawling sensation arose in his head, different from anything he had ever known before, as if something was burrowing in his brain. "Who are you?" he said aloud. What? Where? What? Why? "Who are you?"
The bad thing was a man. Thomas knew that now, an ugly inside man, and something else too, but still at least partly a man. The bad thing's mind was like a whirlpool, blacker than black, swirling real fast, sucking Thomas down, down, wanting to gobble him alive. He tried to break loose, swim away. Wasn't easy. The bad thing was going to pull him into the bad place, and he'd never be able to come back. He thought he was a goner, but his fear of the bad place, of going where Julie and Bobby would never find him and where he'd be alone, was so big, he finally tore free and rewound himself into his room at Cielo Vista. He slid down on the mattress and drew the covers over his head so he couldn't see the night beyond the window, and so nothing out there in the night could see him. Walter Havilow, Mrs. George Ferris's surviving brother and heir to her modest estate, lived in a richer neighborhood than the Fans, but he was poorer in courtesy and good manners. His English Tudor house in Villa Park had beveled glass windows filled with a light that Julie found warm and beckoning. But Havilow stood in the doorway and did not invite them inside, even after he had studied their PI license and returned it to her. "What do you want?" Havilow was tall, pot-bellied, with thinning blonde hair and a thick mustache that was part blonde and part red. His penetrating hazel eyes marked him as a man of intelligence, but they were cold, watchful, and calculating, the eyes of a mafia accountant. "As I explained," Julie said, "the Fons told us that you could help. We need a photograph of your late brother-in-law, George Ferris." "Why?" "Well, as I said, there's a man going around pretending to be Mr. Ferris, and he's a player in a case we're working on. Can't be my brother-in-law, he's dead." "Yes, we know. But this imposter's ID is very good, and it would help us to have a photograph of the real George Ferris. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything more. I'd be violating our client's privacy." Havilow turned away and closed the door in their faces. Bobby looked at Julie and said, "Mr. Conviviality." Julie rang the bell again. After a moment, Havilow opened the door. "What?" "Well, I know we arrived unannounced," Julie said, struggling to remain cordial, "and I apologize for the intrusion, but a photo of—" "I was just going to get the picture," he said impatiently. "I'd have had it in hand by now, if you hadn't rung the bell again." He turned away from them and closed the door a second time. "Is it our body odor?" Bobby wondered. "What a jerk. You think he's really coming back? He doesn't, and I'll break the door down." Behind them, rain dripped off the overhang that sheltered the last 10 feet of the walkway, and water gurgled hollowly through the downspout. Cold sounds. Havilow returned with a shoebox full of snapshots. "My time is valuable. If you want my cooperation, you'll keep that in mind." Julie resisted her worst instincts. Rudeness irritated the hell out of her. She fantasized knocking the box out of his grasp, seizing one of his hands and bending the index finger as far back as it would go, thus straining the digital nerve on the front of his hand while simultaneously pinching the radial and median nerves on the back, forcing him to kneel. Then a knee driven into the underside of his chin, a swift chop to the back of his neck, a well-placed kick to his soft, protruding belly. Havelow rummaged through the box and extracted a Polaroid of a man and a woman sitting at a redwood picnic table on a sunny day. That's George and Irene. Even in the yellowish light of the porch lamp, Julie could see that George Ferris had been a rangy man with a long, narrow face, the exact physical opposite of Frank Pollard. "Why would someone be claiming he's George?" Havelow asked. "We're dealing with a possible criminal who uses multiple fake IDs," Julie said. "George Ferris is just one of his identities. No doubt your brother-in-law's name was probably chosen at random by the document forger this guy used. Forgers sometimes use the names and addresses of the deceased." Havelow frowned. "You think it's possible this man using George's name is the same guy who killed Irene? My brother and my 2 nieces? "No," Julie said immediately. "We're not dealing with a killer here, just a confidence man, a swindler." "Besides," Bobby said, "no killer would link himself to murders he'd committed by getting ID in the name of his victim's husband." Making eye contact with Julie, clearly trying to determine how much they were snowing him, Havelow said, "This guy your client?" "No," Julie lied. "He ripped off our client, and we've been hired to track him down so he can be forced to make restitution." Bobby said, "Can we borrow this photo, sir?" Havelow hesitated. He was still making eye contact with Julie. Bobby handed Havelow a Dakota and Dakota business card. "We'll get the picture back to you. There's our address, phone number. I understand your reluctance to part with a family photo, especially since your sister and brother-in-law are no longer alive, but if—" Apparently deciding that they were not lying, Havelow said, "Hell take it. I'm not sentimental about George, never could stand him. Always thought my sister was a fool for marrying him." "Thank you," Bobby said. Havelow stepped back and closed the door. Julie rang the bell. Bobby said, "Please, don't kill him." Scowling with impatience, Havelow opened the door. Stepping between Julie and Havelow, Bobby held out the forged driver's license bearing George Ferris's name and Frank's picture. One more thing, sir, and we'll get out of your hair." "I live to a very tight schedule," Havelow said. Have you seen this man before?" Irritated, Havelow took the driver's license and inspected it. "Doughy face, bland features. There's a million like him within 100 miles of here, wouldn't you say?" "And you've never seen him?" "Are you slow-witted? Do I have to put it in short, simple sentences?" "No, I have never seen him." Retrieving the license, Bobby said, "Thanks for your time," and Havelow closed the door. Hard. Julie reached for the bell. Bobby stayed her hand. "We've got everything we came for. I know what you want," Bobby said, "but torturing a man to death is against the law in California." He hustled her away from the house into the rain. In the car again, she said, "That rude, self-important bastard." Bobby started the engine and switched on the windshield wipers. "We'll stop at the mall, buy you one of those giant teddy bears, paint Havelow's name on it, let you tear its guts out, okay? Who the hell does he think he is?" While Julie glowered back at the house, Bobby drove away from it. "He's Walter Havelow, babe, and he's got to be himself until he dies, which is a worse punishment than anything you could do to him." A few minutes later, when they were out of Villa Park, Bobby drove into the lot at a Ralph's supermarket and tucked the Toyota into the parking space. He doused the headlights, switched off the wipers, but left the engine running so they could have heat. Only a few cars were in front of the market. Puddles as large as swimming pools reflected the store lights. Bobby said, "What have we learned? That we loathe Walter Havelow. Yes, but what have we learned that's germane to the case? Is it just a coincidence that Frank's been using George Ferris's name and Ferris's family was slaughtered? I don't believe in coincidence, neither do I. But I still don't think Frank is a killer. Neither do I, though anything's possible. But what you said to Havelow was true. Surely Frank wouldn't kill Irene Ferris and everyone else in the house, then carry around fake ID that links him to them." Rain began to fall harder than before, drumming noisily on the Toyota. The heavy curtain of water blurred the supermarket. Bobby said, "You want to know what I think? I think Frank was using Ferris's name, and whoever's after him found out about it." Mr. Blue Light, you mean? The guy who supposedly can make a car fall apart around you and magically induce streetlights to blow out? Yeah, him, if he exists. Mr. Blue Light discovered Frank was using the Ferris name and went to that address hoping to find him. But Frank had never been there. It was just a name, an address his document forger picked at random. So when Mr. Blue didn't find Frank, he killed everyone in the house. Maybe because he thought they were lying to him and hiding Frank, or maybe just because he was in a rage. He'd have known how to deal with Havelow. So you're thinking I'm right? I'm onto something? She thought about it. Could be. He grinned at her. Isn't it fun being a detective? Fun? Well, I meant interesting. We're either representing a man who killed 4 people, or we're representing a man who's been targeted by a brutal murderer, and that strikes you as fun? Not as much fun as sex, but more fun than bowling. Bobby, sometimes you make me nuts, but I love you. He took her hand. If we're going to pursue the investigation, I'm damned well going to enjoy it as much as I can, but I'll drop the case in a minute if you want. Why? Because of your dream? Because of the bad thing? She shook her head. No, we start letting a weird dream spook us. Pretty soon anything will spook us. We'll lose our confidence, and you can't do this kind of work without confidence. Even in the dim backsplash from the dashboard lights, she could see the anxiety in his eyes. Finally he said, Yeah, that's what I knew you'd say. So let's get to the bottom of this thing as fast as we can. According to his other driver's license, he's James Roman, and he lives in El Toro. It's almost 8:30. Oh, we can be there. Find the house, maybe 45 minutes. That's not too late. All right. Instead of putting the car in gear, he slid his seat back and stripped out of his down-lined nylon jacket. Unlock the glove box and give me my gun. From now on, I'm wearing it everywhere. Each of them had a license to carry a concealed weapon. Julie struggled out of her own jacket, then retrieved 2 shoulder holsters from under the seat. She took both revolvers out of the glove box, 2 snub-nosed Smith & Wesson .38 Chiefs Specials, reliable and compact guns that could be carried inconspicuously beneath ordinary clothing with little or no help from a tailor. The house was gone. If anyone named James Roman had lived there, he had new lodgings now. A bare concrete slab lay in the middle of the lot, surrounded by grass, shrubbery, and several trees, as if the structure had been snared from above by intergalactic moving men and neatly spirited away. Bobby parked in the driveway, and they got out of the Toyota to have a closer look at the property. Even in the slashing rain, a nearby street lamp cast enough light to reveal that the lawn was trampled, gouged by tires, and bare in spots. It was also littered with splinters of wood, pale bits of sheetrock, crumbled stucco, and a few fragments of glass that sparkled darkly. The strongest clue to the fate of the house was to be found in the condition of the shrubbery and trees. Those bushes closest to the slab were all either dead or badly damaged, and on closer inspection appeared to be scorched. The nearest tree was leafless, and its stark black limbs lent an anachronistic feeling of Halloween to the drizzly January night. Fire, Julie said. Then they tore down what was left. Let's talk to the neighbor. The empty lot was flanked by houses, but lights glowed only at the house on the north side. The man who answered the doorbell was about 55, 6'2", solidly built, with gray hair and a neatly trimmed gray mustache. His name was Park Hampstead, and he had the air of a retired military man. He invited them in with the proviso that they leave their sodden shoes on the front porch. In their socks they followed him into a breakfast nook off the kitchen, where the yellow vinyl dinette upholstery was safe from their damp clothing. Even so, Hampstead made them wait while he draped thick peach-colored beach towels over 2 of the chairs. "Sorry," he said, "but I'm something of a fuss budget." The house had bleached oak floors and modern furniture, and Bobby noticed it was spotless in every corner. 30 years in the Marine Corps left me with an abiding respect for routine, order, and neatness, Hampstead explained. In fact, When Sharon died 3 years ago, she was my wife, I think maybe I got a little crazy about neatness. The first 6 or 8 months after her funeral, I cleaned the place top to bottom at least twice a week, because as long as I was cleaning, my heart didn't hurt so bad. Spent a fortune on Windex, paper towels, Fantastic, and sweeper bags. Let me tell you, no military pension can support the end-dust habit I developed. I got over that stage. I'm still a fuss budget, but not obsessed with neatness. He had just brewed a fresh pot of coffee, so he poured for them as well. The cups, saucers, and spoons were all spotless. Hempstead provided each of them with 2 crisply folded paper napkins, then sat across the table from them. "Sure," he said, when they raised the issue. "I knew Jim Roman, good neighbor. He was a chopper jockey out of the El Toro Air Base. That was my last station before retirement. Jim was a hell of a nice guy. The kind who'd give you the shirt off his back, then ask if you needed money to buy a matching tie." "Was?" Julie asked. "He died in the fire?" Bobby asked, remembering the scorched shrubbery and soot-blackened concrete slab next door. Hempstead frowned. No, he died about 6 months after Sharon did, make it, 2.5 years ago. His chopper crashed on maneuvers. He was only 41, 11 years younger than me. Left a wife, Mara Lee, 14-year-old daughter named Valerie, 12-year-old son, Mike. Real nice kids. Terrible thing. They were a close family, and Jim's accident devastated them. They had some relatives back in Nebraska, but no one they could really turn to. Hempstead stared past Bobby at the softly humming refrigerator, and his eyes swam out of focus. "So I tried to step in, help out, advise Mara Lee on finances, give a shoulder to lean on, and an ear to listen when the kids needed that. Took 'em to Disneyland and nuts from time to time, that sort of thing. Mara Lee told me lots of times what a godsend I was, but it was really me who needed them more than the other way around, because doing things for them was what finally began to take my mind off losing Sharon." Julie said, "So the fire happened more recently?" Hempstead did not respond. He got up, went to the sink, opened the cupboard door below, returned with a spray bottle of Windex and a dish towel, and began to wipe the refrigerator door, which already appeared to be as clean as the antiseptic surfaces in a hospital surgery. Valerie and Mike were terrific kids. After a year or so, it almost got to seem like they were my kids, the ones me and Sharon never had. Mara Lee grieved for Jim for a long time, almost 2 years, before she began to remember she was a woman in her prime. Maybe what started to happen between her and me would have upset Jim, but I don't think so. I think he'd have been happy for us, even if I was 11 years older than her." When he finished wiping the refrigerator, Hempstead inspected the door from the side at an angle to the light, apparently searching for a fingerprint or smudge. As if he had just heard the question that Julie had asked a minute ago, he suddenly said, "The fire was 2 months ago. I woke up in the middle of the night, heard sirens, saw an orange glow in the window, got up, looked out." He turned away from the refrigerator, studied the kitchen for a moment, then went to the nearest tile-topped counter and began to spritz and wipe the gleaming surface. Julie looked at Bobby. He shook his head. Neither of them said anything. After a moment, Hempstead continued. "Got over to their house just ahead of the firemen, went in through the front door, made it into the foyer, then to the foot of the steps, but couldn't get up to the bedroom. The heat was too intense and the smoke. I called their names. Nobody answered. If I'd heard an answer, maybe I would have found the strength to go up there somehow in spite of the flames. I guess I must have blacked out for a few seconds and been carried out by firemen, because I woke up on the front lawn coughing and choking. A paramedic bent over me, giving me oxygen." "All 3 of them died?" Bobby said. "Yeah," Hempstead said. "What caused the fire?" "I'm not sure they ever figured that out. I might have heard something about a short in the wiring, but I'm not sure. I think they even suspected arson for a while, but that never led anywhere." "Doesn't matter much, does it?" "Why not?" "Whatever caused it, they're all dead." "Oh, I'm sorry," Bobby said softly. "Their lot's been sold. Construction starts on a new house sometime this spring. More coffee? No, thank you, Julie said. Hempstead surveyed the kitchen, then moved to the stainless steel range hood, which he began to clean in spite of the fact that it was spotless. I apologize for the mess. Don't know how the place gets like this when it's just me living here. Sometimes I think there must be gremlins sneaking behind my back, messing things up to torment me. Oh, no need for gremlins, Julie said. Life itself gives us all the torment we can handle. Hempstead turned away from the range hood. For the first time since he had gotten up from the table and began his cleaning ritual, he made eye contact with them. No gremlins, he agreed. Nothing as simple and easy to handle as gremlins. He was a big man, and obviously tough from years of military training and discipline. But the shimmering, watery evidence of grief brimmed in his eyes, and at the moment he seemed as lost and helpless as a child. In the car again, staring through the rain-spattered windshield at the vacant lot where the Roman house had once stood, Bobby said, Frank finds out that Mr. Blue Light knows about the Ferris ID. So he gets new ID in the name of James Roman, but Mr. Blue eventually learns about that too, and he goes looking for Frank at the Roman address, where he discovers only the widow and the kids. He kills them, same way he killed the Ferris family, but this time he sets fire to the house to cover the crime. Is that the way it looks to you? Could be, Julie said. He burns the bodies because he bites them, like the Fonz told us, and the bite marks help the police tie his crimes together, so he wants to throw the cops off the trail. Julie said, Then why doesn't he burn them every time? Because that would be just as much of a giveaway as the bite marks. Sometimes he burns the bodies, sometimes he doesn't. And maybe sometimes he disposes of them so they're never even found. They were both silent for a moment, and then she said, So we're dealing with a mass murderer, a serial killer, who's evidently a raving psychotic. Or a vampire, Bobby said. Why is he after Frank? I don't know. Maybe Frank once tried to drive a wooden stake through his heart. Not funny. I agree, Bobby said. Right now, nothing seems funny.
From Dyson Manfred's house full of insect specimens in Irvine, Clint Karagiosis drove through the chilly rain to his own house in Placentia. It was a homey two-bedroom bungalow with a rolled shingle roof, a deep front porch in the California craftsman style, and French windows full of warm amber light. By the time he got there, the car heater had pretty much dried his rain-soaked clothes. Felina was in the kitchen when Clint entered by way of the connecting door from the garage. She hugged him, kissed him, held fast to him for a moment, as if surprised to see him alive again. She believed that his job was fraught with danger every day, though he had explained that he did mostly boring legwork. He chased facts instead of culprits, pursued a trail of paper rather than blood. He understood his wife's concern, however, because he worried unreasonably about her, too. For one thing, she was an attractive woman, with black hair and olive complexion and startlingly beautiful gray eyes. In this age of lenient judges, with a surfeit of merciless sociopaths on the streets, a good-looking woman was regarded by some as fair game. Furthermore, though the office where Felina worked as a data processor was only 3 blocks from their house, an easy walk even in bad weather, Clint nevertheless worried about the danger she faced at the busiest of the intersections that she had to cross. In an emergency, a warning cry or blaring horn would not alert her to onrushing death. He could not let her know how much he worried, for she was justly proud that she was so independent in spite of her deafness. He did not want to diminish her self-respect by indicating in any way that he was not entirely confident of her ability to deal with every rotten tomato that fate threw at her. So he daily reminded himself that she had lived 29 years without coming to serious harm, and he resisted the urge to be overly protective. While Clint washed his hands at the sink, Felina set the kitchen table for a late dinner. An enormous pot of homemade vegetable soup was heating on the stove, and together they ladled out 2 large bowls of it. He got a shaker of Parmesan cheese from the refrigerator, and she unwrapped a loaf of crusty Italian bread. He was hungry, and the soup was excellent, thick with vegetables and chunks of lean beef. But by the time Felina had finished her first bowlful, Clint had eaten less than half of his, because he repeatedly paused to talk to her. She could not read his lips well when he tried to converse and eat at the same time, and for the moment his hunger was less compelling than his need to tell her about his day. She refilled her bowl and refreshed his. Beyond the walls of his own small home, he was only slightly more talkative than a stone. But in Felina's company, he was as loquacious as a talk show host. He didn't just prattle either, but settled with surprising ease into the role of a polished raconteur. He had learned how to deliver an anecdote in such a way as to sharpen its impact and maximize Felina's response. For he loved to elicit a laugh from her, or watch her eyes widen with surprise. In all of Clint's life, she was the first person whose opinion of him truly mattered, and he wanted her to think of him as smart, clever, witty, and fun. Early in their relationship, he had wondered if her deafness had anything to do with his ability to open up to her. Deaf since birth, she had never heard the spoken word, and therefore had not learned to speak clearly. She responded to Clint, and would later tell him about her own day, by way of sign language, which he had studied in order to understand her nimble-fingered speech. Initially, he had thought that the main encouragement to intimacy was her disability, which ensured that his innermost feelings and secrets, once revealed to her, would go no further. A conversation with Felina was nearly as private as a conversation with himself. In time, however, he finally understood that he opened up to her in spite of her deafness, not because of it, and that he wanted her to share his every thought and experience, and to share hers in return simply because he loved her. When he told Felina how Bobby and Julie had adjourned to the bathroom for 3 private chats during Frank Pollard's appointment, she laughed delightedly. He loved that sound. It was so warm and so singularly melodious, as if the great joy in life that she could not express in spoken words was entirely channeled into her laughter. "They're some pair, the Dakotas," he said. "When you first meet 'em, they seem so dissimilar in some ways you figure they can't possibly work well together. But then you get to know 'em, and you see how they fit like 2 pieces of a puzzle, and you realize they've got a nearly perfect relationship." Felina put down her soup spoon and signed, "So do we." "We sure do. We fit better than puzzle pieces. We fit like a plug and socket." "Yeah, we sure do," he agreed, smiling. Then he picked up on the sly sexual connotation of what she'd said, and he laughed. "You're a filthy-minded wench, aren't you?" She grinned and nodded. "Plug and socket, huh? Big plug, tight socket, good fit. Later on I'll check your wiring. I am in desperate need of a first-rate electrician. But tell me more about this new client." Thunder cracked and clattered across the night outside, and a sudden gust of wind rattled the rain against the window. The sounds of the storm made the warm and aromatic kitchen even more inviting by comparison. Clint sighed with contentment, then was touched by a brief sadness when he realized that the deeply satisfying sense of shelter, induced by the sounds of thunder and rain, was a specific pleasure that Felina could never experience or share with him. From his pants pocket he withdrew one of the red gems that Frank Pollard had brought to the office. I borrowed this one because I wanted you to see it. The guy had a jar full of them. She pinched the grape-sized stone between thumb and index finger and held it up to the light. Beautiful, she signed with her free hand. She put the gem beside her soup bowl on the cream-white formica surface of the kitchen table. Is it very valuable? We don't know yet, he said. We'll get an opinion from a gemologist tomorrow. I think it's valuable. When you take it back to the office, make sure there's no hole in your pocket. I have a hunch you'd have to work a long time to pay for it if you lost it. The stone took in the kitchen light, bounced it from prism to prism, and cast it back with a bright tint, painting Felina's face with luminous crimson spots and smears. She seemed to be spattered with blood. A queer foreboding overtook Clint. She signed, "What are you frowning about?" He didn't know what to say. His uneasiness was out of proportion to the cause of it. A cold prickling swiftly progressed from the base of his spine all the way to the back of his neck, as if dominoes of ice were falling in a row. He reached out and moved the gem a few inches, so the blood-red reflections fell on the wall beside Felina instead of on her face. By 1:30 in the morning, Hal Yamataka was thoroughly hooked by the John D. MacDonald novel, the last one left. The room's only chair wasn't the most comfortable seat he'd ever parked his butt in, and the antiseptic smell of the hospital always made him a bit queasy. And the chili rellenos he'd eaten for dinner were still coming back on him. But the book was so involving that eventually he forgot all of those minor discomforts. He even forgot Frank Pollard for a while, until he heard a brief hiss, like air escaping under pressure, and felt a sudden draft. He looked away from the book, expecting to see Pollard sitting up in the bed, or trying to get out of it. But Pollard was not there. Startled, Hal sprang up, dropping the book. The bed was empty. Pollard had been there all night, asleep for the last hour, but now he was gone. The place was not brightly lighted because the fluorescents behind the bed were turned off, but the shadows beyond the reading lamp were too shallow to conceal a man. The sheets were not tossed aside, but were draped neatly across the mattress, and both of the side railings were locked in place as if Frank Pollard had evaporated like a figure carved from dry ice. Hal was certain that he would have heard Pollard lower one of the railings, get out of bed, then lift the railing into place again. Surely he would have heard Pollard climbing over it, too. The window was closed. Rain washed down the glass, glimmering with silvery reflections of the room's light. They were on the 6th floor, and Pollard could not escape by the window, yet Hal checked it, noting that it was not merely closed, but locked. Stepping to the door of the adjoining bathroom, he said, "Frank?" When no one answered, he entered. The bath was deserted. Only the narrow closet remained as a viable hiding place. Hal opened it and found 2 hangers that held the clothes Pollard had been wearing when he'd checked into the hospital. The man's shoes were there, too, with his socks neatly rolled and tucked into them. "He can't have gotten past me and into the hall," Hal said, as if giving voice to that contention would magically make it true. He pulled open the heavy door and rushed into the corridor. No one was in sight in either direction. He turned to the left, hurried to the emergency exit at the end of the hall, and opened the door. Standing on the 6th floor landing, he listened for footsteps rising or descending. Heard none. Peered over the iron railing, down into the well, then up. He was alone. Retracing his steps, he returned to Pollard's room and glanced inside at the empty bed. Still disbelieving, he proceeded to the junction of corridors, where he turned right and went to the glass-walled nurses' station. None of the 5 night-shift nurses had seen Pollard on the move. Since the elevators were directly opposite the nurse's station, where Pollard would have had to wait in full view of the people on duty, it seemed unlikely that he had left the hospital by that route. "I thought you were watching over him," said Grace Fulgham, the gray-haired supervisor of the sixth-floor night staff. Her solid build, indomitable manner, and life-worn but kind face would have made her perfect for the female lead if Hollywood ever started remaking the old Tugboat Annie or Ma and Pa Kettle movies. "Wasn't that your job?" "I never left the room, but then how did he get past you?" "I don't know," Hal said, chagrined. "But the important thing is, he's suffering from partial amnesia, somewhat confused. He might wander off anywhere out of the hospital, God knows where. I can't figure out how he got past me, but we have to find him." Mrs. Fulgham and a younger nurse named Janet Soto began a swift and quiet inspection of all the rooms along Pollard's corridor. Hal accompanied Nurse Fulgham. As they were checking out 604, where two elderly men snored softly, he heard eerie music, barely audible. As he turned, seeking the source, the notes faded away. If Nurse Fulgham heard the music, she did not remark on it. A moment later, in the next room, 606, when those strains arose once more, marginally louder than before, she whispered, "What is that?" To Hal, it sounded like a flute. The unseen flautist produced no discernible melody, but the flow of notes was haunting nonetheless. They re-entered the hall as the music stopped again, and just as a draft swept along the corridor. "Someone's left a window open, or probably a stairway door," the nurse said quietly but pointedly. "Not me," Hal assured her. Janet Soto stepped out of the room across the hall just as the blustery draft abruptly died. She frowned at them, shrugged, then headed toward the next room on her side. The flute warbled softly. The draft struck up again, stronger than before, and beneath the astringent odors of the hospital, Hal thought he detected a faint scent of smoke. Leaving Grace Fulgham to her search, Hal hurried toward the far end of the corridor. He intended to check the door at the head of the emergency stairs to make sure that he hadn't left it open. From the corner of his eye, he saw the door to Pollard's room beginning to swing shut, and he realized that the draft must be coming from in there. He pushed through the door before it could close and saw Frank sitting up in bed, looking confused and frightened. The draft and flute had given way to stillness, silence. "Where did you go?" Hal asked, approaching the bed. "Fireflies," Pollard said, apparently dazed. His hair was spiked and tangled, and his round face was pale. "Fireflies?" "Fireflies in a windstorm," Pollard said. Then he vanished. 1 second he was sitting in bed as real and solid as anyone Hal had ever known, and the next second he was gone, as inexplicably and neatly as a ghost abandoning a haunt. A brief hiss, like air escaping from a punctured tire, accompanied his departure. Hal swayed as if he had been stricken. For a moment his heart seemed to seize up, and he was paralyzed by surprise. Nurse Fulgham stepped into the doorway. "No sign of him in any of the rooms off this corridor. He might have gone up or down another floor, don't you think?" "Huh? Before we check out the rest of this level, maybe I'd better call security and get them moving on a search of the entire hospital. Mr. Yamataka?" Hal glanced at her and then back at the empty bed. Yeah, that's a good idea. He might wander off to, God knows where." Nurse Fulgham hurried away. Weak-kneed, Hal went to the door, closed it, put his back against it, and stared at the bed across the room. After a while, he said, "Are you there, Frank?" He received no answer. He had not expected one. Frank Pollard had not turned invisible. He had gone somewhere, somehow. Not sure why he was less wonder-struck than frightened by what he had seen, Hal hesitantly crossed the room to the bed. He gingerly touched the stainless steel railing as if he thought that Pollard's vanishing act had tapped some elemental force, leaving a deadly residual current in the bed. But no sparks crackled under his fingertips. The metal was cool and smooth. He waited, wondering how soon Pollard would reappear, wondering if he ought to call Bobby now or wait until Pollard materialized, wondering if the man would materialize again or disappear forever. For the first time in memory, Hal Yamataka was gripped by indecision. He was ordinarily a quick thinker and quick to act, but he had never come face to face with the supernatural before. The only thing he knew for sure was that he must not let Fulgham or Soto or anyone else in the hospital know what had really happened. Pollard was caught up in a phenomenon so strange that word of it would spread quickly from the hospital staff to the press. Protecting a client's privacy was always one of Dakota and Dakota's prime objectives, but in this case, it was even more important than usual. Bobby and Julie had said that someone was hunting for Pollard, evidently with violent intentions. Therefore, keeping the press out of the case might be essential if the client was to survive. The door opened, and Hal jumped as if he'd been struck with a hatpin. In the doorway stood Grace Fulgham, looking as if she had just either guided a tugboat through stormy seas or chopped and carried a couple of cords of firewood that Pa had been too lazy to deal with. "Security's putting a man at every exit to stop him if he tries to leave, and we're mobilizing the nursing staff on each floor to look for him. Do you intend to join the search?" Well, I've got to, call the office. My boss—" "If we find him, where will we find you?" Here, right here. I'll be here making some calls." She nodded and went away. The door eased shut after her. A privacy curtain hung from a ceiling rack that described an arc around 3 sides of the bed. It was bunched against the wall, but Hal Yamataka drew it to the foot of the bed, blocking the view from the doorway, in case Pollard materialized just as someone stepped in from the corridor. His hands were shaking, so he jammed them in his pockets. Then he took his left hand out to look at his wristwatch, 1:48. Pollard had been missing for perhaps 18 minutes, except, of course, for the few seconds during which he had flickered into existence and talked about fireflies in a windstorm. Hal decided to wait until 2 o'clock to call Bobby and Julie. He stood at the foot of the bed, clutching the railing with one hand, listening to the night wind crying at the window and the rain snapping against the glass. The minutes crawled past like snails on an incline, but at least the wait gave him time to calm down and think about how he would tell Bobby what had happened. As the hands on his watch lined up at 2 o'clock, he went the rest of the way around the bed and was reaching for the phone on the nightstand when he heard the eerie ululation of a distant flute. The half-drawn bed curtain fluttered in a sudden draft. He returned to the foot of the bed and looked past the end of the curtain to the hallway door. It was closed. That was not the source of the draft. The flute died. The air in the room grew still, leaden. Abruptly, the curtain shivered and rippled, gently rattling the bearings in the overhead track, and a breath of cool air swept around the room, ruffling his hair. The atonal, ghostly music rose again. With the door shut and the window closed tight, the only possible source of the draft was the ventilation grill in the wall above the nightstand. But when Hal stood on his toes and raised his right hand in front of that outlet, he felt nothing issuing from it. The chilly currents of air appeared to have sprung up within the room itself. He turned in a circle, moved this way and that, trying to get a fix on the flute. Actually, it didn't sound like a flute when he listened closely. It was more like a fluctuant wind whistling through a lot of pipes at the same time, big ones and little ones, threading together many vague but separate sounds into a loosely woven keening that was simultaneously eerie and melancholy, mournful, yet somehow threatening. It faded, then returned a third time. To his surprise and bewilderment, the tuneless note seemed to be issuing from the empty air above the bed. Hal wondered if anyone else in the hospital could hear the flute this time. Probably not. Though the music was louder now than when it had begun, it remained faint. In fact, if he had been asleep, the mysterious serenade would not have been loud enough to wake him. Before Hal's eyes, the air over the bed shimmered. For a moment he could not breathe, as if the room had become a temporary vacuum chamber. He felt his ears pop the way they did during a too-rapid altitude change. The strange warbling and the draft died together, and Frank Pollard reappeared as abruptly as he had vanished. He was lying on his side with his knees drawn up in the fetal position. For a few seconds he was disoriented. When he realized where he was, he clutched the bed railing and pulled himself into a sitting position. The skin around his eyes was puffy and dark, but otherwise he was dreadfully pale. His face had a greasy sheen to it, as if it wasn't perspiration pouring from him, but clear beads of oil. His blue cotton pajamas were rumpled, darkly mottled with sweat and caked with dirt in places. He said, "Stop me! What the hell's going on here?" Hal asked, his voice cracking. "Out of control. Where did you go? For God's sake, help me." Pollard was still clutching the bed rail with his right hand, but he reached entreatingly toward Hal with his left. "Please, please." Stepping closer to the bed, Hal reached out, and Pollard vanished. This time not only with a hissing sound as before, but with a shriek and sharp crack of tortured metal. The stainless steel railing which he had been gripping so fiercely had torn loose of the bed and vanished with him. Hal Yamataka stared in astonishment at the hinges to which the adjustable railing had been fixed. They were twisted and torn as if made of cardboard. A force of incredible power had pulled Pollard out of that room, snapping quarter-inch steel. Staring at his own outstretched hand, Hal wondered what would have happened to him if he had been gripping Pollard. Would he have disappeared with the man? To where? Not some place he would want to be. He was sure of that. Or maybe only part of him would have gone with Pollard. Maybe he would have come apart at a joint, just as the bed railing had done. Maybe his arm would have been ripped out of his shoulder socket with a crack almost as sharp as that with which the steel hinges had separated. And maybe he would have been left screaming in pain with blood squirting from snapped vessels. He snatched his hand back as if afraid Pollard might suddenly reappear and seize it. As he rounded the bed to the phone, he thought that his legs were going to fail him. His hands were shaking so badly he almost dropped the receiver and had difficulty dialing the Dakota's home number.
Bobby and Julie left for the hospital at 2:45. The night looked deeper than usual. Street lamps and headlights did not fully penetrate the gloom. Shatters of rain fell with such force they appeared to bounce off the blacktop streets as if they were hard fragments of a disintegrating vault that arced through the night above. Julie drove because Bobby was only 3/4 awake. His eyes were heavy, and he couldn't stop yawning, and his thoughts were fuzzy at the edges. They had gone to bed only 3 hours before Hal Yamataka had awakened them. If Julie had to get by on only that much sleep, she could do it, but Bobby needed at least 6, preferably 8 hours in the sack in order to function well. That was a minor difference between them, no big deal. But because of several such minor differences, Bobby suspected that Julie was tougher overall than he was, even if he could whip her 10 times out of 10 in an arm-wrestling competition. He chuckled softly. She said, "What?" She braked for a light as it phased to red. Its bloody image was reflected in distorted patterns by the black mirror-like surface of the rain-slick street. "I'm crazy to give you an advantage by admitting this, but I was thinking that in some ways you're tougher than me," she said. "Well, that's no revelation. I've always known I'm tougher." "Oh, yeah? Oh, if we arm wrestle, I'll whip you every time." "Oh, how sad," she shook her head. "Do you really think beating up someone smaller than you, and a woman to boot, makes you a macho man?" "I could beat up a lot of women bigger than me," Bobby assured her. "And if they're old enough, I could take them on 2, 3, 4 at a time. In fact, you throw half a dozen big grandmothers at me, and I'll take them all on with one hand tied behind my back." The traffic light turned green, and she drove on. "I'm talking big grandmothers," he said. "Not frail little old ladies, big, fat, solid grandmothers. 6 at a time." "Oh, that's impressive." "Damn right. Though it'd help if I had a tire iron." She laughed, and he grinned. But they could not forget where they were going or why, and their smiles faded to a pair of matching frowns. They drove in silence. The thump of the windshield wipers, which ought to have lulled Bobby to sleep, kept him awake instead. Finally, Julie said, "You think Frank actually vanished in front of Hal's eyes the way he says? I've never known Hal to lie, or give in to hysteria. Me neither." She turned left at the next corner. A few blocks ahead, beyond billowing curtains of rain, the lights of the hospital appeared to pulse and flicker and stream like an iridescent liquid, which made it look every bit as mirage-like as a phantom oasis shimmering behind veils of heat rising from desert sands. When they entered the room, Hal was standing at the foot of the bed, which was largely concealed by the privacy curtain. He looked like a guy who had not only seen a ghost, but had embraced it and kissed it on its cold, damp, putrescent lips. "Thank God you're here." He looked past them into the hall. "The head nurse wants to call the cops. File a missing person." "We've dealt with that," Bobby said. "Dr. Freeborn talked to her by phone, and we've signed a release absolving the hospital." "Good." Gesturing toward the open door, Hal said, "We'll want to keep this as private as we can." After closing the door, Julie joined them at the foot of the bed. Bobby noted the missing railing and broken hinges. "What's this?" Hal swallowed hard. "He was holding the railing when he vanished, and it went with him. I didn't mention it on the phone because I figured you already thought I was nuts, and this would confirm it." "Tell us now," Julie said quietly. They were all talking softly, for otherwise Nurse Fulgham was certain to stop by and remind them that most of the patients on the floor were sleeping. When Hal finished his story, Bobby said, "The flute, the peculiar breeze, that's what Frank told us he heard shortly after he regained consciousness that night in the alleyway. And somehow he knew it meant someone was coming." Some of the dirt that Hal had observed on Frank's pajamas after his second appearance was on the bedsheet. Julie picked up a pinch of it. Not dirt exactly. Bobby examined the grains on her fingertips. Black sand. To Hal, Julie said, "Frank hasn't reappeared since he vanished with the railing?" "No." "And when was that?" "A couple of minutes after 2 o'clock, maybe 2:02, 2:03, something like that." "About an hour and 20 minutes ago," Bobby said. They stood in silence, staring at the mountings from which the bed railing had been torn. Outside, a squall of wind threw rain against the window with sufficient force to make it sound like out-of-season Halloween pranksters pitching handsful of dried corn. Finally, Bobby looked at Julie. "What do we do?" She blinked. "Don't ask me. This is the first case I've ever worked on that involves witchcraft." "Witchcraft?" Hal said nervously. "Just a figure of speech," Julie assured him. Maybe, Bobby thought. He said, "We've got to assume he'll come back before morning, perhaps a couple of times, and sooner or later he'll stay put. This must be what happens every night when he sleeps. This is the traveling he doesn't remember when he wakes up." "Traveling," Julie said. Under the circumstances, that ordinary word seemed as exotic and full of mystery as any in the language. Careful not to wake the patients, they borrowed 2 additional chairs from other rooms along the corridor. Hal sat tensely just inside the closed door of room 638, in a position to prevent any of the hospital staff from walking in unimpeded. Julie sat at the foot of the bed, and Bobby stationed himself at the side of it nearest the window, where the railing was still in place. They waited. From her chair, Julie only had to turn her head slightly to look across the room at Hal. When she glanced the other way, she could see Bobby. But because of the privacy curtain that was drawn along the side of the bed with the missing railing, Hal and Bobby were not in each other's line of sight. She wondered if Hal would have been astonished to see how quickly Bobby went to sleep. Hal was still pumped up by what had happened, and Julie, only having heard about Frank's sorceress disappearance second-hand, was nonetheless eagerly and nervously anticipating the chance to witness the same bit of magic herself. Bobby was a man of considerable imaginative powers, with a childlike sense of wonder, so he was probably more excited about these events than either she or Hal was. Furthermore, because of his premonition of trouble, he suspected that the case was going to be full of surprises, some nasty, and these events no doubt alarmed him. Yet he could slump against the inadequately padded arm of his chair, let his chin drop against his chest, and doze off. He would never be felled by stress. At times, his sense of proportion, his ability to put anything in a manageable perspective, seemed superhuman. When Bobby McFerrin's song, "Don't Worry, Be Happy," had been a hit a couple of years ago, she had not been surprised that her own Bobby had been enamored of it. The tune was essentially his personal anthem. Apparently, by an act of will, he could readily achieve serenity, and she admired that. By 4:40, when Bobby had been slumbering contentedly for nearly an hour, she watched him doze with admiration that rapidly escalated to unhealthy envy. She had the urge to give his chair a kick, toppling him out of it. She restrained herself only because she suspected that he would merely yawn, curl up on his side, and sleep even more comfortably on the floor, at which point her envy would become so all-consuming that she would simply have to kill him where he lay. She imagined herself in court. "I know murder is wrong, Judge, but he was just too laid back to live." A cascade of soft, almost melancholy notes fell out of the air in front of her. "The flute!" Hal said, leaving his chair with the suddenness of a popcorn kernel bursting off a heated pan. Simultaneously, a breath of cool air stirred through the room without apparent source. Getting to her feet, Julie whispered, "Bobby!" She shook him by the shoulder, and he came awake just as the atonal music faded and the air turned crypt-still. Bobby rubbed his eyes with his palms and yawned. "What's wrong?" Even as he spoke, the haunting music swelled again, faint but louder than before. Not music, actually, just noise. And Hal was right. Listening closely, you could also tell it was not a flute. She stepped toward the bed. Hal had left his station by the door. He put a hand on her shoulder, halting her. "Be careful." Frank had reported 3, maybe 4 separate trillings of the faux flute, and as many agitations of the air before Mr. Blue Light had appeared on his trail that night in Anaheim, and Hal had noticed that 3 episodes had preceded each of Frank's own reappearances. However, those accompanying phenomena evidently could not be expected in an immutable pattern, for when the second rivulet of unharmonious notes finished spilling out of the ether, the air immediately above the bed shimmered, as if a handful of pale tarnished sequins had been swept up and set aflutter in rising currents of heat, and suddenly Frank Pollard winked into existence atop the rumpled sheets. Julie's ears popped. "Holy cow!" Bobby said, which was just what Julie would have expected him to say. She, on the other hand, was unable to speak. Gasping, Frank Pollard sat up in bed. His face was bloodless. Around his rheumy eyes the skin looked bruised. Sour perspiration glistened on his face and beaded in his beard stubble. He was holding a pillowcase, half filled with something. The end was twisted and held shut with a length of cord. He let go of it, and it fell off the side of the bed where the railing was missing, striking the floor with a soft plop. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse and strange. "Where am I?" "You're in the hospital, Frank," Bobby said. "It's all right. You're where you belong now." "Hospital?" Frank said it, savoring the word as if he had just heard it and was now pronouncing it for the first time. He looked around, obviously bewildered. He still didn't know where he was. Don't Don't let me slip!" He vanished mid-sentence. A brief hiss accompanied his abrupt departure, as if the air in the room was escaping through a puncture in the skin of reality. "Damn," Julie said. "Where were his pajamas?" Hal said. "What?" "He was wearing shoes, khaki pants, a shirt and sweater," Hal said. "But the last time I saw him a couple of hours ago, he still had on his pajamas." At the far end of the room, the door began to open, but bumped against Hal's empty chair. Nurse Fulgham poked her head through the gap. She looked down at the chair, then across the room at Hal and Julie, then at Bobby, who stepped to the foot of the bed to peer past his two associates and the half-drawn privacy curtain. Their astonishment at Frank's vanishing act must have been ill-concealed, for the woman frowned and said, "What's wrong?" Julie quickly crossed the room as Grace Fulgham slid the chair aside and opened the door all the way. "Everything's fine. We just spoke by phone with our man heading up the search, and he says they found someone who saw Mr. Pollard earlier tonight. We know which way he was heading, so now it's only a matter of time until we find him." "We didn't expect you to be here so long," Fulgham said, frowning past Julie at the curtained bed. Even through the heavy door, maybe she heard the faint warble of the flute that wasn't a flute. "Well," Julie said, "this is the easiest place from which to coordinate the search." By standing just inside the door, with Hal's empty chair between them, Julie was trying to block the nurse's advance without appearing to do so. If Fulgham got past the curtain, she might notice the missing railing, the black sand in the bed, and the pillowcase that was filled with God knew what. Questions about any of those things might be difficult to answer convincingly, and if the nurse remained in the room too long, she might be there when Frank returned. Julie said, "I'm sure we haven't disturbed any of the other patients. We've been very quiet." No, Nurse Fulgham said. "You haven't disturbed anyone. We just wondered if you might like some coffee to help you keep awake." "Oh," Julie turned to look at Hal and Bobby. "Coffee?" "No," the two men said simultaneously. Then, speaking over each other, Hal said, "No, thank you," and Bobby said, "Very kind of you." "I'm wide awake," Julie said, frantic to be rid of the woman, but trying to sound casual. "And Hal doesn't drink coffee, and Bobby, my husband, can't handle caffeine because of prostate problems." "I'm babbling," she thought. "Anyway, we'll be leaving soon now, I'm sure." "Well," the nurse said, "if you change your mind." After Fulgham left, letting the door close behind her, Bobby whispered, "Prostate trouble?" Julie said, "Too much caffeine causes prostate trouble." Seemed like a convincing detail to explain why, with all your yawning, you didn't want coffee. "I don't have a prostate problem. You make me sound like an old fart." "I have it," Hal said, "and I'm not an old fart." "What is this?" Julie said. "We're all babbling." She pushed the chair in front of the door and returned to the bed, where she picked up the pillowcase that Frank Pollard had brought from wherever he had been. "Careful," Bobby said. "Last time Frank mentioned a pillowcase, it was the one he trapped that insect in." Julie gingerly set the bag on the chair and watched it closely. "Doesn't seem to be anything squirming around in it." She started to untie the knotted cord from the neck of the sack. Grimacing, Bobby said, "If you let out something big as a house cat with a lot of legs and feelers, I'm going straight to a divorce lawyer." The cord slipped free. She pulled open the pillowcase and looked inside. Oh, God. Bobby took a couple of steps backwards. "No, not that," she assured him. "No bugs. Just more cash." She reached into the sack and withdrew a couple of bundles of $100 bills. "If it's all hundreds, there could be as much as $250,000 in here." "What's Frank doing?" Bobby wondered. "Laundering money for the mob in the Twilight Zone?" Hollow, lonely, tuneless piping pierced the air again, and like a needle pulling thread, the sound brought with it a draught that rustled the curtain. Shivering, Julie turned to look at the bed. The flute-like notes faded with the draught, then soon rose again, faded, rose, and faded a fourth time as Frank Pollard reappeared. He was on his side, arms against his chest, hands fisted, grimacing, his eyes squeezed shut, as if he were preparing himself to receive the killing blow of an axe. Julie stepped toward the bed, and again Hal stopped her. Frank sucked in a deep breath, shuddered, made a low animal mewling, opened his eyes, and vanished. Within 2 or 3 seconds he appeared yet again, still shuddering. But immediately he vanished, reappeared, vanished, reappeared, vanished, as if he were an image flickering on a television set with poor signal reception. At last he stuck fast to the fabric of reality and lay on the bed moaning. After rolling off his side onto his back, he gazed at the ceiling. He raised his fists from his chest, uncurled them, and stared at his hands, baffled, as if he had never seen fingers before. "Frank?" Julie said. He did not respond to her. With his fingertips, he explored the contours of his face, as if a braille reading of his features would recall to him the forgotten specifics of his appearance. Julie's heart was racing, and every muscle in her body felt as if it had been twisted up as tight as an overwound clock spring. She was not afraid, really. It was not a tension engendered by fear, but by the sheer strangeness of what had happened. "Frank, are you okay?" Blinking through the interstices of his fingers, he said, "Oh, it's you, Mrs. Dakota. Yeah, Dakota. What's happened? Where am I?" "You're in the hospital now," Bobby said. "Listen, the important question isn't where you are, but where the hell have you been?" "Been? Well, what do you mean?" Frank tried to sit up in bed, but he seemed temporarily to lack the strength to get off his back. Picking up the bed controls, Bobby elevated the upper half of the mattress. "You weren't in this room during most of the last few hours. It's almost 5 in the morning, and you've been jumping in and out of here like, well, like a crew member of the Starship Enterprise who keeps beaming back up to the mothership." Enterprise? Beaming up? What are you talking about?" Bobby looked at Julie. "Whoever this guy is, wherever he comes from, we know now for sure that he's been living out past the edge of modern culture on the fringe. You ever known a modern American who hasn't at least heard of Star Trek?" To Bobby, Julie said, "Thanks for your analysis, Mr. Spock." "Mr. Spock?" Frank said. "See?" Bobby said. "We can question Frank later," Julie said. "He's confused right now anyway. We've got to get him out of here. If that nurse comes back and sees him, how do we explain his reappearance? Is she really going to believe he wandered back into the hospital past security and the nursing staff up 6 floors with nobody spotting him?" "Yeah," Hal said. "And though he seems to be back for good, what if he pops away again in front of our eyes?" "Okay, so we'll sneak him out of bed and sneak him down those stairs at the end of the hall," Julie said, "out to the car." As they talked about him, Frank turned his head back and forth, following the conversation. He appeared to be watching a tennis match for the first time, unable to comprehend the rules of the game. Bobby said, "Once we've gotten him out of here, we can tell Fulgham he's been found a few blocks away, and that we're meeting with him to determine whether he wants or even needs to be returned to the hospital. I mean, he's our client, after all, not our ward, and we have to respect his wishes." Without having to wait for tests to be conducted, they now knew that Frank was not suffering strictly from physical ailments like cerebral abscesses, clots, aneurysms, cysts, or neoplasms. His amnesia did not spring from brain tumors, but from something far stranger and more exotic than that. No malignancy, regardless of how singular its nature, could invest its victim with the power to step into the 4th dimension, or to wherever Frank was stepping when he vanished. "Hal," Julie said, "get Frank's clothes from the closet, bundle them up, and stuff them in the pillowcase with the money. Will do. Bobby, help me get Frank out of bed. See if he can stand on his own feet. He looks awful weak." The remaining bed railing stuck for a moment when Bobby tried to lower it, but he struggled with it because they could not take Frank out of bed on the other side without drawing back the privacy curtain and exposing him to anyone who might push open the door. "You could have done me a big favor and packed this rail off to Oz with the other one," Bobby told Frank. And Frank said, "Oz?" When the railing finally folded down out of the way, Julie found that she was hesitant to touch Frank, for fear of what might happen to her or parts of her if he pulled another disappearing act. She had seen the shattered hinges of the bed railing. She was also keenly aware that Frank had not brought the railing back with him, but had abandoned it in the other where or other when to which he had traveled. Bobby hesitated too, but overcame his apprehension, grabbing the man's legs and swinging them over the edge of the bed, taking hold of his arm and helping him into a sitting position. In some ways she might be tougher than Bobby, but when it came to encounters with the unknown, he was clearly more flexible and quick to adapt than she was. Finally she quelled her fear, and together she and Bobby assisted Frank off the bed and onto his feet. His legs buckled under him, and they had to support him. He complained of weakness and dizziness. Stuffing the other set of clothes in the pillowcase, Hal said, "If we have to, Bobby, I can carry him." I'm sorry to be so much trouble," Frank said. To Julie he had never sounded or looked more pathetic, and she felt a flush of guilt about her reluctance to touch him. Flanking Frank, their arms around him to provide support, Julie and Bobby walked him back and forth past the rain-washed window, giving him a chance to recover the use of his legs. Gradually his strength and balance returned. "But my pants keep falling down," Frank said. They propped him against the bed, and he leaned on Julie while Bobby lifted the blue cotton sweater to see if the belt needed to be cinched in one notch. The tongue end of the belt was weakened by scores of small holes, as if industrious insects had been boring at it. But what insects ate leather? When Bobby touched the tarnished brass buckle, it crumbled, as though made of flaky pastry dough. Gaping at the glittering crumbs of metal on his fingers, Bobby said, "What do you shop for your clothes, Frank? In a dumpster?" In spite of Bobby's light tone, Julie knew he was unnerved. What substance or circumstances could so profoundly alter the composition of brass? When he brushed his fingers against the bed sheets to wipe off the curious residue, she flinched, half expecting his flesh to have been contaminated by the contact with the brass and to crumble, as the buckle had done. After cinching Frank's pants with the belt he had worn when he'd checked into the hospital, Hal helped Bobby slip their client out of the room. With Julie scouting the way, they went quickly and quietly along the hall and through the fire door at the head of the emergency stairs. Frank's skin remained cold to the touch, and he was still clammy with perspiration, but the effort brought a flush to his cheeks, which made him look less like a walking corpse. Julie hurried to the bottom of the stairwell to see what lay beyond the lower door. With the thump and scrape of their footsteps echoing hollowly off the bare concrete walls, the three men went down 4 flights without much difficulty. At the 4th-floor landing, however, they had to pause to let Frank catch his breath. "Are you always this weak when you wake up and don't remember where you've been?" Bobby asked. Frank shook his head. His words issued in a thin wheeze. "No, always frightened. Tired, but not as bad as this. I feel like whatever I'm doing, wherever I'm going, it's taking a bigger and bigger toll. I'm not going to survive a lot more of this." As Frank was talking, Bobby noticed something peculiar about the man's blue cotton sweater. The pattern of the cable knit was wildly irregular in places, as if the knitting machine had briefly gone berserk. And on the back, near his right shoulder blade, a patch of fibers was missing. The whole was the size of a block of 4 postage stamps, though with irregular rather than straight edges, but it wasn't just a hole. A piece of what appeared to be khaki filled the gap, not merely sewn on, but woven tightly into the surrounding cotton yarn, as if at the garment factory itself. Khaki of the same shade and hard finish as the pants that Frank was wearing. A shiver of dread pierced Bobby, although he was not sure why. His subconscious mind seemed to understand how the patch had come to be and what it meant, and grasped some hideous consequences not yet fulfilled, while his conscious mind was baffled. He saw that Hal, on the other side of Frank, had noticed the patch too and was frowning. Julie ascended the stairs while Bobby was staring in puzzlement at the khaki swatch. "We're in luck," she said. "There are 2 doors at the bottom. One leads into a hallway off the lobby, where we'd probably run into a security man, even though they aren't looking for Frank anymore. But the other door leads into the parking garage, the same level our car's on. How you doing, Frank? You gonna be okay?" "Getting my second wind," he said less wheezily than before. "Look at this," Bobby said, calling Julie's attention to the khaki woven into the blue cotton sweater. While Julie studied the peculiar patch, Bobby let go of Frank and, on a hunch, stooped down to examine the legs of his client's pants. He found a corresponding irregularity. Blue cotton yarn from the sweater was woven into the slacks. It was not one spot of the same size and shape as that of the sweater, but a series of 3 smaller holes near the cuff on the right leg. However, he was sure that more accurate measurements would confirm what he knew from a quick look, that the total amount of blue yarn in those 3 holes would just about fill the hole in the shoulder of the sweater. "What's wrong?" Frank asked. Bobby didn't respond, but took hold of the somewhat baggy leg of the pants and pulled it taut so that he could get a better look at the 3 patches. Actually, patches was an inaccurate word, because these abnormalities in the fabric did not look like repairs. They were too well blended with the material around them to be handwork. Julie squatted beside him and said, "First, we've got to get Frank out of here, back to the office." "Yeah, but this is real strange," Bobby said, indicating the irregularities in the pants. "Strange and important somehow." "What's wrong?" Frank repeated. "Where'd you get these clothes?" Bobby asked. "Well, I don't know." Julie pointed to the white athletic sock on Frank's right foot, and Bobby saw at once what had caught her attention: several blue threads, precisely the color of the sweater. They were not loose, clinging to the sock. They were woven into the very fabric of it. Then he noticed Frank's left shoe. It was a dark brown hiking shoe, but a few thin, squiggly white lines marred the leather on the toe. When he studied them closely, he saw that the lines appeared to be coarse threads, like those in the athletic socks. Scraping at them with one fingernail, he discovered they were not stuck to the shoe, but were an integral part of the surface of the leather. The missing yarn of the sweater had somehow become a part of both the khaki pants and one of the socks. The displaced threads of the sock had become part of the shoe on the other foot. "What's wrong?" Frank repeated, more fearfully than before. Bobby hesitated to look up, expecting to see the filaments of displaced shoe leather were embedded in Frank's face, and that the displaced flesh was magically entwined with the cable knit of the sweater. He stood and forced himself to confront his client. Aside from the dark and puffy rings around his eyes, the sickly pallor, relieved only by the flush on his upper cheeks, and the fear and confusion that gave him a tormented look, nothing was wrong with his face. No leather ornamentation, no khaki stitched into his lips, no filaments of blue yarn or plastic shoelace tips or button fragments bristling from his eyeballs. Silently castigating himself for his overactive imagination, Bobby patted Frank's shoulder. "It's okay, it's all right. We'll figure it out later. Come on, let's get you out of here."
In the embrace of darkness, enwrapped by the scent of Chanel No. 5, under the very blankets and sheets that had once warmed his mother, and that he had so carefully preserved, Candy dozed and awakened repeatedly with a start, though he could not remember any nightmares. Between periods of fitful sleep he dwelt on the incident in the canyon earlier that night, when he had been hunting and had felt an unseen presence put a hand on his head. He'd never before experienced anything like that. He was disturbed by the encounter, unsure whether it was threatening or benign, and anxious to understand it. He first wondered if it had been his mother's angelic presence hovering above him, but he quickly dismissed that explanation. If his mother had stepped through the veil between this world and the next, he would have recognized her spirit, her singular aura of love, warmth, and compassion. He would have fallen to his knees under the weight of her ghostly hand and wept with joy at her visitation. Briefly, he had considered that one or both of his inscrutable sisters possessed a heretofore unrevealed talent for psychic contact and reached out to him for unknown reasons. After all, somehow they controlled their cats and appeared to have equal influence over other small animals. Maybe they could enter human minds as well. He didn't want that pale, cold-eyed pair invading his privacy. At times he looked at them and thought of snakes, sinuous, albino snakes, silent and watchful, with desires as alien as any that motivated reptiles. The possibility that they could intrude into his mind was chilling, even if they could not control him. But between bouts of sleep, he abandoned that idea. If Violet and Verbena possessed such abilities, they would have enslaved him long ago as thoroughly as they had enslaved the cats. They would have forced him to do degrading, obscene things. They did not possess his self-control in matters of the flesh, and would live, if they could, in constant violation of God's most fundamental commandments. He could not understand why his mother had sworn him to keep and protect them, any more than he could understand how she could love them. Of course, her compassion for those miscreant offspring was only one more example of her saintly nature. Forgiveness and understanding flowed from her like clear, cool water from an artesian well. For a while he dozed. When he woke with a start again, he turned on his side and watched the faint light of dawn appear along the edges of the drawn blinds. He considered the possibility that the presence in the canyon had been his brother, Frank. But that was also unlikely. If Frank had possessed telepathic abilities, he would have found a way to employ them to destroy Candy a long, long time ago. Frank was less talented than his sisters, and much less talented than his brother Candy. Then, who had approached him twice in the canyon, insistently pressing into his mind? Who sent the disconnected words that echoed in his head? What? Where? What? Why? What? Where? What? Why? Last night he'd tried to get a mental grip on the presence. When it hastily withdrew from him, he had tried to let part of his consciousness soar up into the night with it, but he had been unable to sustain the pursuit on that psychic plane. He sensed, however, that he might be able to develop that ability. If the unwelcome presence ever returned, he would try to knot a filament of his mind to it and trace it to its source. In his 29 years, his own siblings were the only people he had encountered with what might be called psychic abilities. If someone out there in the world was also gifted, he must learn who it was. Such a person, not born of his sainted mother, was a rival, a threat, an enemy. Though the sun behind the blinded windows had not fully risen, he knew that he would not be able to doze again. He threw back the covers, crossed the dark and furniture-crowded room with the assurance of a blind man in a familiar place, and went into the adjoining bath. After locking the door, he undressed without glancing in the mirror. He peed forcefully without looking down at his hateful organ. When he showered, he soaped and rinsed the sex thing only with the washcloth mitten that he'd made, and that protected his innocent hand from being corrupted by the monstrous, wicked flesh below.
From the hospital in Orange, they went directly to their offices in Newport Beach. They had a lot of work to do on Frank's behalf, and his worsening plight evoked in them a greater sense of urgency than ever. Frank rode with Hal, and Julie followed, in order to be able to offer assistance if unforeseen developments occurred during the trip. The entire case seemed to be a series of unforeseen developments. By the time they reached their deserted offices, the Dakota and Dakota staff would not arrive for a couple of hours yet. The sun was fully risen behind the clouds in the east. A thin strip of blue sky, like a crack under the door of the storm, was visible over the ocean to the west. As the four of them passed through the reception lounge into the inner sanctum, the rain halted abruptly, as if a godly hand had turned a celestial lever. The water on the big window stopped flowing in shimmering sheets and coalesced into hundreds of small beads that glimmered with a mercury-gray sheen in the cloud-dulled morning light. Bobby indicated the bulging pillowcase that Hal was carrying. "Take Frank into the bathroom. Help him change into the clothes he was wearing when we checked him into the hospital. Then we'll have a real close look at the clothes he's wearing now." Frank had recovered his balance and most of his strength. He did not need Hal's assistance. But Julie knew Bobby wouldn't let Frank go anywhere unchaperoned from now on. They needed to keep an eye on him constantly, in order not to miss any clues that might lead to an explanation of his sudden vanishments and reappearances. Before attending to Frank, Hal removed the rumpled clothes from the pillowcase. He left the rest of its contents on Julie's desk. "Coffee?" Bobby said. "Desperately," she said. He went out to the pantry that opened off the lounge to start one of their 2 Mr. Coffee machines. Sitting at her desk, Julie emptied the pillowcase. It contained 30 bundles of $100 bills in packs bound by rubber bands. She fanned the edges of the bills in 10 bundles to ascertain if lower denominations were included. They were all hundreds. She chose 2 packets at random and counted them. Each contained 100 bills, 10,000 in each. By the time Bobby returned with mugs, spoons, cream, sugar, and a pot of hot coffee all on a tray, Julie had concluded that this was the largest of Frank's 3 hauls to date. $300K, she said, as Bobby put the tray down on the desk. He whistled softly. "What's that bring the total to?" "With this, we'll be holding 600,000 for him." Soon have to get a bigger office safe." Hal Yamataka put Frank's other set of clothes on the coffee table. "Something's wrong with the zipper in these pants. I don't mean just that it doesn't work, which it doesn't. I mean something's very wrong with it." Hal, Frank, and Julie pulled up chairs around the low glass-topped table and drank strong black coffee, while Bobby sat on the couch and carefully inspected the garments. In addition to the oddities he had noticed at the hospital, he discovered that most of the teeth in the pant zipper were metal, as they should have been, while about 40 others, interspersed at random, appeared to be hard black rubber. In fact, the slide was jammed on a couple of the rubber ones. Bobby stared in puzzlement at the anomalous zipper, slowly moving a finger up and down one of the notched tracks until he was suddenly struck by inspiration. He picked up one of the shoes Frank had been wearing and examined the heel. It looked perfectly normal. But in the heel of the second shoe, 30 or 40 tiny, brass-bright bits of metal were embedded in the rubber, flush with the surface of it. "Anybody have a penknife?" Bobby asked. Hal withdrew one from his pocket. Bobby used it to pry loose a couple of the shiny rectangles, which appeared to have been set in the rubber when it was still molten. Zipper teeth. They fell onto the glass table, tink, tink. At a glance, he estimated that the amount of rubber displaced by those teeth was equal to what he had found in the zipper.
Sitting in the Dakota's Disney-embellished office, Frank Pollard was overwhelmed by a weariness that was cartoonish in its extremity. The degree of utter exhaustion sufficient to render Donald Duck so limp that he might slip off a chair and pour onto the floor in a puddle of mallard flesh and feathers. It had been seeping into him day by day, hour by hour, since he had awakened in that alleyway last week. But now it suddenly poured through him as if a dike had broken. This surging flood of weariness had a density not of water but of liquid lead, and he felt enormously heavy. He could lift a foot or move a limb only with effort, and even keeping his head up was a strain on his neck. Virtually every joint in his body ached dully, even his elbow and wrist and finger joints, but especially his knees, hips, and shoulders. He felt feverish, not acutely ill, but as if his strength had been steadily sapped by a low-grade viral infection from which he had been suffering his entire life. Weariness had not dulled his senses. On the contrary, it abraded his nerve endings as surely as a fine-grade sandpaper might have done. Loud sounds made him cringe. Bright light made him squint in pain, and he was exquisitely sensitive to heat and cold and the textures of everything he touched. His exhaustion seemed only in part a result of his inability to sleep more than a couple of hours a night. If Hal Yamataka and the Dakotas could be believed, and Frank saw no reason for them to lie to him, he performed an incredible vanishing act several times during the night, though upon returning to his bed and staying put there, he could recall nothing of what he had done. Whatever the cause of those disturbances, no matter where he had gone or how or why, the very act of vanishing seemed likely to require an expenditure of energy as surely as walking or running or lifting heavy weights or any other physical act. Therefore, perhaps his weakness and profound weariness were largely the result of his mysterious night journeys. Bobby Dakota had pried only a couple of the brass teeth from the heel of the shoe. After studying them for a moment, he put down the penknife, leaned back against the sofa, and looked thoughtfully at the gloomy but rainless sky beyond the office's big windows. They were all silent, waiting to hear what he deduced from the condition of those clothes and shoes. Even exhausted, preoccupied with his own fears, and after only a one-day association with the Dakotas, Frank realized that Bobby was the more imaginative and mentally nimble of the two. Julie was probably smarter than her husband, but she was also a more methodical thinker than he was, far less likely than he was to make sudden leaps of logic to arrive at insightful deductions and imaginative solutions. Julie would more often be right than Bobby was, but on those occasions when the firm resolved a client's problems quickly, the resolution would usually be attributable to Bobby. They made a good pair, and Frank was relying on their complementary natures to save him. Turning to Frank again, Bobby said, "What if, somehow, you can teleport yourself, send yourself from here to there in a wink?" "But that's magic," Frank said. "I don't believe in magic." "Oh, I do," Bobby said. "Not witches and spells and genies and bottles, but I believe in the possibility of fantastic things. The very fact that the world exists, that we're alive, and that we can laugh and sing and feel the sun on our skin, that seems a kind of magic to me." "Teleport myself?" "If I can. I don't know I can. Evidently I have to fall asleep first. Which means teleportation must be a function of my subconscious mind, essentially involuntary." "You weren't asleep when you reappeared in the hospital room, or any of the other times you vanished," Hal said. "Maybe the first time, but not later. Your eyes were open, you spoke to me." "But I don't remember it," Frank said frustratedly. "I only remember going to sleep. And then suddenly I was lying awake in bed, in a lot of distress, confused, and you were all there." Julie sighed. "Teleportation. How can that be possible?" "You saw it," Bobby shrugged. He picked up his coffee and took a sip, more relaxed than anyone in the room, as though having a client with an astonishing psychic power was, if not an ordinary occurrence, at least a situation that all of them should have realized was simply inevitable, given enough years in the private security business. "I saw him disappear," Julie agreed, "but I'm not sure that proves he teleported." "When he disappeared," Bobby said, "he went somewhere, right?" "Well, yes. And going from one place to another instantaneously as an act of sheer willpower, as far as I'm concerned, that's teleportation." "But how?" Julie asked. Bobby shrugged again. "Right now, it doesn't matter how. Just accept the assumption of teleportation as a place to start." "As a theory," Hal said. Okay, Julie agreed. Theoretically, let's assume Frank can teleport himself. To Frank, who was sealed off from his own experience by amnesia, that was like assuming iron was lighter than air in order to allow an argument for the possibility of steel-plated blimps. But he was willing to go along with it. Bobby said, "Good, all right. Then that assumption explains the condition of these clothes." "How?" Frank asked. It'll take a while to get to the clothes. Stay with me. First, consider that maybe teleporting yourself requires that the atoms of your body temporarily disassociate themselves from one another and then come together again an instant later, at another place. The same thing goes for the clothes you're wearing and for anything on which you've got a firm grip, like the bed railing. "Like the teleportation pod in that movie," Hal said. "The Fly." "Yeah," Bobby said, clearly getting excited now. He put down his coffee and slid forward on the edge of the sofa, gesticulating as he spoke. "Yeah, sort of like that, except the power to do this is maybe all in Frank's mind, not in a futuristic machine. He just sort of thinks himself somewhere else, disassembles himself in a fraction of a second, poof, and reassembles himself at his destination. Of course, I'm also assuming the mind remains intact even during the time the body's dispersed in disconnected atoms, because it would have to be the sheer power of the mind that transports those billions of particles and keeps them together like a shepherd-collie herding sheep, then welds them to one another again in the right configurations at the far end." Though his weariness was sufficient to have resulted from an impossibly complex and strenuous task, like the one Bobby had just described, Frank was unconvinced. "Well, gee, I don't know. This isn't something you go to school to learn. UCLA doesn't have a course in teleportation, so it's instinct? Even supposing I instinctively know how to break my body down into a stream of atomic particles and send it somewhere else, then put it together again, how can any human mind, even the greatest genius ever born, be powerful enough to keep track of those billions of particles and get them all back exactly as they belong? It'd take 100 geniuses, 1,000, and I'm not even one. I'm no dummy, but I'm no brighter than the average guy." "You've answered your own question," Bobby said. "You don't need superhuman intelligence for this, because teleportation isn't primarily a function of intelligence. It's not instinct either. It's just, well, an ability programmed into your genes like vision or hearing or the sense of smell. Think of it this way. Any scene you look at is composed of billions of separate points of color and light and shade and texture. Yet your eyes instantly order those billions of bits of input into a coherent scene. You don't have to think about seeing. You just see. It's automatic. You understand what I mean about magic? Vision is almost magical. With teleportation, there's probably a trigger mechanism you have to pull, like wishing yourself to be elsewhere, but thereafter the process is pretty much automatic. The mind makes it happen the way it makes instantaneous sense of all the data coming in through your eyes." Frank closed his eyes tight and concentrated on wishing himself into the reception lounge. When he opened his eyes and was still in the inner office, he said, "It doesn't work. It's not that easy. I can't do it at will." Hal said, "Bobby, are you saying all of us have this ability, and only Frank has figured out how to use it?" No. This is probably a scrap of genetic material unique to Frank. Maybe even a talent that sprung from genetic damage." They were all silent, absorbing what Bobby had conjectured. Outside, the layer of clouds was cracking, peeling, and the old blue paint of the sky was showing through in more places every minute. But the brightening day did not lift Frank's spirits. Finally, Hal Yamataka indicated the pile of garments on the coffee table. "How does all this explain the condition of those clothes?" Bobby picked up the blue cotton sweater and held it so they could see the khaki swatch on the back. Okay, let's suppose the mind can automatically